Well, well, well.
Yes, well, hello, I'm sorry. Hello, Beckett.
Hello, Randall. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm excited.
As am
Can you
I.
tell I'm trembling?
I
I'm
can
so
tell.
excited. Yeah.
I know that oftentimes when you get overly excited, you tremble.
I trembled. Yes, you can see.
It might be all the mud water or coffee.
Well, I added some mud water to my coffee. I did. I thought it might give me that little extra nudge over the top.
It's pretty good stuff.
It is. Yeah, I've been using it almost religiously for the last month. Every day I add a teaspoon to whatever. I've actually, before I go to sleep at night, I now do the non coffee, but it's all of the other mushrooms and herbs and things. And oh boy, it's great.
The cordyceps and all that. Yeah,
Gorgeous.
amazing.
Yeah, yep.
Well, we have got quite and a special day for ourselves, for everybody who's here right now. We've got well over 1,000 people waiting on YouTube alone watching this. We've got well over 500 people across X and Facebook right now. So as we're getting started here, we're gonna let a few people kind of trickle in, but this has been a long time coming, Randall. The first time I ever met you in person, you told me about Cosmogonia, and that was 4 years ago. And you told me you'd been envisioning this for, I mean, probably 10 years before that, if not even longer.
Well, at
So,
least, yeah.
I mean, kick us off, man. Tell us what it is. What is Cosmogonia? Why are we here today?
Well, okay. I just one of the things is I've looked around and I've seen that there's a lot of areas of our world, society, everything that we're doing that needs some repair work. And I've been in the business of my business has been building and repairing structures, things like that. So I've very much oriented towards the idea of problem solving. Like somebody will call and we'll take the team out, or I'll go out, work with my brother. We'll go out and we'll evaluate a problem and try to come up with a solution. And so that's a big part of what my professional life has been. But in addition to that, I've always had this passion for learning new things and exploring sometimes ideas that are considered maybe out on the fringe, but then later turn out to not be so far out on the fringe. So I've been a regular student of many subjects that have fascinated me over the years. And somewhere around the early 1980s, well, this is how it started. Actually, it's difficult to say where it started, but in the early 70s, I was engaged along with my younger brother, who's still my partner on all of this stuff.
Shout out to Rowan.
Yeah, shout out to Rowan. We were part of a group that was uh, uh, learning various techniques of yoga and meditation and studying ancient texts from the Vedic literature, the Mahabharata, the Rig Veda, other texts like that. And we held a retreat in the North Woods of Minnesota. And during this era, there was a lot of experimentation going on with alternative lifestyles and trying to get away from the establishment. And most of them didn't work, but some of them did. Some of the experiments in counterculture actually worked, but most of them didn't. They fell apart after a while for various reasons. But when we did this retreat, uh, we built. I know a lot of the listeners have probably the older ones for sure remember Buckminster Fuller and the geodesic domes that were very popular back in then as sort of an experimental architecture. Like let's get away from the square box and try something new and different. And Buckminster Fuller came up with the idea of the geodesic dome. Well, the geodesic dome was a very interesting concept, and but it had certain flaws at the time that just didn't make it successful. Which mainly was that they leaked. That was the worst problem. They had a problem with leaking. Now, In the interim, there's been quite a bit of technological advances, and there's kind of a revitalization of the concept, because we have new materials and new technologies that can make them work more effectively, and they're not necessarily the best for living in, but they have other functions. Anyway, to make a long story short, we come from a family of carpenters. Father was a carpenter, grandfather was a carpenter. So we came up learning some carpentry skills, and because we had carpentry skills, we got recruited to sort of, I guess you could say, be lead carpenters on building these two geodesic domes. And as a result of that, I discovered how much fun it was to. At that point, I had no interest in becoming a carpenter. I had other higher, loftier goals in mind. But we were up there in the woods. We're building these domes, having to figure out the geometry, having to figure out, how to uh, accumulate materials because we were working on a very limited budget. So most of the materials that we used in these domes were scavenged. So anyways, we built these two domes, and one of them was very interesting. It was a little different than the usual geodesic Buckminster Fuller type dome in that it had a spire on the top that was inspired uh, by temples, Hindu mosques, and some of the Buddhist and Hindu temples that had these spires that symbolized the point, the moment of creation, the singularity from which everything emanated, and then the dome itself represented the world or the universe, if you will. So by engaging in this, it was like there was this alternate level of understanding. We weren't just building a house, we were building something that actually had this symbolic connotation to it. Okay, so we do that. We have the retreat. It went off great. And then a year later, a publication came out called Shelter. And Shelter was a large format, almost like a magazine, but it was actually a book. And it was about the interface between humanity and the environment. And that intermediate phase was architecture. How did human beings interact with the environment in various ways throughout the ages and across the world in the varied ways that they interacted and engaged with the environment through the medium of architecture? And this dome that we had built was featured in there in that publication, which I think has been reprinted and is still available. Uh, but there was so much other information in there that was had to do with sacred building, temples, some of the ideas and philosophy behind it, and that is where I first encountered the idea of sacred geometry. Now, I had not ever encountered this before, but it talked about sacred geometry with respect to architecture, ancient architecture, and so on. And that just immediately grabbed my attention. I got into it, started studying it. There was not a whole lot available in the early 1970s about the subject, but there was some really good materials that I managed to procure over the next few years, and I began to really delve into it. And then I was living in an apartment complex, and one of my neighbors was an architect from India. And I would see him, occasionally in the parking lot, and we would discuss and talk. And then, of course, the at this time I was starting my building career. At that point, I guess I would call myself more of a hippie carpenter in the sense that had a pickup truck with tools, and I would go around and do odd jobs. But we would then engage in conversation, and he was very much had studied traditional Hindu architecture, the stuptas and other, which is actually Buddhist, but he was very familiar with some of the architecture of the Eastern world, and so we got into these conversations, and I told him I'd been studying at this point for 3 or 4 years now, the subject of sacred geometry, and he asked me if would I be interested in giving a talk to a group of architects that were friends of his and who were curious, maybe had heard about sacred geometry and were interested in learning more. And I said, sure, I would try it. So we did that. He organized a group. I think there was maybe, I don't know, 6 or 7 architects that came to this, and I put together I had an old clunky slide projector, and I put together some slides in a show and presented it to them. This would have been 78, 79, right in there. And it was well received, and I had a lot of fun doing it. And then the next year, I moved from that apartment complex, and there was a local. I moved into an area in Atlanta that was kind of at that point it was sort of the holdover of the counterculture movement from the 60s, and a lot of these people had kind of settled in this area. But there was a business that had just launched by these two gentlemen, and they were astrologers. Now, I'm not advocating astrology or promoting it. I think in the ancient times, certainly there was merit to it. But it has degenerated like a lot of other things. And I will just say there's a lot more to it than, the kind of newspaper astrology that tells you, are you going to get a new job? Are you going to, meet the love of your life? That kind of thing. But so the point is that I got to know them, and they said that they were going to start holding classes they had extra space. They had a meeting room that was part of the space they rented. And they asked me if I would be interested in doing a course on sacred geometry. And I said, yeah, that sounds like fun. And hey, we'll pay you for doing that. And so 1980, I believe I launched my first formal course in sacred geometry. Now back up a few years, about 75, 76, I went and I was taking engineering courses, and I learned engineering drafting. So I incorporated the drafting into the program, into the class that I did. So I had everybody there, with their compass and their straight edge and drawing away, and that's how I taught it. And that kind of mushroomed, and I started doing it regularly. I got invitations to come and do presentations and do a few retreats, things like that I then organized. So it kind of slowly evolved, in there was gaps and spaces between the other things that I was doing. I met my wife about that time also. So, I was now a married man. And we had a family coming in on the way. And so anyways, I guess let's fast forward about 10 years, and early 90s, I was approached by an acquaintance of mine who was a teacher in the Waldorf system of education. And here in Atlanta at that time, they did not have a Waldorf high school. What they did, they had 8 years earlier, they had launched the Waldorf school in the Atlanta area. And one of the things that I had no idea at the time, now I had read and was somewhat familiar with the philosophy of Rudolf Steiner, upon whose philosophy and ideas the Waldorf system of education is based. So I was somewhat familiar with his work, and it was through like Rudolf Steiner study groups that I had met this gentleman, Brad was his name. And Brad asked me if I would be interested in doing just a short program on sacred geometry to a group of Waldorf students that he had. Now, I will mention that at that time, one of the things that fascinated me that I learned was that when you go into first grade in the Waldorf system, you have a teacher, and that teacher stays with you up until middle school. And I thought, well, now that's a radical idea, because, a teacher, let's say a teacher has 25 or 30 students, they come in for the year. By the end of that year, they're kind of gotten to know the students. They know their aptitudes, they know their interests, they have some idea perhaps even of, their home life, what's going on. Then the year is over, summer vacation comes, and then the next year they have a new teacher. And I thought, wow, this is really a radical idea. You've got the same teacher, and smaller classes. So I thought, well, now in a context like that, it's going to be much easier for the teacher to find out, what are the strong points, what are the weak points of the various students, and how to best address their educational needs. And anyway, so Brad asked me if I would come in and do a program on sacred geometry for this group of students that had come up to the 8th grade. I should mention now that there was no Waldorf high school in Atlanta at that time. There is now, but there wasn't then. And So a group of the Waldorf parents had gotten together, and they did not necessarily want to inject their children into the public education system, not after going through this whole alternate curricula or alternate approach to education. So what they did was they rented a couple of empty rooms in a local church that had seen some, I guess, age retirements and stuff. They had seen a declining membership. So they had a couple of vacant rooms. And this group of Waldorf parents, they rented a couple of rooms in this church. And Brad was set up a classroom in one of them. And he was designated as the main lesson instructor. And what he would do is he would bring in people who had interesting things to teach or to share or stories to tell to the children that were in this group of students. And so he asked me if I would, and this was about March of 94, maybe, about 1994. And I had some time, some spare time. And so in spite of the fact that we were, doing large projects at this point, we had become, I'd gone from a single hippie carpenter in a pickup truck to my brother arriving here. And then we had, 10, 12 employees. We had an office, a shop. We had all of this stuff going on. But I still said, okay, yeah, what do you want me to do? He said, well, can you do 2 afternoons a week for a couple of weeks? And I said, I think that's doable. I'll put in like 2 hours. I'll allot 2 hours on a Tuesday and a Thursday, 4 hours for a week, and I'll do that for 2 weeks. So I came in there and I brought a bunch of drawing pads and and these drawing compasses, and I had Brad get colored pens and pencils and things like that. So I started these kids drawing, and I used these drawings to teach the principles of geometry. Now, of course, they're looking for an actual curriculum on rigorous Euclidean geometry, which would be one of the requirements to graduate from the Waldorf system. But I kind of slipped in the back door by going, okay, we're going to do some drawing and coloring. Oh, but what we're going to be drawing is we're going to be drawing triangles, we're going to be drawing squares, we're going to be drawing pentagons, etc. All of these things we call polygons. And so for 2 classes in 1 week, I went in there for 2 hours, like on a Tuesday, again, 2 hours on a Thursday. We did that for 2 weeks. And that was, I assumed, concluded. I've done my thing here for these kids to show, hey, geometry can be really fun, and it kind of, there's a little bit of crossover between geometry and art. Well, the 2 weeks went by, and then I went back to my routine, and I get a call, and it's Brad, and he's going, hey, the kids were wondering if you would come back and do a couple more weeks. The kids want me to come back? Okay, yeah, for sure, I will. So I did 2 more weeks. Now this gets us, I guess, to the end of March, the beginning of April. Same thing happened. We've concluded the 2 weeks. I go back to my routine, and sure enough, he calls me again, Brad does, and says, the kids are having a lot of fun with this. A couple of the kids are in there saying that they thought they didn't like geometry, but now they like geometry. And would you consider doing some more? Well, long story short, I ended up filling out the year. So, got up to the end of the semester. Summer vacation came. So I thought, okay, that was great. That's the end of it. Well, then what happened was that over the summer, my phone started ringing, and it was parents. And the word had kind of gotten out that these 6 or 7 kids that were in that first group were having a lot of fun, and they wanted to come back to know if I was going to do another class next year, in the fall. And so what then happened is I ended up organizing classes for the next 15 years. It turned into a 15-year project. And I don't know, I've never actually tried to figure out how many kids came through, 120 to 150, something like that. I got to know them really well, a lot of them, because several of them I'd had for up to 3 years now. So what happened is I had come out, I had taken 4 or 5 semesters of mathematics in college, and I brushed up. And so, I started with geometry, but I taught the principle upon which the whole program that I've developed was that geometry was the foundation. And once you knew geometry, that could open the door to the whole multi-realmed mathematical architecture, if you
Oh,
want to
yeah.
call it that. And so I had a number of students that I took up basically and introduced to basic calculus. The idea of the limit and the derivative and those. But I didn't take them through a calculus course, but I thought, look, if I can get you up to the doorway of calculus, you're going to be ready for college as much as possible, or at least you'll be well prepared. So we went through the whole pre-calculus program. We went through trigonometry. We went through geometry, analytic geometry, where we then introduced the Cartesian coordinate system, polar coordinates, all of those things, and I turned it into like a look at this. When you look at these problems we're trying to solve, think of it as a puzzle. Don't get stressed over it. Think of it as a puzzle, and make fun out of it. Have fun with it. And then I would include field trips because I really believed in field trips. Now, you can imagine that we're building projects, so anytime you're building anything, I mean, there's an intimate connection between geometry and the building arts and architecture. So, if we're going to build a project, or we'll have to go out and the very first thing we do is it's geometric. First thing we do is we establish a point, the ultimate point of reference, right? And as we get into it, I'm going to show some slides here
Right.
shortly that to show the process. But basically, you have one reference point, and then from that reference point, you establish this is the corner. And there's traditional ways. Traditionally, a lot of the builders in the northern hemisphere of sacred structures have used the northeast corner as their reference point whenever possible, because there's symbolic connotations to that. Because typically, there's the northeast corner is going to receive the least sunlight, but as the structure then grows from the northeast to towards the southwest and the other directions, it's going to be getting more and more light as the structure takes shape. More and more light will be available to that structure. So there's this kind of this symbolical idea. But wherever that reference point is, it starts with a single point, and then you have to establish a second point. Okay, when you establish that second point, now you have a line. Right now, once you have that line, you can do things. You can erect a perpendicular to that line, and then once you've erected that perpendicular, you now have this amazing potential at your fingertips, which is you can create any geometric shape pretty much you want.
Oh,
It
yeah.
can be rectilinear, it can be circular. And so I would take the kids out to the job site, and this is how we're using geometry. And so then we go through, and I would show how we use math and we use geometry through the whole process. And the kids really love that. So then we would say, okay, now we'd get as the project is taking shape, we've got to design a roof for this building. Okay, but it's only allowing us to go this high. Let's say local restriction says we can't build any higher than this, but we want to go as high as we can. We want the roof to be as steep as possible, because the steeper it is, the more it's going to shed anything that accumulates on it when it rains, etc. Of course, then it's harder to walk on if it's steeper. If it's shallow, you can get up there and walk around. So I would engage the kids in the problem solving process.
And
And then
using
we would
what you just taught them in real time, showing them
Yeah, we would
how to
go into the
apply.
classroom then, and I would say, okay, we want to do a 5 in 12 pitch. What does that mean? Okay, well, that means that for every 12 inches, the roof plane is going to go up 5 inches. So let's say if we did a 5 and 12, it's this steep, and then if we did a 9 and 12, it goes up 9 inches.
Hmm.
If we do a 12 and 12, it's more, but by this time the kids knew that a 12 and 12 meant that it was a 45-degree angle. So we all had, the kids would have these calculators, and I would show, okay, on the building site, if we're talking about a 5 and 12 pitch roof, or a 7 in 12 or 8 in 12 pitch for a staircase. We're talking about rise over run. Rise the vertical, the run is the horizontal. And after a few, lessons in that, they're pretty clear on what we mean by rise over run. Then I say, and by the way, rise over run in trigonometry is the tangent function. And look on your calculator, you have this key right here that's your tangent function. And if you know how to work that, which now is quite easy, I'm going to show you how easy it actually is. So then we would come back to the classroom and we would figure out the problems that we actually then, whose solutions were then used on the job site. So the kids actually had a hand in helping figure out, okay, here's how long these rafters need to be for a 5 and 12 pitch. And here's the angle here, and because we're using complementary angles. So we, in other words,
flying in real time. Yeah.
Yes, to show, look, and see, this is what to me was one of the glaring failures of, when I took geometry, when I had geometry in 8th grade, it was like this. Oh, more proofs. And
it was like that for me too, Randall.
It was
I mean,
boring.
It was nightmarish, the teacher that I had.
Oh my God, it was boring. And I had a teacher that was like, yes, so the first proposition is, Well, so I thought, okay, I found out that geometry can be a lot of fun and it's practical. So I had the kids engaged in all of this. Then we'd go visit the site. I'd show this is how we lay something out, using geometry this way. This is how we design a staircase, So that's when I realized really the value and importance of engaging, getting out of the classroom into the real world and showing, look, this stuff you're learning here actually has real world applications, and that takes it to the whole next level.
It does. Well, Randall, we're going to continue going into what Cosmogonia is, what regenerative education is, but I want to give everybody here a little bit of context on what the event is that we're doing today. Like, why are we here doing a live stream? Why are we sending everybody all of these emails, and why are we launching this today? So if I may, I'll just kind of set the scene for a second.
Please do.
Okay, so as you all know, Cosmogonia is Randall's vision for how we are going to create a new world. And you're going to hear some terminology that is going to be used throughout this entire stream today, where we're talking about regenerative education, we're talking about sacred knowledge, we're talking about sacred geometry, all of these different things that are pivotal and central to this school. But the vision behind this is, if we can develop a system, if we can develop a school, develop curriculums that ground people in wisdom and knowledge that they can apply to their life, that connects them to a greater picture, we might be able to regenerate education. So we have organized this live stream today to bring together a lot of different researchers and a lot of different people who are going to be contributing to Cosmogonia. So let's start off with, what's the mission of today? Well, the mission of today's live stream is we want to get this school launched with a lot of students. We want to get some people in the door so we can have this digital school starting to run. So Randall, and in collaboration with Trent Wilson, who's behind the scenes producing, he may hop on here. They've been hard at work for some time now to develop the first course that is inside of the school. So inside of the school, when you log into it, if you get a membership in there, there is the first sacred geometry course that Randall has produced. So Randall, this is the first step in sacred geometry. You've talked about how there's going to be advanced intermediate courses, advanced courses, and you've really perfected this one over the years. So if you can Can you give us a two-minute rundown on what to expect from the sacred geometry course, and then we'll kind of go into who's going to be coming on as guest lecturers next?
Oh yeah. So, well, it's an extension of what the program I've sort of evolved over the decades, and it's going to be drawing, very much drawing, and the first level is going to have it has 12 lessons ready to go. We start really basic, but we get into some fun stuff right at the outset, and then we kind of revisit stuff as we go through it. Like we learn about some of the polygons, like let's say we're learning about a heptagon. So, okay, we're going to learn how to draw a heptagon, and then we'll circle back to that like at a subsequent lesson. And in this subsequent lesson, we're looking at how was a heptagon employed in architecture, in sacred geometry. Now, of course, I come mostly from the standpoint of architecture, but the point of sacred geometry is that it has multiple applications across the spectrum of human creative activity. And so in fact, there we go. That's what we're doing. And you'll look over there, you had my brother is hard at work right now creating you can see up there in the upper left-hand corner, that is a custom-made compass that we are creating those compasses for the students. And I've developed those over a number of years because we always had trouble finding the right instruments, and was always having trouble finding the ideal compass. So we ended up just hand making the compasses. So we're making the initial batch of them right now for any student signups we get. So included with the curriculum will be a compass, but they also make great gifts. But so then and we're going to have a store set up. Now you can bring your own supplies, but we've got several retreats we've done over the last few years. What we have done is we've created a store through Amazon, and you can just go in there and you can click one click, and they'll send you everything that you would need for an effective participation. And short of course, the custom-made hand compass, which we would send you in the mail or via Amazon or whatever, however we get that to you. And then we take you through a series of these drawing lessons, starting the most primitive and then moving up to things more complicated. And then I'm also including digital drawings because, when I started doing all of this, there was basically no online presence. When I was doing this in the 80s and the 90s, it was all on hands in person, but now we can do things remotely. And I know that a lot of professionals, particularly our work with CAD. I use a CAD system in our building operation now is, yes, we're a design build company. So clients will come to us and we will design the project. I usually do most of the design work in a CAD program, and then I model it in 3D. So I'm using CAD in there for anybody that's, there's the system that I use. It's called Chief Architect. I've been using it for years. And we do 2D drawings first digitally, and then we can convert those into 3D models to examine. Now we're in the level 1, we don't get into the 3D yet because we need to have a good foundation in the polygonal geometry and in the 2D stuff. And then we get into the second level, we'll start introducing the regular polyhedra, also known as the platonic solids,
Right.
the semi-regular Archimedean solids and all of that. In the advanced courses I did in the past, we did actual model building. When we got to that level, whenever I had a group that we could get to that level, we would do actual model building in class to understand the properties.
If I may, Randall, jump in here. In the lesson, there is a lecture that you go through and you explain explain what this lesson's going to be. And then there is a hand drawing exercise inside of it. And then there is a digital drawing exercise inside of it.
Correct.
So in all of these different lessons, you are going through a lecture, explaining the philosophy, what's going on behind all of this, as well as showing people how to draw the actual geometric patterns and sequences by hand and digitally.
Correct.
And the first course has a total of 12 lessons.
Mm-hmm.
And then in addition to the actual pre-recorded lessons, there is going to be a consistent live call that's happening where there's guest lecturers coming in to talk about it, but also you'll be doing lectures inside of the group. So not only is there pre-recorded, there's also an area for you to sit down, listen to a lecture from Randall, as well as ask questions inside of the community. So, and Randall, I'll try to get, so I know we're on a timeline here, so I'm going to try to get through some of the logistics now, so then we can keep going into
Sure.
deep dives so we don't get too deep into it. So bear with me, everybody, because we've got a special group of people coming on to this live stream as well. And I'll start to talk about the special guests who are going to be jumping on here. You already know, if you saw our ads, that Scott Wolter will be joining us. Matt LaCroix will be joining us. I think Matt is in the YouTube chat talking to people already. Shout out to him. And then we'll have Tim Hogan. And then we also have 2 other special guests, potentially 3, that are going to be joining. So we'll go through that in a second. But back to the course. Inside of the course, what we have is lectures that are going to be live once a week. So you can come in here and talk. There's also a classroom and community area where you're able to comment on a message board and then communicate with other students in the classroom. We'll have moderators in there. And then you have the pre-recorded lessons as well. In addition to that, Randall has mentioned, he mentioned what was important for his students, the homeschoolers that he was working with and the people that he worked with, the children that he worked with in the past. Around this, it's field trips. So one of the special things that is a bit of a bonus from joining Kosmogonia is you will have exclusive access and first access to be able to join Randall on field trips. And these are field trips to locations around the world, around the United States, to look at different sites where these principles and sacred geometry and these principles that will also be talked about in some of these lectures were used to build structures, as well as different geological sites around the United States too. So it's pretty special to be able to join Randall and team on these expeditions that they go on.
Could you mentioned that Darren Grimes and Graham Dunlop are now partnering with us in this, and I've been doing tours with those guys, really great tours, and I love these guys. We've gotten to be really good friends over the last 10 years or so, and we've got one coming up in September. Might as well mention that while we're on the subject. We're going to be up in the Finger Lakes region of western New York, and there is some truly incredible geology up there. And geology, what does that have to do with geometry? Well, geo. They both are disciplines derived from knowledge and understanding of the earth, aren't they? Geology, the logos of the earth, the language of the earth, and geometry, the measure of the earth, they actually are very complementary to each other. And yes, there is a lot of geometry in the earth and the larger system of which we are a part. So in the more advanced lessons that we will get into, like in the level 2 material, we will be looking at how sacred geometry is actually embedded in our world and in the solar system of which we are a part. I teach people that when we think of our world, don't just think of a planet Earth. You have to think of the whole system, the sun, the moon, the planets, the comets, the asteroids. They all play a part in this holistic system and if you change those parameters, you adjust those parameters by not much at all, this whole phenomena that we know of as life and sentient life and intelligent life pretty much goes away. But the key to understanding all of that is in geometry, not just the geometry of like the spacing of the planets and the elements of the system, but also the ratios and proportions of the mass, the energy derivatives. All of these things are in effect geometry. And so we bring it back home when we talk about the rocks beneath our feet. And to me, what's interesting that we will get into, and as we look at the holistic system that we find ancient peoples universally applying through the ages, across generations, across centuries, across millennia, we see a consistent template being employed by ancient people that was very much one of the core and philosophical ideas of this system was the integration of earth and heavens. Uh, as above, so below, the famous dictum at the core of alchemy. As above, so below. And they were literally our ancestors over the whole world were engaged in this process of duplicating, if you will, the movements and patterns of the heavens on earth here below. Now, this wasn't just based upon some superstitious understanding, pre scientific, illiterate, fear filled response to the unknown as it's been portrayed in conventional academia. No, it was actually a very sophisticated science that integrated geometry with celestial orientation, that had a very sophisticated knowledge of geodesy, the size and shape of the Earth, that had a very well developed understanding of engineering capabilities, that also had something else that now this gets us a little bit into the more controversial areas, but I think we're able to actually map changes in the energy field of the planet and how that was affected by the movements of the heavens, particularly the moon, secondarily the sun. And it wasn't just some superstitious notion that drove people all over the ancient world to orient their special sites, their sacred sites, to the movements of the sun and the moon, for example. Because we find that in South America, we find it in North America, we find it in Europe, we find it in Asia, we find it in Australia. There is no continent on Earth that doesn't have some incarnation of this system. So we look at that system. Geometry becomes a gateway, if you will, into understanding the ancient system. And I'll go out on a limb here and say that one of the motivating ideas here is that, yes, there have been people in the past that had a very deep understanding of natural law, and they were able to apply that in the work of creating a world, a system that could resonate in harmony with the cycles of nature, if you will. And we've forgotten that. We've lost that. So when you talk about regenerative education, that is, to me, part of a much greater holistic approach to regeneration of everything. We need to regenerate agriculture. We need to regenerate health and healing. We need to regenerate society and our political systems. If we're going to create a sustainable civilization on this planet, we have to be thinking in terms of regeneration. And when we get to that activity of trying to regenerate all of these systems and subsystems, there is a great deal we can learn from our ancestors that have trod this planet before us. So we're going to be very much so. Some of the folks that are coming in here that are going to help build this thing are already immersed in the studies of the ancient systems and how they might be updated to the 21st century using the same concepts, maybe even using the same template, but adapted to our time with our tools, with our technology, and so on, to pick up this work where it has been left off before us. And it never got completely lost. That's the beauty of this thing. It never got completely lost. There's always been enough of it to begin to resurrect the system. So
Yeah.
that's going to be kind of one of the corollaries of this teaching is how can we use geometry as the key to open this and unlock this door to this forgotten past of human civilization on Earth.
That's the quote. I know Plato's been a big influence for you. Above Plato's academy in the door to enter it, it said to let no one ignorant of geometry enter. And
That's
I know
right.
that was a tenet, one of the four pillars of his school, and that's been a big influence for you in this education system. So, Randall, in the spirit of that, we have a goal today. We have a goal that we are trying to hit with a certain amount of students registered in order to get the regenerative education movement rolling. And you chose a very specific number for what is the founding number of students that you want. You chose the number 1,080, and I think this would be a good place for us to start, maybe as a preliminary lesson one. Why did you choose the number 1,080?
Well, that is one of the fundamental numbers in the I would call it the system of cosmological numerology. I kind of don't like to use the word numerology. Numeration maybe is a better word, but if we look, we find that there is a consistent use of certain canons of number. We find them in the New World. I say New World, but it's, we understand it now that the New World isn't as new as we thought it was. But we find it in the Western Hemisphere, let me put it that way. We find it in the Eastern Hemisphere and everything in between. And the 1080 is one of those fundamental building block numbers that we find embedded in architecture. It's in our systems of measurement. I first got kind of introduced to the number because hearkening back to that period when I was really engaged in yoga and meditation, we had, you were given meditation beads. When you were initiated, you got meditation beads. And the meditation beads, if anybody has meditated out there, you'll know that essentially what you do is you have a mantra, which is something you repeat to yourself silently. In my case, I was given a mantra. It had 6 syllables, which I've never, ever, since early 70s when I was given this mantra, I've never spoken it out loud. But you have a mantra, and then you're given these called mala beads in the Hindu system, and basically it's an arrangement of beads, and one bead is different than all the rest. It's usually more prominent or different shaped, a little larger than the rest. And I wish I'd actually gotten mine out and had it handy here. I could demonstrate it. But what you did is that you had these beads, and there was 108 beads, right? 108. So you would hold them. The way I was taught was hold it between the ring finger and the thumb. Use the index finger, and every time you did a repetition of the mantra, you rolled a bead. So then you started holding the odd one out, the larger one here, and then you would say your mantra, you would roll a bead, then roll a bead again. So by the time you got back to the starting point, you'd done 108 repetitions of your mantra. So if you did sort of a long session and you went through 10 of these, of course, you then did 1,080 repetitions of your mantra. And if you did 2 of those repetitions, you had the number 216, which has a geometrical correlation because 216 is the cube of 6. So if you have a cube and you have a cube, which is a 6-sided, we call it a hexahedron in one of the regular Platonic polyhedra. Well, the total number of degrees that measures that is 2,160. And then you go from there. Like one of the fundamental numbers of the whole Vedic cosmological system is 432 or 432,000 or 43,200. Well, that would be 4 repetitions of the cycle. So 108 is a number that represents a cycle. And you'd have a cycle of each repetition of your mantra. But then when we go back to our metrological systems, which are systems of measurement, we find that that's embedded in the universal numbers. For example, if you figure out the radius of the moon, it's just a little bit more than, usually it's given in kilometers, a little bit more than 1,739 point something kilometers. Now, the moon isn't a perfect sphere. That doesn't matter because we're looking at we have to think of it as a blueprint. I know as a builder, you have blueprints. And on your blueprints, everything is dimensioned ideally, right? And depending on the level of craftsmanship, you're going to be able to approximate those ideal measurements to ever greater degrees of precision. But every builder knows that there is a little margin of error that creeps in, and then once the structure, the building is, or the house is finished, it's going to be now subjected to the vagaries of time and space and climate change and weather and tectonic movements. And so if you come back and you measure the building 100 years later or 1,000 years later, you might not have exactly the original dimensions as conceived in the mind of the architect. However, you can do sort of a reverse engineering, and you can go back and you can discover or recover what was the systems of measurement used, what was the at what precision was the structure built. Now, so what I'm getting at though is this: 1,080 is the radius of the moon. And I mean, yeah, you can measure the moon in different places, and you'll find that there's some variation, of course, because the moon is not a perfect sphere. But 1,080 gives us the radius of the moon. Now, the 4 times that number, 1,080, would be 4,320. And if we raise that another by 2 factors of 10, we have 432,000. 432,000, which is the radius of the sun. Okay, so we can go through and we can actually look at each of the orbits of the planets in their respective cycles, and we discover the same system of numbers embedded there. Again, not perfect, but with usually a small adjustment of like a fraction of 1%. You can kind of almost like phase shift all of the cycles into this harmonic system where these numbers are just showing up over and over again. Secondly, we find that many of the ancient writings, now this is a fact that's known by some who've done their studies out there over the years, but many of the sacred writings, and this was actually kind of getting to be fairly well known back, 60s and 70s, but again, it kind of got forgotten in the interim, and that is that many of the sacred writings, including the Bible, but most of the sacred writings that were written in Greek or in the Semitic languages or even in Sanskrit before the advent of the Hindu-Arabic numeral system, which basically gives us one set of symbols that are the phonetic letters of the alphabet and another set of symbols which are numerical values. Before the advent of the Hindu-Arabic numeral system, the same set of symbols were not only the letters of the alphabet, they were the numbers. So in the Greek, alpha, beta, gamma, delta, etc. were numbers. In the Greek, aleph, bet, gimel, dalet, chet, vat, het, vav, zain, het, tet, yud, etc. They were numbers, right? Well, does that have any implication other than just being a curious historical connection? Well, I think the answer is yes, it does, because too many, in my mind, way too many to be dismissed as coincidence. Many of these ancient scriptures, whatever the original language, if you peel back the literary dimension of it, what you find is there's a dimension of numbers and mathematics behind it. And those numbers prevalently are the same numbers that you find. Again, over and over again in this ancient, what I think of as a universal system. So part of what I teach that's like in the first level of the 12 lessons, sort of we conclude how we find these geometric principles embedded in ancient systems of measurement. Those systems of measurement, interestingly, like if you read some of the prophetic works in both the Old and the New Testament, you discover something interesting, that just preceding the visionary experience of the prophet, whether it's Ezekiel or Isaiah or St. John, whoever it might be, they have this encounter. In some cases, it's a man. In other cases, it's an angel. But in all the cases, this being that they encounter just prior to entering this prophetic visions, they're holding a measuring line. And I saw a man, and I asked the man, whither goest thou? And the man said unto me, to measure Jerusalem to see what is the height, the width, and the breadth of it, or variations of that. See, and then what happens is that when you begin to measure these sacred structures that are being described in these holy books, you discover it's the same patterns, it's the same template. It's the same template that we see embedded in a Gothic cathedral. It's the same, in the upcoming lessons, I'll be showing you how, yeah, you can go in, you can peel back, and you can take these numbers, and you can look at the ratios and the proportions that are generated from these numbers, and lo and behold, there's the vesica. Then we can turn to Chartres Cathedral, and we can see, look, there's the vesica, the vessel of the fish, the vesicle, the vesica piscis. There it is, defining the length and width of Chartres Cathedral. Oh, and there it is, defining the length and width of St. Mary's Chapel at Glastonbury. There it is, defining the length and width of some of the oldest earthwork structures in North America, etc. And of course, that's the fundamental proposition of geometry, is the creation of this vesica. And then we see that adorning the tympanum or facade above the doorway to many of the cathedrals, and I have many examples, we can show some of them here in a few minutes, you find the vesica. And you see Jesus in his capacity as teacher sitting within that vesica. Well, the vesica is the doorway, it's the vessel. It's the vessel not only for taking the cosmic journey of consciousness of the soul, but it's also the vessel for incarnating the holy city, which is, in effect, a blueprint of what could be if we begin to fully endorse and embrace these principles and apply them universally to the creation of a civilization. See? So, again, the point is much of this is universal, and it's found embedded in ways that that are almost,
They could not be coincidental. There's too many.
In
of
my
them
opinion, cannot be coincidence. It's beyond coincidence. We have to if this is coincidence, we have to find a new definition for the word coincidence.
We do. And so today, 10,080 has a special meaning for us, where it is the goal of what we want to launch Kosmogonia at. And if we hit that goal, it's also going to bring together this community in person. So one of the things that is going to happen if today, on today's live call and with this founding member event, if we hit 10,080 students joined, we will host an in-person event with Randall. It'll most likely be in the greater Atlanta area, and we will have room for every single person who is registered. So all 1,080 people, if we smash the goal, then it'll be room for everybody. But we're going to have an event where we talk about these things. We come together, we share the experience, and bring that physical element of the community before the actual physical school is built, which is being worked on actively. We're looking for properties. Randall's been searching with many people have been helping find different properties and come up with a plan for this. And the other part of hitting this goal is every single person who joins as a member, your name is going to be inscribed in the Kosmogonia community. Now we're looking at plaques. It might actually be in the bricks, whatever. We're not 100% sure of the method of it, but we're envisioning that everybody who helped us start this has their name in stone, in metal, in writing, in the community, at the physical university, at the physical academy, at the physical place there. So that's our goal for the day. Our goal is to reach over 1,080 founding students to get the regenerative education movement started and to send us into exciting times. So with that said, we're going to talk about how we can hit that goal. Obviously, what you're able to do is join. If you haven't already, you can go into the school and join. You go to school, skool.com/Kosmogonia. I'm sure Trent's going to send us a member count here shortly, but I'm sure I've been seeing people join, so I'm sure we already have a bunch of members in there. And that is going to be one way you can contribute to this membership. But another way that we are opening up for people to be able to do this is for people to be able to donate memberships, for you to be able to share a different level of, to share this education with other folks. If you have the means to do so, this is an option that we wanted to open up where if you have a friend, if you have family members, if you have coworkers, if you have a vision for anybody in the world to be able to get access to this, we want you to be able to sponsor other people's education. So you are able to gift student memberships and open the doors to other people who can join. And like I said, you can say, I want to gift them to specific people, or I want to just gift them and we'll put them into a pool that will then start to give away here after this launch event. And if you do that, we want you to be able to join us in person and have some pretty special benefits. So, Randall, I know sponsoring and giving back to the community is important to you, and the top sponsor here, what are they getting, Randall? If whoever is able to contribute to the launch of Cosmogonia and get as many students in there, they're getting two pretty special things that I'll let you tell the people watching about.
Well, I do believe in, personal interaction, and that's a big part of what I'm trying to do here. And I think what we've all come around this idea that as powerful and incredible and valuable as the digital realm is, it's not a substitute for personal interaction. So that's a big part of it. And through the field trips and the tours, that's one way that we build community by sharing these adventures out in the field. And when we go out, I'll also mention that we try to take in a variety of different kinds of sites. It's not just geology, but we also, wherever we go, we'll do research to try to see what is there any interesting architecture there. Like, for example, when we've done tours in Tennessee up in the Cumberland Plateau, we visited the chapel there at Sewanee at the University of the South, and the architect who built that, it's a beautiful building, and his inspiration for that was Chartres Cathedral. So we're there, we're looking at the geology of the region and understanding plate tectonics and the uplift of the plateau and the erosion of the plateau and the amazing things that sculpted that landscape. And then we take one day and we go to visit architectural sites, or we might visit archaeological sites, or we might visit paleontological sites that are associated with the ancient fauna of that inhabited an area that we're learning about. So, like, let's see, on one of our last tours that we did of the Cumberland, Tennessee area, we were given a very personalized tour of the regenerative agricultural system that they're developing at the University of the South at Sewanee. So the scientist, the woman scientist who was ahead of that and managing that program, we did like a 3-hour tour, and she took us through there and showed us how the whole thing worked and integrated the parts. And then at the end of it, we got to pet the goats, and that was a lot of fun. So we try to mix it up so that there's a variety of things that are elements that are brought together on these tours. And the idea is to learn, but also to have a lot of fun and to have a lot of camaraderie and to build family and community out of it. We hear all the time that that people tell us, that they really, it's gotten to the point now where we do tours, sometimes a third to half of the people that are attending these tours have previously attended tours. So it's kind of like, almost like reunion times. And then new people come in. We've had people coming in from all over the world now to do these tours, which is very exciting to me. So there's that. And then Yeah, one-on-one. I mean, I don't think of myself as that particularly special, but one-on-one with me. Um, but that's,
Right now,
yeah,
it's
in
pretty
person.
special to spend some time one-on-one with you.
Well, you know, I don't know. I just, the deal with me is I'm just obsessive and I'm curious, and I like to have fun and I like to learn and I like to teach. So put all that together, and hey, the thing that I can't understand is how come everybody isn't just like me. you know.
I mean, you're one of one, Randall. It'd be hard to be like you.
It just seems like it comes natural. But yeah, one on one, it can be in person or virtual. Ah, so if you want to come down here, or yeah,
Yeah.
that it's
So I'm gonna share here. I'm looking at the clock right now, and we have about 9 minutes until our first surprise guest comes in. So I'm gonna share here how you can donate and how you can become the top sponsor. So to clarify that, if you become the top sponsor, what you are getting is 2 tickets to Randall's tours for no cost. It's not any cost additionally to you of what's included in the tour. So, for example, right now there's one in, I believe it's September, going to the Finger Lakes, and then
Mhm.
directly following that there is one in going to Chelan Lake and going back to the Scablands.
Mhm.
So you can get access to those 2 tours. You also get the opportunity to have one-on-one time for an hour, or if you guys hit it off and want to talk longer, to sit down, go to lunch with Randall if you want to take yourself out to where he is, or to do it virtually. So, I mean, the tour alone, just as far as dollar amount value goes, is up above. I mean, I think it's close to $8,000 or something like that, maybe even a little bit higher than that.
We'd
Um,
have to ask Darren. I think the overseas tours are up in that department. I don't think
I'm
the
not sure the total amount, but it'd be 2 tours, so
yeah, yeah.
you get those for free. So if you donate to this, we want other people to get memberships. So if you're already planning on potentially going to those tours, you can vie for that top sponsor position there. And just to talk about some of the pricing here for a moment, uh, the price for Cosmogonia currently is $45 a month, and that's the founding member price. And I mean, 45 once again is a sacred number. It gets us back to that 9. But we have really tried to price this as affordably as we can. This is not just, hey, throw $45 at us, it stays the same with one course. You're going to see today that we have guest lecturers coming in. We have people like Matt LaCroix. We have people like Scott Wolter, like Timothy Hogan, like Darren Grimes. People who want to contribute to this university as guest lecturers, as well as potentially even develop courses. And we want to be able to pay for that. And in addition to that, we also want to be able to start to build up a fund and build up a a treasure chest or a war chest, if you'd say, as you'd say it, to be able to develop the in-person university. So that's a big part of this digital side. When Randall and I first started having the conversation where he was saying, okay, we're working towards a physical university, that's when the digital side of this came up. It was, okay, in this 21st century, so much of education is moving virtually and moving digitally. So we want to start digitally where we can reach as many people as possible and we can provide value that the curriculums in person would be providing in a digital format, and use that as a push forward to be able to get the funding, get the infrastructure to develop the in-person academy and university and community. So one, the founding members price is for today's live stream. At some point that is going to go up. It is $45 a month, and then if you want to buy an annual membership, it's $432 a year. And so I think that comes out to like 20% off, or something like that. But We just chose the sacred number for the annual membership there. So 45 a month or 432 a year. So now, going to what is on the screen here, just to show you this, this is how you can sponsor members. First, if you join Cosmogonia, and you have a membership there for $45 a month, or you join it annually, $432 for the year. Then you can go into the classroom tab and say, I want to donate this to my brother and sister and my best friend. I want them each to have access to it. So then you can jump into that classroom tab and you'll see a series of different options in there to be able to donate different types of memberships. So there's a wide range. We want anybody to be able to donate and share this with people if they would like to. So there's, I believe it's 7 or 4 different options to be able to sponsor members of for 1 month. So you can sponsor 3 members for 1 month, 10 members for 1 month, 25 members for 1 month, or 50 members for 1 month. You can also do that for the annual memberships as well. So you could sponsor 3 students, 10 students, 25 students, 50 students, and you can choose certain number of people you want these to go to that you know specifically. And then you want to, or you can say, hey, just pass these out. You give them away. You make sure that people get access to this, and we're going to make sure that they go to people that are interested. We've had a lot of inquiries about this. And yes, we are trying to price this as affordably as we possibly can, but if you have the means to do so and you feel compelled to donate and to sponsor other members, I'm sure there is a lot of people who would be very appreciative of that, and it will allow us to spread this university to a lot of different people and a lot of different places and a lot of different economic situations around the world. So, 1, sign up for yourself, get inside the community. It's going to be amazing. There's going to be a lot of amazing people in there, and we already have 1 course inside of there that's going to be continuously updated, and there'll be more courses. There's going to be guest lecturers. We're going to hear from some of them today, and we'll continue to grow that. You'll also be able to get exclusive access to field trips, like, for example, the Scablands field trip that might be coming up here at the end of this year. If there's seats left, you'll have priority access on them, and it'll be a fun time in there. And if you feel compelled to donate, that's how you do it. It's right on screen there. You go to the Classrooms tab, choose your bundle, and then once you do that, there's instructions on there on how to email us the people that you want. But this is all in the hope that today we get to that 10,080 mark. That's our goal, to be able to throw the in-person event. But overall, just get this launched, get some momentum rolling, and get us pushing towards a in-person academy and university. So that's what we got today. And we have a special guest who's going to be joining us here very shortly. So while I go check on that, Randall, I wanted to ask you a question about the current education system. That the first podcast that we ever recorded, we mentioned this, and we talked about the American school system. We talked about the Western education system specifically. And in the conversation, we talked about how that system was brought from Prussia, and it was built essentially after Napoleon had crushed them, and it was designed to create soldiers and clerks, and then I believe it was
factory workers too.
And factory workers, yeah. And Horace Mann brought it to Massachusetts in the 1840s, and we hear that story and people focus on that, but I think it's interesting to talk about what was education like before that. Who had access to education? What was education like before this factory model, this Prussian model, swept over the United States and really around the world?
Well, that's kind of a complicated question because of the fact that, the demographics have changed so much. But typically when you went back to, pre-industrial, revolution, and even up until the 20th century, early 20th century, the primary source of education for most students was their father and their mother. Now, of course, back then, there was a division between the genders because of the conditions of society that did not allow for crossover, in the sense that, um, when you've got, high rates of infant mortality, and you have high rates of when you have a low lifespan of, say, 30 to 35 years, which was not atypical, that imposes a whole lot of constraints on whatever social systems evolve. Well, as a result of the scientific revolution, as a result of early I'll say non-corporatized capitalism, non-crony capitalism, but where you had small entrepreneurs basically starting, businesses, and then you had trade networks forming. You had a completely different system. In one case, you would have mentors brought in who would teach skills outside of what the parental figures were able to impart to their children. Um, as you went up in the class ranks, of course, then you had universities, the founding of universities, which had a very different orientation because there was more of a theological constraint rather than a political, like we have now. Now, pretty much universities have become mouthpieces for prevailing political dogmas. We find that very much embedded now, and has compromised the quality of the higher education. The uh, the educational system that we're now kind of stuck with, if we people just take it for granted that this is how it needs to work. Well, the whole system, like when I came up, obviously, and it's very similar. There are some progressive schools and universities that are experimenting and trying, uh, like a more free form and so on. But it was very regimented. You would come in and you had to have 6 classes in a day. You'd have 50 to 55 minutes that you could do something, and no matter how much you were into it, it was a subject you loved and you're really into it, immersed into it, the bell would ring, you'd have to get up, shuffle out, go to another classroom, and sit down and probably take a course in some subject that didn't really have any apparent relationship to the subject you were just studying. So also the segregation by age. So you have segregation of time, you have segregation of age, and what that meant is that your peers are all going to be your age, which is artificial because in the real world, you don't go out to get a job in the economy and go to whether it's an institution or an office, and everyone in there is all going to be your age. That's just artificial. Now, in the classes that I did and in the tours that we're doing, we're trying to bring in more. I mean, like I'll say, for example, we've had several cases now where we've had 3 generations of the same family on one tour, and all sharing the same experience and all learning the same stuff, which is very, very potent way to do it. When I was doing the classes for the homeschoolers, my policy was this: the room that I had was large. There was plenty of room. There was plenty of tables. There was plenty of chairs. I had wall-to-wall whiteboards. So what I would do is, all right, you have a child, a student, and if you would pay the fee for your student, the door was open, parents could attend free. And I had a lot of parents now sitting in there with their children. Now I had also families. So I would have somebody in there who was 9 years old, and they'd be there with their older sibling who was 12 or 13 or 14, or the younger sibling was that 12 or 13. The age range of students that I would have, youngest was 9, oldest was 17. So there was a natural dynamic that evolved out of that. For example, if if I would give a homework assignment, the parents, and it was usually a mom because the mom had more time during the afternoon than the dad, but sometimes it was the dad as well. I would give an assignment, and then they would all go home and do it. And the parents would sit there right along with the kids doing the drawings and figuring out the answers to the problems I would present and so on. And they would go home and they would do the homework together. Now, that was something that never happened with me when I was coming up. Every once in a while, my dad would say, "Hey, did you learn anything today?" And I'd say, "Well, no, not really." Um, but he was just completely oblivious to anything that I was, and that was very routine. Now, I know that has changed since, I was, going back in the 60s, but it's still very typical. You'll have parents who are just completely oblivious to what their kids are learning in school. Now, what has happened, of course, though, is the fundamentals that schools were supposed to be originally teaching kids basic arithmetic and reading skills and writing skills, the three R's. They're really not doing a very good job of that anymore because we continually see educational standards declining. We look back over decades and we can see that educational standards are declining and kids are coming out now way too many. Not all. Now I'm not making a blanket statement here, but too many of them are coming out who can't do just fundamental mathematics. They know very little about science. They don't know history being taught. This is indicative of a grim future if we don't start educating young people in the real world and how it works. And that means real history, not politically sanitized history. It means real science. It means at least some fundamental skills in mathematics and reading and so on, because once you learn how to read and develop a cultivation and a love for reading, yeah, now that opens the door to a lifetime of education. And that's part of my philosophy. And the philosophy I want to inculcate is that education doesn't then stop. You graduate and you get a diploma, and now your education stops. No, it needs to continue on. So I'm very much about uh, erasing these boundaries of artificial segregation. I want the whole family to be engaged in the educational experience, and that's why we're with working with Darren and with Graham and those guys and Brad Young with the tours that we're doing. We're encouraging more families to participate. And yes, I remember the first time we did this, we had a lady who called us and said, "I'd really like to go on the tour, but I have a daughter that's 9 years old, and I think she said she was trying to find something, where somebody could take care of her daughter while she's doing the tour." And I said, "Well, wait. I mean, is she reasonably well behaved?" Yes. I said, "Bring her." I think we brought her. It said, "Bring her at no extra cost." I mean, 9 years old. How much space is she going to take up on the tour van, right? Well, the first day, I remember she was very quiet, didn't say much, very shy, you know, um, very friendly though, but very shy, didn't say much. By day three, she's buddies with everybody. And, we're talking about she's the only child out of all the groups. She's playing tricks and jokes and has fun, and she was just delightful to have along. And two subsequent tours, the mom and the daughter came on the tours because the daughter really had such a good time. And since then, we've had more and more children coming along, and kids of all ages. We've had several now tours where we've had three generations of the same family. And I'm going, yes, this is what we need. This is what we need. Like, let's break down these artificial barriers, engage people in the fun experience. Because look, children naturally want to learn. I mean, this is like from day one almost. They're eager to learn new things. They love learning. Then they get put into these government institutions, and within a couple of years, they don't like school. That was exactly what happened to me. By second grade, I didn't like school anymore. I was bored. I was bored silly sitting there in that desk. And I can't speak for the girls, but certainly for boys, especially when you get like up, fifth, sixth grade into middle school. The way boys learn best is by getting out and doing, not by sitting in a desk. There is a place for sitting in a desk, absolutely. And this I refer back now to the system I tried to use where I brought the students out to the job sites, or we went out and we did geological tours. There was a near this church we met at, there was a creek. And like if we would have a heavy rain, I would take the kids out there and we would explore the creek channels to see, for example, we'd go out there and I'd say, okay, let's see if we can discern how high the water came during the rising creek because of the heavy rain. And we would learn to find the signs and the indications to uh, figure out how high the water had come. Now there is a floodplain next to the channel, but that floodplain is an ancient structure created by much greater megascale floods. So we would learn about that. Then we would go out, we'd bring 100-foot, 150-foot measuring tape, and what we would do is we would then measure the like 150 feet along the stream bed. Uh, then we would take any little flotation device, put it in the water, have a stopwatch, then measure the amount of time that it took for that flotation device to move the 150 feet. Then we could go back to the classroom and pull out the topographic maps. We could say, okay, it's tilted this much over that 150 feet. Now here's a little formula we can use, and we can now figure out how much water is passing a given spot in say in 1 second. So we would also, be able to measure the width and the depth of the creek, and go back and I'd say, now this is how we're going to use a mathematical formula. And we're going to be able to figure out like how much water is flowing in this creek. As we're standing here, like in 1 minute, how much water is flowed by us? And then how much water would it take to fill up to the ancient floodplain? Then we go out there and we can see that after a really heavy rain has come through, like typically a hurricane came through at one point, and you go out there and you can see new sand that has been deposited on top of the old floodplain, this terrace. Well, that sand now is probably the first time that sand has been deposited on that floodplain surface in 50 years. See, so then we go back and we learn about things like climate change and how the water the floods have changed with like for example, like during the 1930s was a period of extended drought, and a lot of lakes and creeks and stuff dried up, and that caused changes once the rains came back. If everything is dried out, now the rains come back, they can now do a lot of work. They can create a lot of what we would call geomorphic changes in the stream channel. So we
Well,
would that's
Randall, I hate to interrupt you here, but this time might take some interruption. We have a guest who has arrived and is sitting in the backstage.
Yeah, I was just trying to fill up the interim until we had a special guest
Well, we
arrive.
have a special guest. We have the one, the only Jahannah James on here today to help us kick off Cosmogonia. Jahannah, can you hear us? You got us here?
I can. Can you hear me?
We got you.
Hi, hi.
Hey, Randall, how you doing?
I'm doing well. Good to see you. I haven't
Good.
seen you since the Cosmic Summit.
I know. I've had a bit of a year out to have a baby, but I'm back and
A real live baby.
a
Wow.
real life baby. Yeah. And
That's
now,
awesome.
so I'm a little bit my finger isn't on the pulse, so I need you to let me know what's going on, what you've been up to. I see that you guys are launching a sort of is it a new course, or is it a university?
Well,
Fill me in.
it's a school, and the
Right.
inaugural course is a sacred geometry course that myself and Trent Wilson have been putting together, and it's kind of derivative of courses that I've evolved and done over the last literally since the 1980s for
Nice.
grown-ups, for kids, everything in between, puppy
Okay.
dogs. No, not puppy dogs, but people were welcome to bring their puppy dogs to the classes that I used to give.
Great.
Uh, but yeah, so that's kind of what it is. We're taking advantage of the digital realm to connect with folks, just like
Yeah.
we're connecting with folks all over the world,
Yeah.
which is awesome. I think we're We're in the incipient phases of creating a global community of free thinking people, people who are, you know, eager to learn new things, who are open minded and not, who know there's more than the standard narrative that we've been fed. And so that's a big part of what this is about, creating
Yeah.
new formats for engaging people in the learning process with the philosophical idea that learning should be a lifetime process, and it should also be a lot of fun.
Do you have a segment like a sacred geometry for dummies or new starters for people who don't?
I think the answer to that, I don't like to use the word dummy, but yes, yes. And I think you should be the recipient of the first level. We've got 12 lessons pretty much in the can. And yeah, it starts really basic.
Okay, good. Yeah, because
Really
just diving
basic.
straight into sacred geometry might be like over
Nah,
my head
no.
at first.
I'm definitely trying to reserve that for like level 2 or level 3. But basically, what we're doing now is building the synaptic structures in your brain because it's hands-on. So it's about engaging three of your faculties: your mind, your eye, and your hand. So it's a lot of drawing and coloring. I try to make it almost like it's, you're in kindergarten, you're having a lot of fun, and you're coloring. So you do these drawings, you'll get a custom made. I'll pull one up after the little break here. You get a custom made compass that we make in our shop, and then you'll get a list of supplies that you can order. We'll have a store on Amazon, and that'll give you everything you need to sit down there and you participate. And it starts with coloring and drawing, and then we segue from there into learning about the polygons, the drawing. You'll learn how to draw a pentagon, how to draw a hexagon, a heptagon, 7 sides. And then we'll look at, okay, how did they use these geometries in ancient architecture? Primarily sacred architecture, but secular architecture as well, because geometry is so universal. But it was especially important when the function of the structure was quote unquote sacred. With the idea of trying to bring the aspirant or the pilgrim or whoever it was into some kind of consciousness of a higher domain of reality.
And once you you get the pattern recognition, once you've like got it in your head, do you kind of see it? Is it easy for you to spot now? Do you see it pop up and crop up everywhere in the?
Yes, in fact, that's one of the goals. And so one
Okay.
of the things we include is lots of examples. And if you're still around a little bit later, I'm going to pull up and I'll show you some examples. You
Okay.
probably heard of the divine proportion or the golden ratio.
Oh yes, yeah.
Okay, yeah, like we go into that in depth. But I say in depth, not in a scary way, but it starts, I believe, because I taught kids so much, so many years, I taught kids these principles, kids as young as 9 years old. I had them drawing and learning about, the regular polygons and then the regular polyhedra, and I had them building models and drawing and coloring, and then secretly, sort of surreptitiously introducing mathematics as we went along.
Okay.
And the main thing was,
my daughter's a little bit too young to start your course, but as soon as she's old enough,
okay,
I'll
well,
send
what you
her
do is
along.
have your daughter there. If you do it, then have her put the bassinet or whatever she's in, set it right there while you're coloring and drawing. Put on some good music,
Yeah.
because there is a musical dimension to sacred geometry as well,
Oh,
of
she loves
course.
music. So yeah,
Good.
she loves music and musical instruments and rhythms and stuff. So yeah. Oh,
There we
you'll
go.
love her name as well, Randall. Do you know what I called her?
No, I don't.
Atlas.
Atlas.
Yeah, after the first king of Atlantis.
That is cool. Okay, well,
Yeah.
okay.
So
Wow.
I
And
thought
how
that would
old is
be a
she
good.
now? It's a she,
She's
right?
she's a she, yeah, and she's 11 months now, so nearly a
11
year.
months. Okay. She's getting to
Um.
this stage now. You've had it easy up to this point, I'll warn you. Once they become ambulatory,
Yeah,
It
she's starting to walk, so it's all
yes.
about to kick off. But yeah, we loved the name Atlas initially, thinking she might be a boy. And then we decided to just stick with it. I thought it would be really cool if people were like, where's your name from? And you'd be like, well, the first king of Atlantis was called Atlas. So
That's
yeah,
awesome.
so that was
Yeah.
cool. Although
Well,
my family got confused and they thought that I'd named her Atlantis, and I was like, that's a bit much. I love Atlantis, but that's a bit much.
yeah.
So,
Well,
Atlas is fine.
Atlas was, according to Plato, the first king of Atlantis.
Mm-hmm.
So there we go.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
And
that's
the Atlas
wonderful that you
Mountains.
are now a mom. I'd heard that. I knew you were a mom. I didn't know the specifics, but now I know more. I'm sure she's beautiful, 11 months old, named Atlas.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
She's cool. She's already like 10 times cooler than me. But yeah, when she's old enough, I'm gonna start bringing her along to Cosmic and all
Good,
those. I'm gonna bring her
good.
out in the field, but she's a little bit too small now.
Yeah.
I'm going back this year. I'm going back to Egypt. In October, me and Luke are doing a tour.
Oh,
We're taking a bunch of people out. Um, and that's cool because I haven't been back to Egypt in a couple of years, so I'm excited to see.
I'll bet.
Because yeah, it's a pretty hot topic right now. There's a lot coming up out of the sands in Egypt. Have you heard
Hmm.
about Hawara and the dig there?
No, I
So
don't think so.
you know they scanned all around Hawara about the labyrinth of Egypt.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
They got permission finally after years and years of petitioning. Louis de Cordier got permission to start excavation, and they started, I think, in March, and they hit a megalithic wall exactly where the scans said the labyrinth was like
Wow.
supposed to be and start. So it confirms all of Petrie's findings. Like 150 years ago, it confirms all of the scans that have happened over the last 15 years. So that's very exciting. To find like on the ground because there's a lot of people arguing about scans and you know whether or not how much data they really hold, but stuff's starting to be found. So yeah, I can.
Now,
It's only a
Yeah, Ben Van Kerkwyk has been involved in that, hasn't he?
yeah, he's been documenting and kind of just yeah getting all the information out there. He
Uh
did
huh.
a really good concise video on all of like the latest scan information. And yeah, there's some crazy. Apparently there have they can see from the scans. I don't know how, but they can see that there are like objects, statues. There's stuff still
Uh huh.
down there.
Yeah.
So when they
Wow.
do eventually get down to that level, there's going to be objects coming out of Egypt that haven't been seen for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. So yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
we're
really
we're in
excited.
an incredible time right now because we've got all these new technical capabilities that have extended our sensory apparatus to where we can
Mm-hmm.
now begin to perceive things that have been hidden for a long time. And
And yeah, they ran me through Louis ran me through some of the tech that they're hoping to get on the site, and it's a tiny little sort of camera, not a camera because camera needs light. It's a bit like a bat's ear. It's like an echo device, but then the computer can configure exactly what through sound
hmm,
what it sees. And so they only have to drill maybe a little 2 centimeter hole. They don't have to bash through or
right,
dynamite through anywhere. And they're gonna send it down. They're gonna get sort of like an echo scan, and then everyone's going to be able to see before a human eye sees. We're going to be able to see what's there for safety, and but that's really cool. So that we can like excavate in a non-invasive way now. Like we can do it and not
hmm.
disturb. We can see as much of it as possible in situ. That's cool. I didn't know that tech existed.
Have you seen the recent work? Italian engineer named Antonio Donini, who has done he uses it's called the relative erosion method, and he's an expert in rock erosion, and he has been redating Khufu's pyramid.
Yes.
And
Yes, I saw your video on it actually.
yeah, I did a video on that, and it's
Yeah.
That's pretty interesting, actually, that it could be way older, which I've
Mm.
suspected all along, but didn't have any hard evidence. Uh,
Yeah,
so
I mean, I thought that just walking around the Giza plateau, like specifically some of the mortuary temple stuff, it is
hmm
so eroded. And I only have a
yeah,
basic level of rock erosion, but I couldn't work out why some blocks that are like almost next to each other in situ, supposedly done in like the same time period or the same uh, dynastic period of Egypt. And I'm
right,
like, why is that one looking thousands of years older, and why is that one relatively kind of untouched? So that was like that was always something that just
sure,
jarred when I look round, and so it makes sense if some of the stuff was that
right.
like laid down before.
It does. It makes sense that, and there could have been restoration campaigns that, and
Mm.
also, of course, the rock types. I mean, granite is not going to erode at the same rate as limestones. So you could put a limestone block and a granite block next to each other at the same time, and 5,000 years later, that limestone block is going to have eroded
Mm-hmm.
significantly more than the granite block, as a rule. Um, but yeah, I think it's a combination of that, and I mean, I know some of the valley temple there to the east of the Sphinx. Some of that, at least according to John Anthony West and Robert Schoch, were sheathed in granite at one point.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. I have a little bit of it. Um, I when I first ever went to Egypt, there was a like a tiny little piece that and one side of it is beautifully polished. Like
ooh,
it's still shiny and smooth. Um
uh-huh.
and it is yeah, like phenomenal because it's all just sort of scattered amongst the desert now, but yeah, they like the casing stones were granite, and but that it's weird that then that they would encase a stone, and you can see that the stone when they encased it was already like quite eroded and wibbly wobbly.
Right.
Um, so I my strong suspicion is that they were doing a big restoration project and in the early dynasties, and they were casing all of the older stuff to make it look lush in granite,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
because it needed a bit of repair work. It was not in a good state.
Yeah. Well, I became convinced. I read John Anthony West's book in the 70s, and that's how I learned about Schwaller de Lubitsch, and then I acquired his massive 2-volume, very impressive set. But that's was one of the things actually that was one of those kind of milestones that got me really interested in the geological side of things.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of went into a long period of researching rock erosion and convinced myself that yeah, it has to be the Sphinx has to be much older than Old Kingdom. It has to be. There's no way because even the rains that fell during the early Holocene between 6, say, and 8,000 years ago, to me, don't seem to be enough to explain the erosion that we see. Interestingly, as far as the Sphinx, and you know this, you've been there, but so much has been done in terms of restoration and all that on the Sphinx, but nothing has been done on the quarry walls surrounding the Sphinx.
Mm.
So they retain the pristine. That to me is where the real, where the real message is contained. Because
Yeah.
when you remove rectilinear blocks, it leaves a very prominent step profile that would have been original after the removal of those blocks and the building of the temples to the east. You would have had a very distinct profile. And you can see that profile in other quarries in Egypt. You can see it in quarries anywhere. They still, still even a modern quarry will have that step profile. Well, the walls of the Sphinx enclosure are, they're undulating. They're
Yeah.
and yeah, and I think, I mean, having studied a lot of natural erosion, water erosion in limestone terrains, I mean, it's textbook. It's textbook uh, erosion of limestone that you see. I can pull up examples and show you, and you'll
Yeah.
see exactly that kind of erosion. And it's not controversial at all. Yeah, that's water erosion that did that.
You can stick your head almost in the wall at some parts. It's
Yes,
so deep, like
yes, that's right.
the erosion there. I was
That's
like
right.
that. Um, and Egypt is hasn't had that much rain. Even the ancient Egyptian times, it was Green Sahara times that there was like a lot of rain there.
Right. There was
I
a
saw.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah. There was a lot of rain early Holocene. You know what I mean by Holocene now?
uh-huh.
Right. The end of the Younger Dryas, 11,600, down to the present, is now defined as the Holocene. And in the early days of the Holocene, during what's called the climatic optimum, there was more rainfall in Egypt and there were large lakes. Now, some might say, okay, the Sphinx was older and it was probably built during that period of time and subjected to that. But we're not talking about massive mega floods or anything. We're talking about a fairly lush Egypt that would be equivalent to, say a temperate environment in the northern hemisphere with 40 to 50 inches of rainfall per year. But there's evidence going back to this transitionary period between the Pleistocene and the Holocene from say 11 to 14,000 years ago that there were really large floods, sheet floods over Egypt itself, and large floods down to the Nile River channel. So the Nile River channel filled to the brim and then spilled over outside the modern channel of the Nile. So I tend to think that, well, the Sphinx had to have been there already when those rains. One team of geologists referred to the era of the wild Nile, and they documented evidence for between 120 and 150 feet water levels above the modern floodplain. And that's enough, if you go look at the topography there, that's enough to submerge the Sphinx right there.
Because it's down and it's actually cut down into the basin as well. So you've got the plateau, but then the Sphinx is in its own little bowl.
Yes, its own little bowl. And so, and if you look at the topography of the terrain, it generally slopes from the west toward the east. So if you had surface runoff headed down slope towards the Nile Valley, one of the points I like to make was that, when the whole thing came out a couple of years ago about the what's underneath Khafre's pyramid, right? Of course, I'm reserving judgment on that until I can get under there and see for myself, or at least somebody else does, like you. Maybe when you're in Egypt, can you put that on your itinerary? Just pop down and check it out.
I'll have a quick peek.
Yeah, could you please? But if you go just to the east of the Giza Plateau, you've got the Nile River there, and the channel, I think, is a couple of miles wide there, but it's filled with alluvium, a huge amount of alluvium that goes back to the desiccation of the whole Mediterranean basin, dried up about 5.5 million years ago. And when that happened, the flows from the Ethiopian highlands in the area south of Egypt, which, of course, that the Nile River flows to the north. Well, those flows then downcut the bottom of the Nile channel into bedrock over 8,000 feet deep, right there. So if you walked up to the edge of the Giza Plateau, looked out over the more or less lush plain of the Nile Valley, keep in mind that is alluvium, and if you were to scoop that alluvium out, there would be a canyon in front of you, half again deeper than the Grand Canyon of the United States. Now, what that does show you is that, yes, over time, there has been this unbelievable amount of erosion that has occurred. And it is no doubt in my mind that, limestone is typically where you have caves in limestone terrain, that you could have gigantic cavities naturally formed already under the Giza Plateau. Now, then it's only a step from that to say, could ancient Egyptians or pre-Egyptians have gained access to that and then utilized those realms, those subterranean realms?
That makes sense. So you're not just digging out of straight nothing.
Correct. You're not excavating all of that space.
Yeah, you're repurposing.
That's the point. Yes.
Like a wormholes. There was a paper that Matt from Ancient Architects, he does a great YouTube channel. He did a paper on the topography. He took displayed a paper on the top. It's not his paper. Topography of the Giza Plateau and the Sphinx enclosure, and it's a really good argument for the fact that the Sphinx enclosure, the erosion on it must have happened before. Like the Sphinx must be older because the about like behind the Sphinx, so that's above the Sphinx, there is a quarry that was like an early dynasty quarry, but obviously the water run, it would have collected a lot of the water run, and you can see that before the quarry it would have run across and like literally gone down that like whole backside of the Sphinx enclosure. So this paper was talking about how if you date the quarry, then the Sphinx has to be older than the quarry in order for like water physics to work. And I was like, oh, that's really interesting.
Okay, so do you remember the author's name? I'd like to read that paper.
Yes, I'll email it to you because because there's lots of, I was looking at the paper has lots of the topography pictures, and I was like, oh my god, it's right. Once they built that quarry, I think there's two quarries, like an eastern and western quarry, and once they dug that out and were fully using them, it would make no sense for water runoff. You just wouldn't get the amount needed. So I was like, oh, that's a very, very strong tick in the box for at least the Sphinx enclosure being older than we're allowing it to be. And yeah, I think it makes sense that there was a Sphinx monument there, and then that it was eroded, especially like the head would have been as eroded as the walls, and whoever the early dynasties found it and been like, that looks awful, like the face would be, and then they were like, I know, let's repurpose it and make it look like the pharaoh, and then that's why the head's so tiny. Because I mean, yeah, talking
proportionally speaking, yeah.
Loop it back to sacred geometry and proportions and divine proportions. It's not divine. The Sphinx, especially in real life, when you go up to it, the head is like it's about this big. It doesn't look right, and everything else in Egypt is so beautifully proportioned. I find it really weird that the Sphinx, like they can't have got it wrong. Yeah.
Well, it would make sense that the head was recarved.
Yeah, and I think the face must have looked pretty much like the wall. And they were like, yeah, this is that makes sense for me in the way that I see it. Yeah.
Exciting stuff. Well, Jahannah, thank you very much for jumping on here.
Best of luck. I'll email you that paper, Randall.
Wonderful.
And yes, and when Atlas is old enough,
she'll join the course.
She'll come to school.
Well, you know, when my son Jesse was a little infant, Julie had one of these Indian, I forget what the Indian term was, women in India, or a lot of women. So he would hang in front of her.
Oh, yeah.
Facing outwards. So he was like, a few months old, and he's hanging there just happy as can be. And she was working as a, electrician. And so she would be going out to meet clients and everything and taking notes. And here Jesse would be hanging in front.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he was.
Yeah, like a wrap carrier. Yeah, I've got one as well. So
yeah.
I wrap her on the front, or I wrap her on the back sometimes if I need my hands.
Sure.
And she loves hanging about. It's for her. She's just having a little paraglide around the world.
There we go. Yeah. Yeah. But, I like bring them into your life. Don't stick them. Yeah. I've known people that just, well, you can't come over now because this is the time for, the baby's nap, we have to put the baby down for bed. And we just never did any of that. When Jesse was ready to sleep, it didn't matter. We could be partying. We could be doing whatever. When it was time for him to sleep, he slept,
Out.
So anyways, yeah, it was really nice to see you. And I hope we're
nice to see you.
Cross paths again. I'm sure we will at some time.
No, 100%.
And I'll get to meet Atlas.
You will. I really wanted to join you out in the Azores, but it was right around, I couldn't fly from pregnancy and things, so I was like,
sure,
okay, not my year, but like from now on, my adventuring around the world is back. I'm back to
wonderful
getting on planes. So yes, I'll see you soon.
Well,
All right. Thanks, Beckett. Thanks,
Wonderful.
Randall.
Thank you, Jahannah. Thanks for
appreciate
jumping
you
on.
coming on, and really nice to see you.
Yeah. Okay. Bye.
Bye. And see you inside of Cosmogonia for Jahannah. Well, Randall, we got another guest coming in here pretty soon. But before we do that, I want to let's get a count on how many founding members do we have right now. What's your guess? How many people do you think have joined Cosmogonia since we've started this about 2 hours ago?
222.
Ooh, that's a great guess. Trent, how many do we have? He'll pop this up for us. Hopefully.
Oh.
166 members.
Well, that's a good start.
Yeah, it's a good start. Have we had anybody, I don't think we've had anybody sponsor any memberships yet. So just a reminder, if you do sponsor, if you do end up becoming the top sponsor, meaning you're gifting memberships to other people in the community, you will get 2 tickets for Randall's field trips and tours. There's some this year. There'll be some in the future as well. And you'll have the opportunity to meet Randall one-on-one, either virtually or in person. So at the moment, somebody's top sponsor spot is there for the taking. Even if you just donate 3 memberships at the moment on a 1 month, you could get the top sponsor spot and get a really good deal on some tours and one-on-ones with Randall. So if you haven't, go ahead, go into the Classroom tab if you've already joined, and you can choose whatever bundle you want to donate, and that will allow you to donate other memberships for people to go ahead and join Cosmogonia as a sponsored student. So exciting stuff that we have here today. Now for our next guest will be jumping in here very soon. It is Mr. Matt LaCroix. And I think that he's going to have an invite coming to him. He'll be jumping on here the next 3 minutes. But I don't know, how are you feeling, Randall? We got a marathon ahead of us, so.
Yeah, I'm good, but I could use a short break.
Go ahead. Take a break while we wait for Matt, and we'll let him in after you come back.
All right.
Sound good. All right, let's. I'm going to hide Randall from the session right now, so you guys just have me. I'm going to look at the chat here. I'm looking at the YouTube chat right now just to see any questions that you all have right now. Is anybody having questions about how to join? Have any questions about the donations, about the school itself? While we wait for Randall to probably grab a coffee, take a quick break, and then we'll have Matt join us after the break. Somebody's telling me to sing us a song. I don't know. Maybe everybody put the lyrics of the song that needs to be sung in the chat, and then we'll see. Very cool. Okay, why is the sky blue? How do you get sponsorship? Okay, I'm going to answer the Lightseeker. How do you get a sponsorship? Well, Lightseeker, that's a great question. So if you are interested in being a sponsored student, then you have the ability to submit your email. There will be an email address and a form that is linked. We'll be sending it out to this list after the launch event, and then you will be able to get a sponsored membership there. Now, with that said, we want these sponsored memberships to be for people that have maybe don't have the financial means to do it. We want to get as many people in here as possible for ranging in different economic statuses, places around the world. So if you can purchase, please do. And if not, there will be instructions on how you can receive a sponsored membership after the launch. Okay. I'm looking through the chat. Hey, Cody. Shout out to you, Cody. Cody Edwards is somebody who I know is very, very familiar with this material as well. Do you need any teachers? What subject matter will you be teaching? Well, you're about to hear from Matt LaCroix right after Randall comes back, and he'll be talking about one of the subject matters that he'll be teaching and doing a guest lecture on. So how we're thinking about this for Cosmogonia is we want to have people come in, do a guest lecture, and talk to you all, our students, about a subject matter or a course that they want to roll out, a particular curriculum. And if you like it, if you have the response, you'll be able to vote and you'll be able to say, yes, I want this inside of the school and inside of the course. That's one way we'll be able to have teachers in there. You say, I want to learn from this person, and or somebody will come on, you say, yes, I want to learn from them. In other cases, Randall has specific things that he wants to be taught in Cosmogonia, and he will bring in teachers that will have curriculums made, and then immediately they'll jump into it. So we want to have as many people submit who they're hoping to learn from and what they're hoping to learn in the school. Okay. Ooh, somebody keeps saying Bob. Bob, I think you're talking about Bob Grenier. Yeah, Bob Grenier, great guy, friend of the show. It would be awesome to have him come in and teach as well. So now I want to talk quickly about the physical school. So we mentioned this at the beginning of this live stream that there is a physical school. There is going to be a physical school that's built. That is the plan here. So how can you contribute to that right now? Well, we're looking for lots and lots of different people to come in and help us contribute in different skill sets, whether that's helping us to find properties, whether that's going to be helping the actual development, whether that's helping to raise funds and all of that. There's a lot of different ways to do it. So you can go to randallcarlson.com and check that out. You can also go to cosmogoniauniversity.com and submit your name and email, and then we'll be sending a message out for whoever is interested in helping out on how you can get involved. We've had an overwhelming response, so it's really awesome to have everybody interested to help out here. Randall, you're back. Can you hear me? I think I have you muted. Boom. Can we hear you now?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Awesome. I can hear you as well. All right. Are you ready? We got Mr. Matthew LaCroix waiting for us backstage.
Okay, hang on. I'm not quite ready. Not quite ready for Matt yet. Just a minute. Okay, I'm ready.
All right, you're ready. Boom.
I'm
here
prepared.
he is.
Yes.
Here's Matt. Hey, Matt. How you doing?
Good. It's great to be here, Randall. It's as always, and Beckett, my friends. I'm really looking forward to this conversation and being a part of such a very special school. I guess we would even say more of a movement, right?
I like that. I do. A movement. Yes.
You would. Well, welcome to it, Matt. Thanks for taking the time, being able to jump on here today. I know you are somebody who's been working on education for on a mystery school yourself, and you've been thinking about these ideas for some time. So we're excited to have you today. And I guess just kick us off with any questions that you have about Cosmogonia. I know you've been on the live. You might have seen some questions in the chat. I mean, how are you feeling? What are you curious about for today?
Sure. I just want to say, welcome to everybody. We have a really impressive amount of people online. I've been in there, listening eagerly to all the wonders of all the things that Randall was saying. And Randall, it's been a pleasure listening to you, my friend.
Thank you.
All the different areas we covered. I especially liked when you were discussing the relationship between ancient civilization, sacred geometry, and education, and how all of that is really just such a litmus test for understanding where we are now compared to maybe where we were before. And so I would love to, of course, Randall and I can talk about why this school is so important, right? What we're bringing back. And I think I want to just add something here, Randall and Beckett, is, the question I had in my mind, maybe that I was thinking that other people might have, is when they're hearing about sacred geometry, they're hearing about this knowledge, they're hearing about all of these things. And some of them may be thinking, why is that important? Why is that important to learn? Why should I spend my time learning about these frankly, these not popular, not well-known areas, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think really what it comes down to, Randall, and I think we can resonate in this together, because again, it's an honor to work with you, Randall, and for all these years, like, you are truly a grandmaster of, in my opinion, always, of a great professor of knowledge. So what I want to say is what it really comes down to, everyone that's listening to this. Why do it though? Why join the school? Why be a part of any of this? Because the ancients understood something that we forgot. They understood that sacred geometry and mathematics was the language of the universe.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just simply the world around us in geology, but it's the entire universe around us that is shown through a fractal representation form of that on nearly every level. And what you're taking part in is the oldest tradition that may exist of all. And that is that once you have gone through life experiences, and you need to have life experiences first to develop your character, then you are ready to enter into what is a higher education, higher knowledge. Now, Randall brought up children, and I think it's wonderful that we start there. If anything, that'd be a better place to start. And because these civilizations that we have forgotten, the core of who we are, they knew one thing in particular, that this knowledge that Randall is teaching, that I am teaching, and others that are a part of this school that are going to be coming on to talk about this, it is the most important knowledge of all, because there is nothing higher. When you learn about the language of the universe, the natural laws of the universe, Randall brought up natural law. There are laws that the ancients understood that we don't remember any longer. So what we're really doing, that Randall, I think, was emphasizing, is we're truly learning from a school in the way that it was intended all along, and not what has happened now, unfortunately, to the world we live in with education. So Randall, I want to start by saying it is an honor to be a part of something so sacred and special, to bring such an important tradition back to the world for the first time. Mystery schools that can be for the entire world and not just in the fringes. So thank you, Randall.
Well, thank you, Matt, for your enthusiasm. And yes, because it has been something that has been gestating in my mind for 40 years, really, now. And it's great to see that it is actually going to emerge, I think, into the practical world that we all inhabit. And yeah, there's so much we can get into. And you are trotting pretty much the same path I've been trotting, and encountering some of the same insights and conceptual breakthroughs and inspirations that I've found. And I think in your mind, you're here now because you would like to see this evolve beyond just an abstract realm of exploration and study into how do we use this like our ancestors did to try to make this world a better place. And isn't that what it ultimately is about? I mean, we're here
Yes.
in this domain, in this world, and what do we do with this sojourn, this journey through this realm? Well, I think we're here. This is kind of like testing ground for us. Like, what do we do with this? How can we essentially raise the vibration of this world? And I think that was, in a very practical sense, I think that's what our ancestors were attempting to do, with varying levels of success. But then there's agencies that, if we're not careful and we're not being attentive to the cycles of nature and so on, there can be interruptions and setbacks. That's the nature of it, challenges, if you will. And so I like to think of it in terms of, a period of time goes by and the cycle comes around, and like the windows of heaven open, and enough people are given a vision that they can then take it to the next level and inspire their fellow humans to, like, hey, it's time to pick up our trowels and go back to work on this ancient project, this ancient and hallowed project that our ancestors labored so diligently on for so many millennia. And now it's our turn. It's our turn now to contribute to this great work.
Right. Well said, Randall. And can I just add to that what we're looking at is not just something that could be helpful for humanity. We're looking at something that may be essential for humanity, not
Yes.
just in the sense that oh, we're bringing back sacred geometry. What we're talking about is, and Randall brought up this word, a blueprint. What was the blueprint of Atlantis? What was the blueprint of any of these lost civilizations? You were talking about finely cut megalithic stonework, part of like the granite casing stones and others of the Great Pyramid, and how we see a signature around the ancient world, right? Everything from Turkey to Egypt, Peru, and Bolivia, all the way across the ancient world, there is a signature. There is a signature of highly advanced sophistication in which they were only interested in a very specific range of stone. Most of the times, most cases, it was a very hard stone where they would use limestone as more of an insulator on the outside. But we see this echoed around the world, and one of the things that I want to bring back is this understanding of two things, Randall. One, that there is no separation between understanding our ancient past and who we are, and understanding sacred geometry, sacred knowledge, philosophy. They all end up merging into the same place. But you have to have a filter. You have to have that understanding of, how do I navigate this world full of noise? And I do think it's a world full of distractions and noise.
Absolutely.
Because what we're really talking about, Randall and I are talking about, is bringing back an ancient tradition of mystery schools that has been gone and only in the shadows for a very, very long time. And in that absence, humanity has gone down a very dark road. Randall, would you agree?
I certainly would agree. Yeah.
So what we're looking at is a revitalization of not just something ancient just because it's cool. It's something that fundamentally is necessary for our transformation into a higher stage of society and consciousness. And I want to just echo that one of the models that I've been studying and exploring around the ancient world is not only an embedded symbolic ancient knowledge system and code, but a system of showing different cycles and transformation. In the sense that these ancient lost civilizations understood that the fundamental principles of everything was based on this transformation into a higher form. We see it all over the world, from the serpent into the dragon, wings, this ascension model. Look at the rod of Asclepius. Look at Hermes with the wings on his head. It is being shown over and over to us all around the world that if we combine esoteric teachings, sacred geometry, philosophy, fundamentals of ancient knowledge and understanding, health, higher consciousness, there's a transformation here. And it has been echoed for thousands of years and lost through fragmentation. And so what I'm trying to say, what Randall and I are doing, what others are doing, is we're bringing back something so fundamental that it may be necessary for humanity's future itself.
I agree. I mean, I think it is going to be indispensable for our future if we're going to have a successful future, and not a grim future of oblivion, being reverted back to the Stone Age. And we don't have, we can, I mean, the way I put it is, I think we're at a crossroads right now, and there's two roads, one which leads to oblivion and one which leads to
Golden Age.
Yeah, literally the golden age is within our grasp. It's right there. It's just almost like, it's we're so busy seeing the reflection on the glass that we're not seeing what's on the other side of the glass.
It's right there. It's right there, Randall, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's Aquarius, right? It's a transition from Pisces into Aquarius. We're talking about an age change into something very important. Something very new. And I would just want to add that what's beautiful, if you look at age changes throughout history, there is always this direction that goes away from this knowledge, right? That always loops its way back and repeats over and over again on cycles. And here we are with humanity, the furthest from spirituality, the furthest from ancient knowledge that it's potentially ever been, or one of the furthest, potentially because of technology. And now you're seeing the reemergence of it coming back into our society. And in many ways, I am very optimistic about the future, because I think we're at the cusp and the edge of a great transition in humanity.
I certainly hope so, and think so. I too tend to be optimistic, in spite of the fact that some of the realities we're confronted with on a day-to-day basis could lead one towards pessimism. But I think just the fact that like we're having this meeting now, and what I think what we're trying to do here is many other people around the world are thinking along the same lines. And I think what's emerging here is a global network of thinkers and researchers and creative people who understand that there is more to life than this narrative we've been inculcated into. That there's something much deeper, much more complex about the human story on Earth. And yeah, it's sort of like we're given these options. Here's two pre-digested options. Okay, you believe in Darwinian evolution, which basically says it all happens by accident, there's no meaning to it. Or on the other hand, it's a divine creation, but it's all supernatural, and therefore there's no need for us to understand it because it is supernatural. Well, in between there is the idea, which I think is part of the ancient Gnostic tradition, which is that, yes, there is, it is changing, it is evolving. They didn't use that terminology, but at the same time, we're kind of in this position where, yeah, we can say supernatural, but what's that ultimately mean?
Metaphysical.
Metaphysical, super nature, things happening that are pretty much outside our immediate realm of purview, but that doesn't mean that there's not we can use the term scientific if we expand that term to mean encompassing all of these other realms, including the metaphysical. And I think what we're looking for is a third way where we're not abandoning reason, we're not abandoning the rational faculties with which we have been endowed by whatever power created us, to embrace something that, well, we don't need to understand this. It's all supernatural. Therefore, we don't really need an explanation. We just believe. Okay, so I've always been sort of on the skeptical side where, well, I'll believe, but I have to think it through. I'm not just going to believe something because you told me to believe this, or you said that it's something that's written in a book, which I can read for myself, but then I can say, well, now it doesn't necessarily say exactly what you just told me it said. So I think what we're looking for, we're not looking to abandon the scientific method at all. We're looking to utilize the scientific method, but
even correct it.
Yes, and realizing that there is a unity to all things. And yes, we have to break things into categories. Yes, it's biology, it's physics, it's chemistry, it's et cetera, but really, those are artificial. They're just for a convenience, right? Ultimately, knowledge is a unified thing. It's a holistic thing. So I'm very much about, as we go forward with this school, very much about interdisciplinary investigations and studies and so on. So I'm looking at this sacred geometry thing as essentially being sort of the foundational curriculum, but I'd like to see a lot of other things brought in and taught and discussed in a forum where, yeah, we can get into that kind of stuff without being accused of being woo-woo or, wearing our tinfoil hats or whatever.
We shouldn't be afraid what other people think, though, Randall. That's a good lesson to remember.
Oh, listen, I'm the last person who gives a, what about that.
Who cares what someone else thinks of us if we're following things that are of interest or important? We really should just not even worry about it, right?
I don't worry about it. What I do, though, is I try to get to people, particularly younger people who are sitting on the fence because they don't know what to believe. And I say, look, you're endowed with the power of reason. Just go ahead, expose yourself to a lot of ideas and information, and then don't care. Like what you just said, don't give a what about
just be
what
you,
other people
Randall.
think.
Just be your authentic you.
Okay, that's a good way to put it. Be your authentic you. Be your authentic self.
It's important. So I just wanted to add on to that another thing that's important within this, and like Randall was mentioning, his introduction course is going to be through sacred geometry, and what I'm going to be bringing in as well is, and one of the things that I'm hoping Randall and I are going to co-teach together or co-lecture together is about things like lost civilizations, Atlantis, cycles and time periods, and one of the things that goes together with that very important. That whole side that I think is really lost, that I just want to add, is people will learn about Atlantis but not study Plato. Well, what you're looking at is a disconnection there that is important. I want to emphasize when you study these ancient philosophers, these ancient teachers, and you study cycles, and you study climatological events, and you study age changes, you start to get a holistic understanding of something in a greater way. And one of the things that you get that I will be teaching, that I'm going to be bringing in, is those who want and for Randall and I, it's perfect because we have this like really nice pivot, right? He's like a little bit more heavy on like super evidence driven, and will stay like a little bit more grounded. And I bring it a little bit more esoteric and a little bit more on the metaphysical, and bring in esoteric teachings, everything from, of course, Plato's Timaeus and Critias, all the way to things like, you know, the ancient texts that we read from the Hermetica, all the way through ancient knowledge like the Kabbalion and others. And what they say, and I just want to add this, Randall, for all of those who are listening to this that don't know what to believe. Number one, I'm going to give you this advice. Do all of your own homework. Doesn't matter what anyone says, doesn't matter what anyone that you think you put on a pedestal says. You have to go verify and do your own research for yourself. Okay? And then number two, remember, your journey of understanding means that you may not understand things that are really complex yet because you're not ready. Just acknowledge and be okay that you can't understand something that's at Z if you're starting at A. That has to be built off and understood. And the last thing I want to mention is this. There's a reason why ancient traditions talk about quieting the mind and being in a certain space to be able to be receptive to these things. That means understanding that everything is not just here. There's also a deep understanding of intuition and guidance that comes from something that the ancients talked about and revered throughout history. There is a guidance system that we have that many understand through your gut or your intuition or your higher self or other various things. But I do want to strongly emphasize that these cultures understood that it's all about the transformation of the self into a higher form. That means that you have to understand that it's not only here, it's about understanding this too. And when you go through that journey, you'll take both. You need that intellect, but you also need this to navigate something that honestly is made to be hard, because that's what the Earth School, I think, truly is. And so, Randall, that's why I think it's so beautiful that we can bring back knowledge and give people a guidance system to help with these ancient traditions to resurrect something that has been lost for a long time.
Well said, Matt. Well said. And it's gratifying to me to know that you would like to get involved and share the knowledge you've been collecting over decades now. Decades.
Been a student of you, my friend.
And it's comforting to know that, hey, there's somebody else here to, if something goes wrong, we can blame Matt as much as me. No, I'm not anticipating anything going wrong at all. But you know, it is going to be a learning process. I mean, we're trying to do something here that's you know, it's complex in its own level, and you know, it's not going to be just something we snap our fingers and it comes into manifestation. So we're learning as we go along. We're going to learn how best to do this, because we are trying to bring back, like Matt was just saying, we're in effect, we're trying to bring back a lost knowledge. We're trying to see how this ancient knowledge is complemented by modern studies and research, and I totally think it does. I think the modern knowledge, the modern research and discoveries perfectly and totally complements the bits and pieces that we've inherited from the past, that we're now connecting those dots. Then we're now being able to see particularly how modern science is confirming, oftentimes completely by individuals who are completely unaware that there is this correlation. Something that Matt just mentioned, you know, cycles, like it's something very much I've studied. It's gratifying to me to know that you're also immersed in those studies. I think those are very important. I'll add this. When we talk about ratios and proportions in space, when we talk about geometry and these numbers, these sacred numbers that emerge from the study of the polygons and the polyhedra and the forms and patterns of sacred geometry, those numbers not only describe relationships in space, they also describe relationships in time.
That's right.
Right? So underneath what we now recognize as the cyclical nature of change, within the universe, within the solar system, within the planetary realm itself, in the cycles of the moon and the sun, we find exactly those same numbers, those cosmological numbers. So what I try to emphasize to people is when you think geometry, you immediately start thinking of patterns and shapes and forms in space. Sacred geometry is also the study of the realm of time, and it manifests itself in cycles, in periodicities that are now being confirmed by scientific research. So just keep that in mind. Space and time is within the domain of sacred geometry.
Yeah, exactly. And I just want to add also is the thing that I think that humanity, and of course we could get into the ancient teachings that talk about this, right? So we're going to get into the Hermetica. It talks about how humanity fell in love with its shadow, but that the nature of humanity is from an energy field or a spiritual field, and that's our true nature. Now, what's interesting is that as humanity has gone down very much an industrial materialistic realm in which we're told that those are the things that matter for fulfillment for something higher, I think we can generally agree across the board for those who are at least more awake that was not true, and we've been fed a massive deception for a very long time. But what's beautiful that's coming out of this is that there is ancient knowledge emerging from this world, from this ancient world, that is coming back into humanity right now. It's coming through Randall, it's coming through individuals like me and others. And what they're basically stating for us to understand is that the physical realm that appears around us is only one of other realms that exist in the universe. And I'm not simply stating when you look up into the cosmos and you see the stars, you're seeing a realm. That's still physical reality. We're talking about realms of reality that exist beyond human comprehension in the five senses. That, of course, I think those who have maybe seen things like on people that describe DMT experiences in the Amazon rainforest in which they see sacred geometry repeating on patterns across everywhere. What you're really seeing with those kinds of scenarios is another realm of reality. You're seeing a metaphysical realm of reality in which those geometric patterns are forming the foundation of a source code. And that's what I firmly believe it is. And that's why I believe all form follows function and comes from a source code, which explains how all of it ended up the way it does and why the human is considered the highest version of that form transition, which is why it's shown countlessly within the Vitruvian Man of Da Vinci. There's something very special and sacred here. And Randall knows that because the proportions of a mankind, human, forms sacred geometry proportions, right, Randall?
Well, Protagoras said, man is the measure of all things. And in that diagram, the Vitruvian Man, Da Vinci encoded the solution to the squaring of the circle problem, which is interesting because that's what I call my podcast, Squaring the Circle, because it is a mathematical relationship that is incommensurable. You cannot square the circle exactly mathematically 100% precise. But what you can do is you can solve that problem to high degrees of accuracy. And it gets us back to the notion of the blueprint and the idealized realm of space-time as encoded in the blueprint, and then the manifestation of that blueprint, which necessarily is going to have slight imperfections and deviations built in. But I think that's part of the way creation manifests, because some of the analogies I use when you look at the human form, anatomical form, that is to me like the preeminent manifestation of what we call the divine proportion.
Exactly.
It's right here. I mean, if you take your cubit from elbow to fingertip, and you look at or even if you look at your hand, you take the first digit, then that digit to the knuckle there to let's see, to this knuckle, then from there to your wrist joint, which you can find, if anybody watching, feel around on your wrist, and you'll find this space right here. It's called the space of Destot, right? So that defines your wrist joint. Now what you've got here is a progression from this to this to this to this. Okay, so that happens to be within the golden ratio, as they say. Now, we all deviate a little bit. That's the point. There's nobody, even the most perfectly proportioned anatomical specimens on the planet deviate somewhat from the mathematical ideal. But interestingly, if you start taking lots of data from lots of measurements, start pooling that data, and then you look for the average of that data, what you find is the more data points, the more you're honing in on the ideal, on that ideal relationship. So we're all deviating a little bit, because if we didn't, I mean, how boring would it be if we all looked the same, right?
It's about infinite expressions, right?
Sure, it's about the varied expressions of nature,
Yes.
nature in the larger sense, and I extrapolate from that even to like the astronomical realm. So I used the analogy earlier of the 1,080 mile radius of the moon. Well, you can measure the moon in different places and it'll deviate just a little bit, but that deviation is fundamental to the functioning of the moon within the natural order. If that deviation did not exist, the moon would not be coupled, the moon's rotation on its axis would not be coupled with its revolution about the Earth. That has very important consequences for everything that happens down here below.
Yeah.
But in order to affect that one-to-one spin orbit coupling, you have to introduce this little deviation into the idealized relationships, mathematical relationships of the blueprint, right? Now, the ideal number is 1,080 right? But at the same time, there's a slight deviation that comes in there, and that deviation is fundamental to the workings and unfoldings of natural law. The same with the Earth. You know that the Earth deviates somewhat between its equatorial diameter and its polar diameter, right? And if it wasn't for that deviation, well, we'd be in a hell of a fix, because that bulge around the Earth's equator is the flywheel that essentially keeps the Earth stable. And it gives something for the moon. It gives a gravitational bulge for the moon to grab onto, which then helps to spin. Let's see, this right here, which you know what this is. This is the precessional motion of the Earth's axis, which describes the ages of the world.
And that's how we get the great year. That's how we get the zodiacs.
That's how we get the great year, exactly.
So when I just mentioned of us going from Pisces into Aquarius, some people might think that's related to just birthdays. The ancients didn't understand, they didn't see it that way. And like everything I said, Randall just said, I love, because the ancients understood that everything was part of cycles that have a rhythm and a nature to them. And I think what we're taught that really affects our understanding of the whole is this idea that nothing is connected, that nothing is related, and that it's all randomness. Now, what Randall just said about how perfect the relationship of the Earth, the moon, the sun would have to be to make this work, it's an impossibility out in a random universe. It's an impossibility. There's something here that's part of like a symphony of everything functioning together in our solar system. It's all functioning together in like a symphony. And there's something beautiful that in a rhythm that's going about this. And what it really implies and shows is that the ancients did not believe that everything was random and just happening on a random level. They believed that everything was part of a great rhythm of the universe. And that what's happening here within us and on Earth is part of the rhythm of the entire universe itself. And that there is no separation between them. That's the core of the ancient esoteric traditions, is that what's occurring within us, and Randall knows this from the cores of Freemasonry, which is one of the last remaining surviving pieces of these ancient knowledge traditions. Freemasonry, and of course I want Randall to expand on this, please, is this idea, and this is the model, we could think about this for ancient civilizations and their philosophies with what we're trying to do with this mystery schools. This is a perfect time to segue and say this. They understood that the temple within must be balanced, and there would be a reflection of the temple without. As above, so below, as within, so without. So that's why the ancients were mirroring the stars, like the three belt stars of Orion, the relationship with Earth, Sun, and Moon. There's a mirroring relationship above and below, but also within us. That means that the reason these mystery schools are so important, like Freemasonry itself, is because we have lost our way as a society into a place of darkness and materialism and a loss of understanding ancient knowledge. And look what it's led to. It's led to us having a complete disrespect of the earth, of the universe, the world around us. People don't even really see the stars anymore because of light pollution. We become disconnected from what matters most. And so, as within, so without. It's a reflection of the inner becomes our society. And that is why once we can teach this ancient knowledge, Randall, and please expand on this, it becomes a reflection of society itself.
Well, one of my mentors, Keith Critchlow, used to say exactly that. You know, the inner universe and the outer universe are reflections of each other. As the inner, so the outer, and vice versa. Just as the alchemical saying, "As above, so below," and that reciprocity is what comes out of that understanding of that relationship. Yeah, we are in a position now where we are beginning to understand that there is a solid scientific basis to this knowledge, and we're in a position now where we can apply this knowledge. You were talking about, the perfection of the organization of, like, say, the solar system. Well, that's demonstrated to us during every solar eclipse. We look out there and what do we see? We see the moon the orb of the moon perfectly juxtaposed on the disk of the sun.
Yeah.
Well, how does that happen? Right?
Impossibility, right?
It happens because there's a proportional relationship. We have roughly, if you take that radius of the moon, 1,080 times 400, you've got the radius of the sun, which is 432,000.
Yeah.
If you take the distance, the mean distance Earth to moon times 400, you get the mean distance Earth to sun. So you have this amazing proportion. You have two ratios: size, moon to sun, distance, moon to sun, and they're perfectly proportional. But again, there's a little bit of deviation because the orbits are not perfectly circular, they're elliptical. So sometimes the Earth is a little closer, sometimes it's a little farther away. Sometimes the moon's a little closer, sometimes it's a little farther away. The point is, within that range, within that spectrum, there will be points, there will be moments where the alignments are perfect. And those become our standards by which we can judge and measure pretty much everything else.
Yeah.
You see?
So it's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
How it all functions like a symphony, isn't it?
It is, yes. And it's interesting, you brought up Freemasonry because in certain circles, Freemasonry is getting a bad rap only because it's just the rampaging conspiratorial nonsense that's so endemic on the internet right now.
Let's clear the air, Randall. Let's clear the air. Okay.
We will. I'm sure we'll talk about that when Tim and Scott get on board. But for now, basically, modern Freemasonry is an outgrowth of the medieval Freemasons that created the incredible, beautiful Gothic cathedrals that are literal textbooks in stone of the ancient Gnostic science.
The Renaissance.
Yeah, well then, so what happened was there was, in effect, a climate catastrophe that occurred in the early 1300s that in that window of opportunity between the early 1100s and the early 1300s was a period called the medieval warm period. And we had this growth, this expansion of the agricultural cycle. We had this, this reappearance of fertility and fecundity into the landscape of the planet after the Dark Ages. Right now, there's a whole history here that we won't get into now, but in effect, they were ready. Those people were ready. Their economy was oriented around this project, and when the population of Europe expanded to the point where there was now a labor pool for artisans and craftspeople, engineers and astronomers. All of this had been prepared for when the opportunity was optimum, which occurred in the early 1100s. And then there was a couple of trigger events that occurred involving St. Bernard and the Cistercians and the formation of the Templar Order, which I'm sure that both Scott and Tim have a lot to say about that. But there was this confluence of skills and knowledge and inspiration. It came together for about 150 years, and the result of it was that you had this amazing phenomenon of these Gothic cathedrals, right? And each Gothic cathedral is its own textbook of the ancient Hermetic wisdom,
Yeah.
right? And they were actually built, in my opinion, for the future, not for the time that they were built. Yes, people understood that these things are amazing manifestations of the creative power, the creative divine power. But I think that the message of those cathedrals, which was like the most recent historical incarnation of this tradition, going back, whether it was to the Greeks or the Egyptians or the Sumerians, or going even back to the mound builders of North America, right? It doesn't matter, because they were all working from the same template. But the last major externalization of this knowledge was the great Gothic cathedral building era. Well, things shifted in the 1300s. There was a period of cold that came into the world, cold and darkness. The result of that was a succession of agricultural collapses, and people became hungry. Then when people became hungry and malnourished, you had famine. The famine led to opportunistic diseases, pestilence. In 1340, 1342, you had the bubonic plague. With that bubonic plague wiping out a third to half the population of Europe, you see that was the end of the Gothic cathedral building era, for the most part. In some cases, yes, it did continue on, but for the greater part of this highly energetic process that was taking place, it pretty much came to an end. Well, there was knowledge, there was science, there was mathematics, geometry, all encoded within those manifestations of the ancient wisdom. How do we preserve that until the cycle comes around again? And this is what was the Masonic Order was launched to preserve the blueprints, to preserve the specifications for the holy city, the sacred temple. And they have succeeded in preserving it at great cost to the order themselves, down to the present day. Most modern Freemasons don't really understand the depth or complexity of what they are the custodians of.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
nonetheless, they've served the purpose of preserving that knowledge and making sure that it still exists, has made that journey over the centuries to get to our time.
Exactly.
And now we're in a position where we can begin to take a new look, fresh look at what they have preserved for us, and begin to extract the inner meaning, and then apply that to whatever it is we're going to do that's going to be our modern counterpart to the great cathedral building era. And that's why I use the metaphor of time to pick up our trowels again and get to work. And so, it's ridiculous and tragic in a way that these notions about Freemasonry have grown up and accreted to it, because during many of these times of oppression, and even in modern times, if you look at the rise of totalitarian dictatorships and stuff, what's one of the very first things that happens is that, like, one of the very first things Hitler did when he came to power was suppress Freemasonry. He outlawed Freemasonry. What happened when Stalin became dictator of Russia? Same thing. He outlawed Freemasonry. He was not a Freemason. Hitler was not a Freemason. They suppressed Freemasonry and forced it to go underground. And it's this suppression of Freemasonry that's a big part of why it became secret. Because if it had not become secret, it would not have survived.
Yeah, because it was in a hostile world at that point.
There was, yes, that's right. There were periods of hostility towards anything outside the narrative. If you were outside that, you were a heretic.
Right.
And that could mean anything from banishment to being burned at the stake.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or being thrown in a dungeon. And that's why it is really so tragic that there is these absurd conspiracy beliefs about Freemasonry that, if you do begin to examine them and unpack them, the more you look, the less there is to support that.
Yeah, and very well said, Randall. Thank you for laying that out. So for all of those listening that think that Freemasonry has something to do with Illuminati, there is no relationship between any kind of a dark Bohemian Grove, any kind of a force involved in it. This is something they have redirected this idea of what's evil and bad into Freemasonry, because it's the last remnant surviving ancient knowledge system of this. So of course you would do that, right?
Yeah.
Of course you would demonize the very thing, right, Randall?
Yeah, and I always point out, look, I mean, Freemasonry has declined from its peak right after World War II. But you at one point you had what 5 million Masons in the world. Now, out of 5 million participants, are you going to find a few bad eggs that might do something whose motivation for being there is not of the highest spiritual aspiration? They're there for whatever they think it's going to help with their ambition. Yeah, so you can go through and you can pick out a few of those, and then you can use those to try to build this conspiratorial narrative, right? But like I point out, look, if we talk about like Freemasonry in America, there was a large constituents of Freemasonry founding America. George Washington, Benjamin Franklin,
Founding fathers.
Lafayette. Yeah, right. So now, if you're going to try to tell me that Freemasonry is evil, well then obviously the founding of America is evil.
Exactly. Right? That's why Washington, D.C. has those types of ancient Greek designs and sacred geometry, because they were trying to create, right, Randall, like almost like a new Atlantis almost.
In a sense, yes, that's right. So,
and it didn't go according to plan. That's essentially
right, and that's always the challenge. So I point out that I think at the latest count, 14 presidents of the United States have been Freemasons. Who, just out of curiosity, can you guess who was the last one who was an actual?
Was it JFK?
No, he was not actually.
Oh, I'm surprised about that.
Interestingly, see, he was Catholic, and the Catholics from going back 3 or 4 centuries, they did not permit Catholics to become Freemasons.
Okay. Well, he was an open-minded thinker, at least on a lot.
Oh, absolutely. Now, it doesn't work like that the other way. So there's a proscription on Catholics becoming Freemasons, but Freemasons have no problem with Catholics becoming Freemasons. Okay,
that makes sense.
Yeah, we don't have any. Yeah. So, no, the last one was Gerald Ford.
Oh, it's interesting. Which Gerald Ford was actually playing around with a lot of alternative energy things too. I know he was playing around with hemp cars and stuff at one point.
Yeah. I don't know a lot about Gerald Ford. Before him, it was Harry Truman, and I have plenty of criticisms of Harry Truman. And again, my point is that you get a large group like that, and you're going to have people in there who you think probably are not, observant of the ultimate values of that organization. But by comparison, I point out, and this is a true fact, 14 presidents have been Freemasons. 23 presidents have been Episcopalians. Now, what does that tell you? Well, it tells me that obviously if there's an order, the puppet masters behind the scenes, it's got to be the Episcopalians, right?
Well, I mean, you have to mention that most of those Freemason presidents are the early ones, though.
Yes.
Because that's important to understand, because you can see the degradation over time.
Oh, yeah. And it is true that, if you're ambitious and you go, oh, well, look at these Freemasons, wow, I'll have entrance into a network of millions of brothers, and that will help me in whatever my ambitions are. And I actually consider up to a point that that's valid, because, okay, if you come into the craft and you learn the rituals and the symbols and the lectures, and you help to perpetuate that, you're playing an important role within the system of keeping it, surviving until such time as that you can now begin to unpack the want to call them the hidden mysteries. But I guess my point is that, obviously I don't believe that the Episcopalians are the master conspirators running the globe, right? But you can take any group. After all, Richard Nixon was a Quaker. Are you going to judge the moral validity of the Quakers based on the actions of Richard Nixon? No, you wouldn't do that.
There's a few bad eggs, right, Randall? There's a few bad eggs.
That's the point. And so the conspiratorial nonsense looks far and wide to find anything they can to show, oh, here was something, the William Morgan affair and all of that, which of course there's a lot of questions about what really went on there. But the point is, you look far and wide, you find something to support your preordained conclusion that you've already arrived at before you even, you're looking for something that's oversimplified to say, okay, it's this group, they're behind everything, right? Well, of course, it's complete nonsense.
Yeah.
And by their works you shall know them. And all you have to do is look at the good works that Freemasons all around the world do, and they don't publicize it. That's why a lot of people don't know about it.
To add something here, just if people aren't aware, it's pretty much the last surviving tradition of what used to be the basis of ancient knowledge traditions that include everything from philosophy to sacred geometry and ancient understandings. That's why Randall just gave it the term. It is basically these are the great mysteries. They're mysteries because the general population didn't really understand them. They go beyond the scope of a general understanding, and that's why what we're trying to do is take mystery school knowledge that's on the fringe of disappearing, at the very edge of its own oblivion, and it's reemerging and transforming, almost like the very signature itself of the Phoenix, right, into a higher form. It's coming back, and it's now going to be able to hopefully permeate humanity so that we can not join a cult or something like people say sometimes. All these ridiculous terms. It's about bringing ancient knowledge, philosophy, ancient understanding back into the forefront of society, right, Randall?
Yes, I would agree.
So that's
all
why
the
we're
things
here.
you've said so far. I've pretty much agreed with. I think everything almost you've said.
Well, Randall and I are come from similar study areas, and the interesting thing you find is that when people get into studying these areas, they tend to it ends up funneling to the same areas. And really what it is a basis of ancient knowledge systems around the world that every culture that was trying to protect them, everything from the Bhagavad Gita, the Vedic cultures, all the way through ancient Greeks with Hermetics, ancient Thoth in Egypt, all the way through the Mayan Popol Vuh. These are all ancient knowledge systems.
Yep.
Plato is an entire beautiful philosophy around those things as well, is that these are ancient knowledge systems that became fragmented and then corrupted over time by individuals that are supposed to be good shepherds, Randall, that became bad shepherds. And those bad shepherds took over the message and the information, and now it's time to bring some good shepherds back.
Oh, I like that a lot.
You're the Good Shepherd, Randall. Wouldn't that be a great title for your documentary?
Maybe I don't. Yeah, I'm constantly striving to be a good shepherd, but I don't always succeed because I am human. So
I think you're a great shepherd. A lot of people could learn from how you lead and how you teach. So
well, a lot of people could learn from like a lot of the dumb things I've done over the years that I look back and I go, oh my God, what was I thinking?
Nothing is a mistake if it isn't repeated. It's a lesson, right?
Right. That's the point. Is any journey to knowledge, any attempt to undertake any kind of meaningful work, yeah, you're going to make mistakes. The question is, do you learn from those mistakes?
Exactly. That's it. And then they become lessons, and then you don't have to beat yourself up over them, right, Beckett?
Oh yeah. Yeah, you have to. You got to go through good experiences and bad experiences.
Next time, we didn't get the chance to talk about Atlantis and stuff, but Randall and I are going to be doing a lot of things on Atlantis, lost civilizations, and cycles in the future, so get ready.
Yeah, well, that's one thing I just wanted to bring up here. So this is a obviously fantastic conversation between you. Matt is on here today because you're going to be coming in and doing a guest lecture with us. And one of the ideas that you brought up, Matt, was talking about Atlantis, talking about these lost civilizations. And you and Randall have a similar educational path and looking at these things. But Randall, Matt, for everybody who's kind of on the fence about potentially joining Kosmogonia, I think this is a very interesting topic that people want to learn more about. So we got about 5 minutes left before we're going to have Scott Wolter come in here. Give a little preview, Matt, about what you would want to talk about Atlantis and lecture with Randall.
Sure. Actually, right before I got on here, I've been developing the course with, of course, Randall's approval before we do anything. But I've been developing a whole course that runs through understanding ancient catastrophes, destruction and cycles of different ages and how little is left and how we have to understand time, and going into Atlantis from a purely evidence-driven place. For instance, thinking that it's an allegorical story to actually talking about the priests that Solon met, right? Everyone has heard of Solon, what about talking about Sauntius of Sais, or how about Xenophus of Heliopolis? We're going to bring in the real knowledge, go through everything from Diodorus to Plato, all the way to Plutarch, to the ancient temple of Neith, which of course is such a beautiful story. And so what we're going to do is bring Atlantis back to life. Randall and I are going to resurrect Atlantis and then go through an understanding of cycles, destruction of megafauna, destruction of things in our world, and understand that there's a cyclical nature and that we have risen and fallen from a great place, and we will rise into that great place again. So stay tuned for an absolutely super exciting course that goes through everything from Atlantis to lost civilizations to ancient catastrophes and everything in between. And it's a great honor to teach that with Randall. It really is.
Well, thank you, Matt. And yeah, Atlantis, the story has so many important lessons, valuable lessons for us today, because Plato, you know, I gave a series of lectures on Atlantis about 5-6 years ago, and I think they totaled 7 or 8 hours worth, and I still felt like, even with that amount of time, I hadn't really covered all of the nuances and important things that Plato embedded in that story. Now, in this format, I think we're going to be able to sort of take it, you know, a chapter at a time, a lesson at a time, and then put out the whole thing. And I know Matt has done some work emphasizing things that I haven't been able to do, and vice versa, just because so much time. So I see that there's going to be a valuable collaboration here, looking at some of the tangential traditions that are supportive of the fact that Plato did not mean this as a simple metaphorical or an allegory for his concept of an ideal civilization. Now, he may have used that as a metaphor.
Because Socrates was killed because of that.
Yeah, so that's my point, is that he may have utilized what I think, and I think this is what he did. I think, he took a historical event that was part of the tradition, the ancient Greek tradition, and had other avenues of survival besides what came through Socrates and Solon and that. And he utilized that, to create his model, but that didn't mean that because he did that, there was no historic reality behind his model. See, and that's why, you know, I went to the Azores. Because I said, in fact, the book I'm writing is entitled, unless I come up with a better title, is Plato's Atlantis: Back to the Source.
I love it.
Because basically since the 70s, we've sort of, most of the pro-Atlantean works have deviated to some degree or another from Plato's, the pristine purity of Plato's original narrative to make it work. Yeah. Well, Plato got his timeline wrong. It was really 900 years, not 9,000 years.
Oops. Right.
And, you know, it's everyone, in fact, the first part of the book is going through how essentially the interpretations of Atlantis sort of went off on this tangent after the 70s, when a group of geologists got together and wrote this book, Atlantis, Fact or Fiction, and concluded that it had to be fiction because there was no geological evidence for Atlantis.
Not through gradualism, right?
Not through gradualism, right. And good point. And so what I'm trying to do, and what I've done in my lectures, is to show that no, Plato's geology and geography were right on. I mean, we can show now, he clearly made reference to North America. You know,
west of the Pillars of Hercules, we have very good descriptions, right?
Yes, we do. Very detailed descriptions. And Plato's geography, his geology, it fits what we now know. And what we now know is a lot more than we knew in the 70s. But even in this 1970s, we knew enough about submarine geology and the geography and the works of what Plato actually said, that it was a very premature dismissal. And that was just what, and I get into that. I've got quotes from some of these works. But what you do see is that pre-1970s, and the weighing in of the geologists, what you do see is most of the research in the Atlantean realm, and the researchers of Atlantis pretty much followed Plato's account. Well, then, when the geologists declared in the mid-70s that, well, we know now from marine geology that there is no evidence of a sunken landmass, at that point, it started going everywhere else.
But there is.
But there is. That's the point.
Yeah.
There
Yeah.
is.
And
There
technology
is.
really brought
Let's
that.
just
of
state for the
lecture
record,
here.
there is a sunken landmass in the middle of the effing Atlantic Ocean, okay?
Right at the intersection of 4 plates, just randomly, right?
3 plates.
3 plates, okay.
3 plates, yeah.
Yeah.
But basically the idea is exactly correct. At a place where vertical motion, subsidence, which the scientific term being isostatic adjustment, where that is going to be most likely to concentrate. There's a sunken landmass. It's not quite the size of Iceland, but it's fairly large. And there is a wealth of empirical evidence suggesting that it was subaerial, meaning above the ocean, during the late glacial maximum, exactly when Plato said it there. And Plato gives us the date. You know this, 9,000 years before Solon's journey to Egypt. 11,006. So there we have the end of the Younger Dryas. We have meltwater pulse 1b, the final extermination of the great megafauna, etc. How did Plato? Oh, it was just coincidence or lucky that he hit upon that date.
Yeah.
Right.
It's confirmed by ice cores from everything from Greenland, of course, to Antarctica. And Randall and I will be breaking even ice cores down, because there's some pretty cool stuff when you can. Randall and I were talking about everything from Edward Toll to the whole 30-foot alder tree that's growing out of place, and the older Dryas, Randall. We're gonna nerd out in that Atlantis course.
Yeah, I have a great graphic that shows where the latitude that some of those trees were found at, and how far north it is of the current tree line. So yeah, it clearly indicates major climatological changes.
In which we see exactly on ice cores mirroring that, and the collapse that then led to the freeze. So it's really quite incredible that Randall and I are going to be taking ice cores and then matching it to climatic events, and basically creating a new timeline of even using precession. We can resurrect this ancient world.
Yes, I have extensive quotes from lectures I gave in the 90s where I'm basically discussing the Younger Dryas catastrophe before it was called the Younger Dryas catastrophe, and discussing the probability that it was triggered by cosmic impact. And in that lecture, which I have recordings of and transcripts of, I put the date of 12,900 years. This was in 1994, 95. And the time I gave these lectures, I'd already had those conclusions as far as that timeline since the late 80s.
Head of the ball, Randall. You've been on top of things. You've been right.
Well, I think the innovative thinking that I did was to connect it with potential impact events, which of course the famous 2007 paper that came out, which George Howard was a co-author of, and I think we might be joined by George, right?
He may come on later this evening. Shout out George Howard.
So a lot more to come, guys. Randall and I are having a pretty cool course. We're going to be teaching about everything that we just talked about and way beyond.
So that there will be a live call that Randall is going to be doing with Matt. Once you guys join the community, you'll see that on the calendar when that gets scheduled. As you can tell, you got a little preview there.
Yeah, Randall and I would just launch right into it if we didn't have time.
Right into
well,
it.
Matt, I think I want to see you do your course with your information, and we set it up where we kind of coordinate what you're discussing, what I'm discussing, so that we're complementing each other, and we don't have to agree on every single detail, and then we can, like grown up, we can discuss those differences. Like, okay, why do you believe that? You can ask me, why do you believe that, Randall? I'll try to explain. And
do you mean what the scientific method was supposed to be all along, discussing based on evidence and being an objective about it?
Yeah, pretty much that's it. Yeah, the scientific method. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Let's bring back the scientific method without outside interests that involve influence that decision, right?
I tell you, some of the stuff that I've seen coming out about the critics of the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. We'll talk about that. And I've had my own encounters with some of those people. Yeah, and there's some stories there. Well, I will not get into right now, but Beckett knows some of that.
I do. I do. We had some people on the Titan News show a couple weeks ago talking about this. But all right, let's do a live count here before you jump off, Matt.
Okay.
Our goal today is to get 1,080 members. And at the moment, I know the last count we had was about 203 members so far. There it is, 203 founding members. So we're
Keep joining,
chugging
guys.
along.
Yeah, we need to reach that number, and this is just the beginning. We have a lot more to come. So you're part of a pioneering movement of thought. This is like a renaissance of thought. That's what this really is.
It is. It is. And we gave people the option to also donate some memberships if they want other people to get access to the school. I think we've had 2 people donate memberships so far. There's been 6 memberships donated. Thank you to the people who have done that. I don't have the names off the top of my head, but we can pop them up again. Guys, keep pushing. Keep pushing here. Donate. Join. If you're on the edge, you just got a little taste of a live call that will happen in there. We want to continue to bring in as many people as possible so we can keep growing, bring in people like Matt and like our next guest who's waiting backstage right now, Mr. Scott Wolter. So, Matt, thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
All your time. Appreciate
Thanks,
your
Beckett.
insight.
Thanks, Randall, of course, the Grandmaster teacher, and everyone listening to this call. Much more to come. Really appreciate it. And till next time.
Yeah, Matt, I really appreciate your enthusiasm, my friend.
Thank you, Randall. Much appreciated for everything you're doing as well, my friend.
Okay.
All right. See you, Matt.
See ya.
Okay, Randall. How we feeling? We are 3 hours in now. So just scratching the surface. Are you so we got Scott Wolter waiting. Got any words for the audience about where we're at, about what they've heard thus far? You had a good conversation.
Oh, no,
with
just
Jahannah.
other than it's maybe just a little foretaste of the kind of things we'll be diving into. And our hope is to make this a forum for some of the most in-depth discussions and explorations of these interrelated topics. And, Matt brings a couple of decades worth of research and travel. And, he's super fired up about it. And I think it'll be great to have him on board. But, we'd like to have a consortium of people who regularly organize classes, courses, or who do lectures, even if it's just single lectures. I don't want it to be all about me. I don't want to have a monopoly here on this because obviously if we're going to grow, we have to bring in a variety of teachers and presenters and researchers and thinkers. So I'm all very much about that. I want to share the stage. Again, I don't want all the focus to be on me, although I've probably going to provide, a lot of the initial direction that we're going to go. And as you know, Beckett, you've seen the research I've got, which I've assembled together over literally 50 years. So I would like to create this legacy that but definitely survives beyond me because I am mortal, contrary to what some people think. I am mortal like the rest of us. I haven't accessed the Philosopher's Stone yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. No, I wouldn't want to be immortal, but I'd certainly would take a 150-year lifespan because then maybe I could get all of the things done that I am envisioning doing, reading all the books I'd like to read, talking to all the cool people that I'd like to talk to, go to all the places I'd like to go to. Hey, even maybe take a journey out into space and back again. Why not?
Go to the moon.
Go to the moon.
Love to do it. A Cosmogonia field trip to the moon.
How about, okay, I like that. How about a Cosmogonia campus on the moon?
Even better.
Even better. Well,
Our satellite campus in order for us to reach the farther layer or farther out into the cosmos.
Mm-hmm. Well, I am a proponent of the new space economy. You know that. I've talked about that much. And getting back to what I was talking about with Matt about inner and outer being reflections of each other, I don't think it's just coincidence that in the 60s, when so many people, millions of young people particularly, were exploring the unexplored horizons of human consciousness and making that journey to the inner realms using, whether it's entheogens, whether it's meditation practices, tantric practices, whatever it might be, that at the same time, simultaneously, we're venturing out into the outer space, the realm of outer space. Because in my way of perceiving things, and I think Matt was kind of expressing the same idea, the outer and the inner are reflections of each other. So it would make sense that exploring the inner universe is accompanied by an exploration or the first baby steps of exploring the outer universe. And I really believe that, I believe that ultimately the very matter that composes our beings was ultimately derived from space. The matter that forms our being was formed in the nuclei of stars and delivered to Earth, most likely via comets. Once the Earth had reached the requisite level of preparation, the seeds of life were introduced. Now, I'm not necessarily saying directed panspermia, but I'm not excluding that. But by whatever means, it looks like comets were the primary delivery vehicle from deep space, bringing the nucleotide templates of life itself and us, the blueprints of us, delivering them into the watery matrix of the world's oceans. The world's oceans probably arrived via comets as well. And I think that we've followed this arc of life from, single cells up to us sitting here today with this digital realm that we've created. And we are now the vehicle by which life can now literally become cosmic. Because the thing we have to come to terms with is, and again, Matt was talking about this, is in the cyclical nature, what we've seen is that there is, just like in the Hindu pantheon of gods, there is the creative power and the maintenance power, which is Vishnu, the creative power, Brahma, the creator, Vishnu, the preserver, and Shiva, the destroyer, right? Well, we now know that the pattern of life has not been a smooth ascending curve. It's been sawtooth, right? That we now know that the evolution of life, and I use that term in a very broad way, the evolution of life on Earth has been sawtooth. It's been interrupted repeatedly by these mass extinction events. The same, I believe, sawtooth curve applies to human civilization. That human civilization has not been a smooth upward arc from barbarism, from the Stone Age, the early Stone Age, up to the ascendance of where we're at now. I think that it is also displays this sawtooth curve, but this is not a permanent inevitability, but it is a subject, we are subject to this because of our position within the hierarchy of the cosmos. And just like once a egg is fertilized by a spermatozoon, the egg creates a defensive system and will not allow any further incursions to enter into the egg that is now developing into an embryo, right? It begins to subdivide and divide into an embryo. Well, think of a spermatozoon, and it's a nuclei with a long tail, just like a comet. And I think at some point, Earth is going to erect a defensive mechanism so that the next level of incarnation, the next birthing can take place. I think we humans are the agency of that planetary defense system. And I think we need to recognize that, yes, here's a challenge before us, but our improvement, our evolution as a species, I think, is accelerated by willingly accepting the challenges that nature puts before us.
Yes. Hey, and education is a huge part of that too.
Oh, that's the fundamental, that's the cornerstone of it.
Yeah. Well, Randall, we have Scott waiting waiting backstage right now. So if you're
we
ready,
don't want to keep Scott waiting.
Are you ready to let him in? You need water or anything? Coffee?
Yeah, I might go
or-
grab some water and take another quick break and then be right back.
Perfect. I'll
And
let him in as soon as you're back.
well, okay then. Yeah, we don't want to keep Scott waiting. The reason I know that is because he's a fellow Minnesotan, and you don't want to keep Minnesotans waiting. Okay.
Well, we've got all the amenities for him backstage.
Okay.
Okay, so we have Scott Wolter coming up here very shortly. I'm going to put this up right here just as a reminder. Everybody, what do you think so far? How'd you like having Matt LaCroix come on? How'd you like having Jahannah James come on? Drop your thoughts in the chat. Drop your questions in the chat. I will look at them while we are waiting for Randall to return. This has been a lot of fun. I'm really looking forward to having Matt and Randall lecture on Atlantis to talk about their different perspectives of it, but to go deeper and deeper into the stories behind it and how that connects to actual places and to a history of the world that, most people don't know about. So here's a question for everybody. Who has read Timaeus and Critias or Critias? Who's read them? Who's listened to it? Also, if you haven't listened to it, you can go on to, I believe it's Audible or YouTube, and Darren Grimes and Graham Dunlop have done an immense amount of audiobooks. I can't remember the name of their site, though, so if anybody knows it, send it in the chat. So if anybody wants to read and or listen to books like Timaeus and Critias, that would be awesome. And you can get that there. Okay. What do we think? Who's joined? If you've joined Cosmogonia, let us know. Send some messages in the chat. I see it's really active on YouTube. Yeah, by the way, when I'm looking over here, I'm looking at the chat, so I'm not just looking off out into space. Although that would be pretty aligned with what we're talking about here. Staring off into the cosmos, and then it's just beaming your comments into my mind. Adult Brain audiobooks, that's it. Adult Brain audiobooks is where you can start to get you can listen to these audiobooks that Graham and Darren have recorded, and specifically Timaeus and Critias are on there. I have listened to Graham, I think it was Graham, reading it. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. Okay, so here's one question that I know a lot of people are having about the physical university. So the physical university, the physical academy, the community, the campus that we're going to be building, there is a video on Randall's channel that explains what the vision is for it. He talks about the different facilities that will be on there and his vision for bringing it into reality. So if you want to go watch that, you can find that on the channel. We'll link it somewhere below or send it in the chat here. This is a big vision. This is not, hey, we just gathered together hypothetical school. This is a big thing that we want to do. And right now we're searching for property. Randall's been looking for years. He and Rowan, his brother, have been searching toward many different places. I know they've had a lot of different people help them out with this, and it continues. So we are looking for property that is the perfect fit for developing a university, and it is going to be a very large project. So we are hoping that we can have the digital university as a foundation piece for this to develop curriculums, to garner funding, to be able to then go and purchase the property and begin the development process. So everybody who is joining the digital version will be a part of the physical university in some format. What we're giving right now, just as far as things that we can promise for sure, is that when we develop the physical community, your name's going to be carved into it. Think about like a founder's plaque. It's like signing your name on the Constitution, but the Constitution of Cosmogonia will be in stone or in metal. And that will be the one thing that we're offering now. But yes, it will continue. The work that we're doing here is going to continue years and years in the future, decades into the future. So this is just the beginning of our journey here. So please, if you haven't joined already, join. It is $45 a month or $432 a year to join. We've had only 2 people donate at the moment. Only 2 people have donated memberships. So what that means is there's 2 people. They've each donated 3 memberships, and they are both in the top contender position to potentially win 2 free tours with Randall. So you're getting $5,000 worth of value for that too. But go and donate. Somebody compete for the top sponsor spot if you're interested in joining on these tours. If you want to contribute to this and help other people get inside of it, you can go into the school once you join, and you'll be able to see the different bundles and different donate options. I know there's also been a lot of people in here that have been asking how to sign up for sponsorship. We will follow up in an email with some instructions on how we can do that. So the account that we have right now, last I saw it, was a little bit over 200. That's a long ways from 1,080, but it's a great start. So share this live stream with people who you also think would be interested to learn about this. Share the school link with people who would also be interested in joining the school. Now, 214, we're growing. We are growing. Okay, Mr. Randall Carlson appears to be back. Randall, I am taking you back on stage. Let me unmute you here. Boom. Good? How we feeling?
We're good.
Wonderful.
But you'll know when I've reached my limit, you'll see me here.
And I'm just gonna start yelling and singing.
Okay, well I'm sure that would wake me up.
I'm sure it would. It might actually give you nightmares depending on
That's what I'm afraid of, but
how knocked out you are. All right, let's let our fellow researcher, explorer,
brother,
Scott Wolter, enter the house. We made this Minnesotan wait for a little while, but it's worth it. Welcome to it, Scott.
Hi guys, how are you?
Hello, Scott.
Randall, first thing I want to do is say congratulations on starting the college and getting it launched. That's awesome. So good for you, brother.
Well, thanks. We weren't going to launch it until we had at least the level 1 12 lessons of the sacred geometry course in the can.
And you have that now.
We have that now. So yeah, awesome. And hopefully that'll just be the first of multiple courses and things you can learn. So
okay.
It's exciting, and I hope that you'll be a regular contributor in some way or another, bringing your knowledge and research. And I think we're going to have a bookstore. So
wonderful.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? As I was sitting here, I just spent the past week with a brother and his wife and their 13-year-old daughter, and Janet and I took them to we took them up to Alexandria, right? And we saw the Kensington runestone. We went out to the farm. Then we took them to the North Shore. And took them rock climbing, and we had some tense moments, but the weather was perfect. It was amazing. But he left me with a book by Brother Lawrence Gardner, and I started to read it. And I was digging around looking for a couple of his other books, and I found a very interesting article that I just finished reading, and it's something that I've known about. I read many years ago, but I just reread it while I was waiting. And now just hold on for a sec, okay? I don't want people to get all excited. I want to be able to explain this, but this is the name of the article. Female Sex Signs in Churches by Ernest L. Martin, PhD, and it was published in 1998. Now, people are probably going, what are you talking about? Female sex signs in churches? Well, I know, Randall, you know what I'm talking about, and we can get into this a little bit if you want, but the reason I bring this up is because you and I both know that those symbols are definitely in the Gothic architecture,
Oh,
correct?
yes, absolutely.
No
Yes.
doubt about it.
No doubt about it.
But along with that, the thing that is also part of it that you also know is that sacred geometry is incorporated within these symbols because sacred geometry is incorporated within our human body. So, what I was thinking is that maybe one of your courses could entice people to come in with a provocative title like "Sex Signs in Churches." What does that mean? Well, as enticing as it is, there is actually a lot of really good science there and mathematics, geometry, symbolism, allegory, all these things that you and I know well. But I think this could be maybe one of your classes that you teach and incorporate the sacred geometry with it, but also teach people about what these symbols are, what they mean, what they look like, so when they go to church they'll have something else to think about. What do you think?
Well, I would concur with that because, I mean, just starting with something as simple as the vesica, the vessel, which is two circles overlapped in such a way that the same radius, circumference of one falls on the center of the other, and it creates this overlap. And that is a supreme symbol of the feminine right there. And a lot of churches are based upon that particular geometric ratio, which happens to be the square root of 3, length to width ratio. We see it in Chart. We see it in the chapel dedicated to St. Mary at Glastonbury. The vesica is enshrined in that. And of course, I like to point out that the vesica is the first proposition of Euclidean geometry, and from that overlap, the entire edifice of geometry emerges.
Yes, it is the key to sacred geometry. And for those that are listening that are Christians, they will certainly know what the Christian fish is, which is exactly the Vesica Piscis that you just described.
Yeah, yes.
Oriented horizontally. And now I think people that did not know that before will look at that Christian fish symbol in a completely different way.
Yeah.
But you are 100% right. I mean, you're the teacher. It is the key to sacred geometry. And, the other thing is that it also incorporates this 2-to-1 sacred geometry, which just so happens to be the exact ratio of an artifact that you've probably heard about. It was found in Minnesota in 1898 called the Kensington Runestone.
I've heard of that.
Never heard of it?
Somebody,
Oh, brother.
some weird guy that I knew somewhere back in the past told me about that.
Well, yeah, he's a little bit of a different cat, but I would
Well.
like to think that he had it right about the runestone. Call me biased, but that's what I think.
Well, call me biased because I've told people about the Kensington Runestone, and I said, for decades it was dismissed as a hoax.
Oh, yeah. Well,
But I am proud of the fact that my friend Scott Wolter, I think, to my satisfaction, has proven that it's not a hoax.
well, I appreciate that, brother. And I would, call me biased, but I would absolutely agree with you. And I will tell you this, when we were up there, we did a little bit of shooting. And one of the ideas that I have is to have a debate. It has to be a mock debate.
Scott, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Just
Oh,
real
yeah, go
quick,
ahead.
because we want people to hear this. Are you able to turn your mic volume up on your computer?
Oh, is that it? Oh, geez, I was on a rant.
It's a little, well, people are going to want to hear about this trial that you're planning. It's going to be
Okay.
interesting.
I think I've got it as high as I can go. Maybe I should just get a little closer.
Yeah, that would help.
Too much detail, too much TMI.
Yeah, you'll notice I kind of adjusting my microphone to get it closer to my mouth.
Okay. let me
Without
see.
obscuring my good looks at the same
Well,
time.
Randall, you're
That's the
actually
challenge
very
before us,
loud
Scott.
right now.
Yeah, I know it's tough. Is this better?
To me, it sounds fine, but the chat was saying
Or are they
there.
saying it's hard to hear me?
Yeah, but I think it's fine. Randall, maybe if you pull your mic a little bit further away from you this time, I'll try to
Okay.
balance the audio
Yeah,
out
yeah, yeah.
here.
Okay.
Okay, how
I'm
we
more
Sorry
than
to
how we
happy
interrupt,
doing
to do
now?
Scott.
that.
Go
All
ahead.
right, I'm a
We'll
little
everybody will be able
closer,
to
so
deal with
hopefully
it.
that will be better. Is that
Good
good?
to go. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so Randall, I just wanted to tell you about this because I'm going to go somewhere with this, and you're going to be entwined. So, I have put out multiple public challenges to academics to a debate about the authenticity of the Kensington runestone.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, just recently, there's an academic that I was unaware of. Apparently, he's a medieval scholar and linguist who posted a video that supposedly is 45 minutes long about all the linguistic evidence that absolutely proves the runestone is a hoax. And when you watch the video, it's only about 20 minutes long. But I contacted him. I said, hey, his name is Jackson Crawford, I believe, Dr. Jackson Crawford. And he seems like a reasonable guy. He's probably in his 40s, I suspect. I don't know. I apologize if you're younger than that. But anyway, I said, hey, what if you and I, because he said he was going to be visiting the Runestone Museum. Hey, who's that?
This is my lovely wife, Julie.
Hi,
Bend down so
Julie.
we can see you,
Hi,
Julie.
Scott.
Are you doing good?
I'm doing great. It's great to see you.
Good to see you too. Is Randall behaving himself? Are you keeping him in line?
It's very difficult.
You know what? You're in a good position. If he starts to smart off, just whack him in the back of the head.
Thanks.
Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you, Julie.
Anyhow, well, that was a pleasant surprise. Anyway, so I asked him, I said, hey, I'd love to have a debate. We could both film it, we could use it on our social media. And you know what? Obviously, you're in a position here, you're the scholar, you can probably wipe the floor up with me. Well, what do you think happened?
He declined.
Oh, funny, he declined. And this is not the first one to decline. And I think, I know the reason, but again, I'm biased. So now what I'm thinking of doing is having a mock debate. And actually, a good friend of mine just this past week, when our friends were visiting, we had, you remember Don Shelby, right?
Yeah, he was. He was a key player in the whole discovery, wasn't he?
Well, no, Don
Let's see.
Shelby was a host. He was a news anchor on WCCO TV for. Oh, that's right. You haven't lived here for a lot of years. When did you last live in Minnesota?
1973.
Well, never mind then.
I'm sorry.
Well, Don was he was one of the founding fathers of Minnesota during it would be the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s. He's been retired for about 10 years, but he's an investigative reporter, and we had lunch with him because he's an actor, and our friend Steve Blanchard is also
Okay.
an actor on Broadway. But in any case, we had dinner with him, and I told him about this idea of the debate. He said, Scott, don't do a debate. He said, do a mock trial with a jury and with a judge. And so I love that idea because not only can we have, present the evidence and go back and forth and debate it with somebody representing the other side, the attorney on the other side, because we can't get one of these academics to show up. And of course, Don volunteered to be the judge in the trial. He would be fantastic. And we could put together a jury of 6 or 12 impartial people and then interview them afterwards once the verdict is rendered. And we can have a lot of fun with that content generation. But I think, and I've talked to Janet about this, and she concurs, that the attorney on the other side should be none other than Randall Carlson.
Wait, the on the other side.
So you would have to be the one that is going to argue that it's a hoax.
Oh, okay. Well, I would have to do a little bit of in-depth study as far as the Kensington Runestone and read those papers. Now, in some areas, I think I could do a pretty darn good job of arguing the negative side, whether it's the impact hypothesis, whether it's the terminal megafaunal extinctions, whether it's the
Okay, yeah.
mega floods, because I'm very familiar with all sides of the literature when it
And
comes to
and
that.
and of course those topics have come up many times when the Kensington Runestone has been discussed. Maybe what I'll do, Randall, is I'll rethink that, and we'll talk about it later over a beer. How about that?
Sounds good. Yeah, I need to get back to Minnesota anyway.
Oh yeah. Well, let us know when you're coming. We'd love to see you, man. When are
Oh,
you
cool.
coming?
Well, I'll have to say, I've gotten I've got so many commitments between now and October. Um, I hope it's, well, I was looking past, I think in November, there's still some decent days where,
Oh yeah.
I thought if I got up there, man, it's been years since I've been up to the North Shore. And when you said it and brought it up, I just started, oh gosh, I started thinking Gooseberry Falls and Thunder Bay and Two
Palisade
Harbors and
Head, Shovel Point. I
all
mean,
of, yeah,
honestly, it's like geology porn. The North Shore is
yeah,
absolutely. I mean, I we went on this hike at Palisade Head, which has a 300-foot thick
mm,
rhyolite lava flow with flow banding and everything else, and it was so amazing. And our friends were not geologists at all, but they absolutely loved it, and they've been texting us ever since they got home, and they're like, "Okay, well, when we come next time, and
oh,
maybe you can join us."
maybe.
Yeah.
Because I've got some family up there that I haven't seen since pre-COVID. So like to get up there and see them. Everybody's gotten a little older since 2019, 2020. Um,
Yeah. Isn't
well,
that
I'm
the
not
truth?
you, Scott, but I mean other normal
Oh yeah, all
people. Because
right. Yeah, okay.
no,
Well, anyway,
Scott, I remember you. I too well. I remember you from your TV show back
well,
when
that
you
was.
were, a hunky, good-looking guy, young guy, all
Oh,
your
was I
hair.
now?
What?
Well, I appreciate that. Well, you know what? I do appreciate that. But today it's about you, brother. And I'm really excited to see how this is going to go. And I would like anybody who's interested in learning about esoteric knowledge, about mathematics, geometry, astronomy, about history, about controversial history, and really taking the controversial nature about a lot of these things out of it, because what you are first and foremost is a scientist. And when you go and start to explain things, you bring forth the data, you bring forth the facts, because without that, any argument really is just an empty windbag, really. And the
Hmm.
fact that you bring the evidence to this controversial subject matter is what makes it so compelling. And I still think that it's important for people to understand things like the Younger Dryas. I mean,
Hmm.
that really wasn't even in our vernacular up until when? We knew that something happened going back about 12,800 years ago, 13,000 years ago,
Hmm.
and there's been all kinds of speculation. And what I love about that subject matter is not only is there an amazing scientific story there, but
Hmm.
it dovetails with biblical history.
Hmm.
And the fact that all cultures going back that wrote things down going back that far talk about a flood.
Hmm.
And it's interesting that the timing all comes together at the same time. Everybody's going to be impacted by that, because going back to that time period, most of the human cultures were living along the oceans, along the shorelines,
Yes.
because that's where the food is, right?
Yes.
So if sea level rises 300 to 400 feet, which is what
Yes.
I think, is that about right?
400 feet is pretty much, 120 to 130 meters, about
Meters.
400
Okay.
feet. Although it
Closer to
may
400.
actually, during some of the interglacial periods, very warm, like during the Eemian, which was just over 100,000 years ago,
Right.
sea levels probably got 20 to 30 feet higher than now. So from the highest known level to the lowest known level, you got a difference of about 500 feet. But the sea level rise from the end of the last ice age to now, 400 feet is a
400
good
feet.
round number. That's pretty
Okay.
accurate.
So if we lowered, just for fun, what if we lowered the sea level
Yes.
400 feet right now?
Yes.
How much more land would be exposed along the coastlines? In some areas, not very much, but in most areas, it would be tremendous. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
millions and millions of acres of land that had people living there. And if you
Yes.
raise the sea level, they're not going to start swimming. They're going to head for the hills, right?
Yeah. That's right. I mean, and you bring up a very important point there is that, particularly like you said, the food they're going to have, particularly if like they're living at the mouths of rivers, they're going to have access to freshwater resources, terrestrial resources. They're going to have the shallow marine ecologies with the fishing that they can draw from, and they will have somewhat of an ameliorated climate due to the proximity of the oceans rather than like the more extreme climate changes that you would have from a continental interior. So
Are
yes,
you talking about Minnesota?
well, I'm talking about Minnesota's probably not going to be the most benign place to survive during the late glacial maximum. That's what I'm saying.
That's
It
right.
took, yeah, after the deglaciation, it was like I think the Minnesota was settled by the hardiest souls.
Yeah, after that mile thick sheet of ice melted back, right?
Yeah, yeah. Well, when you were talking about the North Shore and Lake Superior,
Yeah,
that whole Lake Superior basin was filled with a massive glacial lobe.
that's
And
right.
that glacial lobe actually reached all pretty much right down to just like to the Twin Cities, where I grew up northwest of Minneapolis was right in that zone between the expansion and contraction of the ice sheets.
Right,
So
right,
that whole landscape there, unbeknownst to me at the time, was sculpted by the advances and the retreats of the glacial ice.
right.
And yeah, and then of course all the lakes, the 15,000 lakes. We're known Minnesota for the land of 10,000 lakes, but we know
But
it's
it's
closer to
actually closer to
15,000 lakes.
15. Yeah.
Yeah, and those are all, for the most part, the meltwater puddles left over after the melting of the glaciers.
Oh, this brings something to mind. The last night that we had our friends here, which was Friday night, we took them to our favorite Mexican restaurant, a place called Bravi's down in Shakopee. And,
Okay.
and we live in Chanhassen, which is up on the bluff, right? So as we're driving down, we're talking on the phone, and of course, I'm giving them a geology lesson. And I said, guys, we're going down the hill now. And where we started is where the water was in what we now call the Minnesota River. And we're going down into the swamplands that was underwater at that time. And
Yes.
when we got to the restaurant, he's like, wait, wait, wait. You're telling me that the water was up at the top where we started to go down the hill? And what I mean, what is that? 400 feet? I mean,
It's about 300 feet.
okay, it's about 300 feet.
In some places more, in some places less, but 300 is about the average, roughly.
Okay, so are you going to talk in your school at some point about things like what happened at Browns Valley? And is that something you talk about? And if so, what would you say?
Well, I would certainly. I'm not sure. Browns Valley. Tell me what.
Okay, let me enlighten you real quick. Okay, when you look at the state of Minnesota,
Yeah.
you know the little western bump?
Yes. Of
Okay,
course I
where
do.
the
Yes.
westernmost extreme point is Browns Valley.
Ah,
And
yeah, that's right. Because I've been there. I've been through there. That's
you've been
right.
through there, and that's
Yes.
where the north-south continental divide goes through that area, and then it comes into Minnesota, and then it starts to arc to the northeast, and it goes through an area called Kensington, Minnesota.
Yeah.
But Browns Valley, basically, all the rivers from Browns Valley on the north side flow into the Red River, Hudson Bay, and then from the south, it
So
goes into the Minnesota River, eventually into the Mississippi and the Gulf of Mexico. You know where that is.
yes, I've been there. And I, in fact, when I was traveling with Graham Hancock when he was researching Magicians of the Gods, I
Okay.
took him specifically to that point in that valley. And
Okay.
there's a
Okay.
big. You might know there's Big Stone Lake.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
Big Stone, that's a clue. There are some very large stones in the vicinity of that lake.
Yeah.
And that, as you probably know, Scott, was the southern outlet of Glacial Lake Agassiz,
Agassiz. Yep.
which was a gigantic freshwater, meltwater lake that I have my own theories about its origin. I think it was created catastrophically. And it had three outlets. It had an eastern outlet that was up through the St. Lawrence Seaway, and it had a northern outlet that carved and created what is now the Mackenzie River Valley, which I haven't been to yet, but from the maps I've studied and the geological studies, it's scabland.
Okay, so where is Mackenzie Valley? Because that sounds interesting to me. If you want, I'll go check it out. Is that in Minnesota?
No, it's up. No, it's into the Arctic Ocean.
Oh,
So,
it's way
so
up there.
do you think you could go check that out sometime
Well,
this coming week, please?
Check that. I'll get back to you on that one, Randall.
Okay, Mackenzie. Yeah, the Mackenzie River Valley is a major outlet for it was the northernmost outlet of Lake Agassiz. That's how huge Lake Agassiz was.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a huge. I mean, if you were going to sail across that thing, you're out in the middle of it. You don't see any shoreline in any direction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, didn't it cover? I mean, I'm just spitballing here. I've seen maps of it. It covered roughly a third of the northern third of Minnesota, right?
Yes, it did. If you can picture right there, it kind of almost came down almost like a funnel.
Right.
The lake did, and right there at Big Stone Lake, Browns Valley, that was where the discharge occurred, and the discharge was catastrophic.
You have those large boulders that you're talking about that would take immense energy to move.
Correct.
And
Correct.
That would have to have been what you're saying is a catastrophic release
Yes.
of the meltwater that was trapped underneath the ice. Would it have been frozen base at the front and then all of a sudden?
No, it would have been, I think it would have been temperate, but again, I think that the creation of Lake Agassiz was extremely short. It wasn't, the assumption is always that how long did it take for the glacial ice to melt? And of course, the fresh water of Lake Agassiz was all from glacial melt. So the rate of creation of the lake was directly tied to the rate of melting of the ice sheet.
Okay.
It's generally assumed that this is a long period of time. However, some dating that I'm looking at has suggested what I've suspected all along, that it was catastrophically created. And I think, again, it supports the notion that we had a multi-impact event at the end of the last ice age, bracketing the Younger Dryas.
So I was going to say, this is part of the Younger Dryas as well, right?
Yes. In fact, the work of Teller, James Teller, he's dated the outflow of Lake Agassiz precisely to the lower Younger Dryas boundary.
Okay, well, that makes sense. That would have been, well, there's so many different examples of, we'll call it catastrophism, that happened in different places. That just being one of them. The channeled scablands in Montana and Idaho.
Yep.
And that amazing episode. You took Graham Hancock there as well for part of part of his show, right?
Yeah. We did when we did Ancient Apocalypse, the culmination, the climactic episode, the 8th episode.
Yep.
We went to and looked at some of the gigantic mega flood features. I think we ended up at what's called the Twin Sisters at Wallula Gap, which is where the entire floods from like 5 different sources north of there converged. Together. Yes. I call that the gathering of the waters. There forced its way through and widened and deepened the gap, but left some really interesting erosional features, like two pinnacle rocks side by side that are called the Twin Sisters, that I think show the pre-flood level of the gap, which means that about 200 and some feet were eroded down. I picture the way I would figure it, based on the data and the evidence I've looked at, is that pre-flood, pre-meltdown, you had a much higher sill at the gap, and you did have a large lake that has been called Lake Lewis, after Lewis of Lewis and Clark.
Oh, really?
And and so Lake Lewis was then at that gap, and there probably would have been a outlet of Lake Lewis that was a river that was the pre-flood Columbian River. But when the flood came through, it pretty much scoured everything out, widened it, deepened it, and it left these suite of erosional features, among which is the Twin Sisters. And if you watch number 8th episode of Ancient Apocalypse, we end up at the Twin Sisters. And you can see these two huge pinnacles of basalt that are left over from this enormously violent and forceful flood
cut
that
through there, right?
yeah, because the waters coming from the north were greater volume than the discharge capacity of the gap. Now,
Wow.
right now it's a mile wide and it's about 1,000 feet deep. So there's a whole lot of water that can
Yeah,
pour
that's
through
a
there.
lot of water. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Hey, you said Lake Lewis. Now, is this something that Meriwether Lewis and Clark that they documented during their trip, or
no, I
did
think
they
it's
just
because
do
that
that in honor of him?
in honor, I think because they followed that route
Okay.
through there. They followed that route. That's why you got Lewiston and Clarkston,
Oh, right.
right?
Yep.
Because
Yep.
that's right on their route.
Exactly.
So yeah, I've inadvertently followed a lot of the explorers' routes when the American West was being opened up. In fact, I do a whole book report on a really interesting book that was about the particularly the scientific opening of the American West, but the role of the early explorers, the fur trappers, and then eventually the geologists and the scientists who came in, the artists, and I realized as I'm reading that book how many of those explorers' paths I actually followed, and realized, oh my gosh, like looking at say the Great Basin, right? Well, okay, we crossed that Great Basin in 3 or 4 hours, right?
Right.
We're talking about people now that cross that Great Basin, and it took a month, 2 months to get
Took
across,
weeks. It took
or
weeks.
took weeks anyway. Yeah, and I'm thinking, wow. So really, we're in such a privileged position, Scott, because now we can access. I mean, my friend Bradley Young. I think you met Bradley. Did you meet Bradley? He's a
I
guy.
may have done, it's not ringing a bell, but
You'd recognize me. Bradley is the guy that I, coordinated and scheduled all of these early recon trips that I did, dozens of them. And he's the man behind organizing the upcoming tour of the Finger Lakes region, which I want to talk about more because there's some pretty extraordinary geology going
oh
on
my
there.
gosh, that's another area that you had a catastrophic release of
Yes,
water,
yes.
and you can actually see they fan out like your fingers,
Yep.
and you can almost see, you can imagine what the ice lobe would have looked like, the front of that glacial lobe, and then
Yep.
it just catastrophically released back at the same time during this Younger Dryas period.
Yes. And what's remarkable about it to me is that when you go there and you go to the Finger Lakes, you go down to the south where the glens and the grottos and things are, it's like a magical, enchanted
It's
realm.
beautiful.
And when you go through there, you're thinking, wow, this is so amazing and so beautiful and enchanting. You understand why, I guess it was the Iroquois inhabiting that region. It had the legends of the little people. Because you're thinking there, yeah, this reminds me of the glens in Ireland. But then
yeah,
you
yeah.
begin to contemplate, yet what created this landscape was almost inconceivably violent and powerful. Yet this
Exactly.
is the aftermath,
Yeah.
this magical place.
Well, what happens when there's an explosion or some catastrophic event? Things settle down and everything sort of comes back
Yeah,
and readjusts, right?
and readjusts, yeah.
And takes what the event gave them. Hey, you brought something up that I wanted to just jump on real quick. So you and I are both from Minnesota, and the name Newton H. Winchell is certainly going to resonate with a lot of people that are geologists that studied Minnesota, because he was the first state geologist of Minnesota from
Okay.
1875 to 1900. He also studied the Kensington runestone and back in 1909 and 1910. And I didn't know about this work that he did when I was doing my work on the runestone. In fact, I didn't find out about Winchell's work on the KRS until after I had written my report. And I got pretty worried about it, because you're talking about a guy at the University of Minnesota, the geology department, that building is called Winchell Hall. This guy is a giant. Well, fortunately for me, he came to the same conclusion. And what was ironic about it is when I read his 76-page report about his investigation into the runestone, when he got to the geological portion, I was amazed that basically he did the same thing that I did. And then I thought about it, I go, wait a minute. I did the same thing that he did, which is called replicating, reproducing the same results independently. And that's what happened because I didn't know about his work. But he was an amazing guy. And one of the things a lot of people don't know about him is that when Custer went west to it was the last trip that Custer took out west to the Black Hills to basically settle the area so that they could mine gold out there. The scientist that traveled with Custer was Newton Winchell. And he did a bunch of work out there, but he also was the one that said that a lot of these prospectors that went out into the Black Hills, and make no mistake, there is gold there, but a lot of these prospectors were fooled by fool's gold. And there's two different kinds of fool's gold in the Black Hills. One is pyrite that you're very familiar with, which its nickname is fool's gold.
Gold.
But the other thing that fooled people was weathered muscovite takes on a gold color. Now, all you have to do is pick it up and hold it in your hands, and you know that it's not gold. But when you see it in the rock, some people misunderstood it as gold. And Winchell was the one that wrote in one of his reports, and I'm paraphrasing, these are not his exact words, but he said, these morons are dropping their lives and their families to go for gold, and it's fool's gold. So I just found that to be very interesting. But again, a Minnesota guy. And you know another reason why he was so smart? That trip was the last trip he took with Custer before the Little Bighorn. He knew when to get out.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Anyway, just a little history about one of our fellow geologists in the past. And
Are you familiar at all with Clarence King?
Clarence
He was the first
doesn't
president
ring
of the United States Geological Survey, and he was an unabashed catastrophist in the days when
that wasn't
uniformity
accepted.
that was not accepted. And there's a great article actually, I think it's a transcript of a lecture he gave where he's excoriating his fellow geologists. And he's saying, look, I've spent a lifetime out there, and he was one of the key geologists that mapped the Western terrains. And he says, I've spent decades out there, and there's no way that some of these things that I'm looking at weren't created by catastrophic events. It's a very, very interesting, ahead of its time lecture that he gave.
I have, that's interesting that you say that because I have read about, not just in geology, but in other disciplines where somebody has done really good work and came up with a thesis. And, of course, they were ridiculed and criticized because it wasn't accepted by, by everybody else.
Yeah.
And, I'm trying to think of another, well, I'll tell you another thing that you know very well that really changed the way that we look at planet Earth geologically. And that was the Challenger expedition of the 1960s. Do you remember that?
Yeah, refresh my mind though.
Okay, that was the Challenger expedition was the ship that went around the oceans and did deep core drilling. And that data is what developed the thesis of plate tectonics.
Yeah, okay.
I know you're familiar with
that. Yes. Right. What was that? Not an outgrowth of the International Geophysical Year, perhaps?
I think there's a connection there. It was so long ago that I read this. I don't remember the details, but what I found so fascinating is that this revolutionary change in the whole idea of how we understand the geological processes of how the earth works was due to this deep core drilling project that happened during your and my lifetime. Now, we were kids at the time that this work was going on, but in the late 60s, 70s, and then when I was going to college in the late 70s, this was brand new and really changed everything about what we understand about geological processes of the earth. And I think when you think about it, you'll remember, I know you remember this, but the ship that was doing was called the Challenger expedition. Or wait, what did I say? Challenger, yeah.
Yeah, I think that was it.
Yeah, that's it. I'm getting confused because the Challenger was also a rocket that blew up in
It was
1986.
a
And I
space
remember
shuttle,
that well
yeah.
too. But anyway, yeah, that's amazing that we have that. But the point is that there are some people that have done really good work, and they come up with a brand new thesis that flies in the face of the accepted narrative. And I tease humanities disciplines, when it comes to the Kensington Runestone, about not being up to speed on certain things that they should know. But it's happened in our field too, and this is just one example of that. And of course, catastrophism that you are really one of the world experts in right now is something that now is starting to be accepted, but it wasn't that long ago people would laugh at you, right?
Well, the Velikovsky affair, as it's called. He wrote in the 50s, books that were unambiguously catastrophic and interpreted Earth history and human history in terms of catastrophism. So he was roundly dismissed by the mainstream scientific community. In fact, I think it was even Walter Libby, the inventor of radiocarbon dating, that actually organized an effort to get his work suppressed. But there was, the problem with Velikovsky was, of course, that he was in the 50s, and we know a whole lot more now.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, he was putting out his ideas within within an environment of very, very strict gradualism, which totally
Right. Yep.
controlled the narrative in the mid 20th century. There was, and anybody who ventured outside the idea of one particle of sand and one drop of water at a time, because we've got unlimited amounts of time to create and sculpt the landscapes we see around us. We don't need catastrophes anymore. If you're going to talk to me that the Earth is only 7,000 years old, well, yeah, by definition, then they must have been catastrophic, because
Right.
yeah, and then the Bible conveniently does provide us with a story about a great flood that we can just basically blame everything on the flood. And that's what they do. Everything we see around us is, of course, the result of the biblical flood. Now, I think you and I both recognize that there is a real historical basis to the flood legends, wherever
Yes.
they are, whether it's from the Mayan flood legends, the Hopi flood legends, the Greeks, the Chaldeans, the early Christians and Jews. I mean,
Indigenous people also have
oh,
flood stories.
yes. Where do these come from? Well, I think it comes from the fact that in the literal sense, well, you don't need a scientific explanation. In the true believers, God is all powerful, can do anything. So we don't need a scientific explanation for the source of these flood
Well,
legends.
yeah, isn't that a convenient excuse? You just have some all-powerful entity that can do anything that solves all your problems. Any question is,
Yes.
instantly answered.
And I have actually, in the last few months, listened to a number of lectures from the evangelical Christian group that essentially that's their argument, what it comes down to. Well, we can explain the entirety of the Grand Canyon by Noah's flood, is one of the typical things. But then, okay, if all the water on the earth rose to the point where it drowned every mountain, including, the Tibetan Plateau, whatever, where did that much water come from, and then where did it go? Well, you don't need an explanation for that, because God is all powerful and God can
Right.
work miracles. And it was a miracle, it was a supernatural miracle. So that's one side of the discussion. The other side of the discussion is the scientific one, that is basically so embedded into the gradualist model, and rejecting the idea of myth, scripture, any of that, because, well, that's pre-scientific, and it's people didn't understand, and they invented these narratives because the heavens and nature was so scary that they had to come up with something
Right.
psychologically
Yeah.
to cope with the unknown. Well, that's been pretty much the prevailing psychological interpretation for decades now. Well,
Yeah.
so the scientific side has generally not had any need for the biblical side. Well, you're going to say that's supernatural. Well, we're scientists. We don't believe in the supernatural. We don't believe in miracles. We
No.
believe in hard evidence. Well, I think the hard evidence exists, but it's not that oversimplified model, because we basically have, I think, three ways we can generate super floods, mega floods. One, the direct melting of ice sheets, right? You talked about what I think of as the second one, with the rapid rising of sea level, which is
Right.
drowning millions of square miles of coastal land. The third, excuse me, the third would be intense, prolonged torrential rainfalls,
Oh
which
yeah.
I think
Yeah.
can be very well documented, particularly in places that I've looked at in the southwestern and southeastern United States. You have clear evidence of gigantic mega floods, for example, all over the southwestern deserts. And you have them in the southeastern, the Appalachian Mountains. I mean, when you go up the creek hollows and you see these little nice creeks, picturesque little creeks trickling down, and then you see piles of boulders that are the size of SUVs stacked up on top of each other. And then at the base of those, you see potholes that are 4 or 5 feet wide and 10 feet deep. And you go, okay, these are features not created by the modern stream flowing here,
No.
right?
No.
But there were no glaciers in the Appalachians to speak of. So the only really solution is you had intense tropical storms.
Huge
Now,
storms. Yeah.
I think that the same events, the same processes and forces that caused the rapid catastrophic melting of the ice sheets was also responsible for these torrential rainfalls. And some places had more extreme manifestations of the floods than other places.
Yep.
And
Yep.
there was actually, in fact, places of refuge. Otherwise, none of us would be here.
Well,
And
none of us would be here. Yeah.
right,
Yeah.
and half the megafauna wouldn't have survived. But that to me is the point. When you're talking about a half a billion cubic feet per second, well, to me, that's biblical. I mean, if you survive, one of the places I take people on our Western tours is a place called Steptoe Butte.
Hmm.
Local tradition has it that that was one of the places of refuge when the floods came. And you go up to the top there and you look out over this rolling Palouse landscape and you go, yeah, I can totally see that that was shaped by large masses of moving water,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Now, in the aftermath of an event like that, you're a survivor, you're on top of Steptoe Butte, and what are you going to see in the aftermath? As far as the eye can see, you're going to see a sea of mud and the effects of this passage of
Or
hundreds of millions
boulders
of
that didn't belong there.
boulders that
Glacial
didn't
that were
belong there.
carried.
Yes, yes.
Yep.
Because, yes. So, as far as you're concerned, hey, the whole world, you don't know. On what basis do you know, okay, how far do I have to go to find other humans? Well, it could have been that in some of the places where there was local survival of humans, for whatever reason, either the luck of the draw or part of a consistent plan of some foreknowledge or whatever, which is a totally another discussion. How long is it necessarily going to be before the populations of these localized centers grow to the point where they now,
Recover.
yeah, and now they connect with one another.
Mhm.
And then, because look, you don't wipe out half the megafaunal species of Earth and not affect the human species as
Of
well.
course. Of course. Yeah. Absolutely. You know, it's something we were just talking about catastrophism versus, millions and millions of years and the slow buildup of sediments and geological formations. And I think for a long time, people thought that, hey, it's either one or the other. It's either
Correct.
catastrophism or, the slow development of geological features. And I've seen other arguments like this. And at the end of the day, I'm saying, why does it have to be one or the other?
Yeah.
Because in fact, we have both. And it seems to me like it's such a simple thing to say, okay, well, in this situation, the evidence supports a catastrophic, rapid event that
Yep.
created whatever this is. And obviously, when we look at things like Sioux Quartzite, well, that took a long time to develop. It was deposited in a fairly high environment, but it had to be buried. It had to have solutions to
Yep.
bring in the color and then weld it, structurally, and that took a long time. So it just seems silly when you get people arguing one or the other. They're both happening. They're both
Yes.
happening. But you have to apply the data, and then you may be able to decide this was rapid, this was not. Why is that so difficult? But it seems like it is to some people.
Once you learn the alphabet, I think of it that way, or the grammar of catastrophism, you know what to look for.
Yeah.
Like I mentioned two things. You go up in these stream valleys and you look at the boulders, and you go, okay, now these boulders didn't just magically appear here. Some force moved these boulders from somewhere else and set them here.
Right.
And
Right.
interestingly, right there in the bedrock, we see these potholes, and clearly they are not being formed as we speak. In fact,
From
some
the
of them are on,
gently flowing stream. That didn't
right.
do it.
That doesn't do it. And especially if you've got an elevated bedrock that's a few feet up to maybe 10, 15 feet above the stream, and you've got potholes there. Well, you go, okay, at some point the water was this high. Well, maybe the water could be that high in some cases like the big hurricane that came through a year ago, October, and, inundated Western North Carolina, right? So you've got 2 or 3 days of intense rain. Yeah, you might start the creation of a pothole. Then that 100-year event, whatever it is, or 500-year event, whatever it is, that's over with. And then the cutting of the pothole stops, it's interrupted, right? So I think you can safely conclude that the potholes are created by colking, the vorticular motion that requires rapidly moving turbulent water to
Yep.
accomplish.
Yep.
So when you see big boulders laying there on the bedrock, and then you look at the bedrock and you got potholes, you can say, okay, am I going to conclude that these are two completely unrelated gradualistic processes here, or are they both indicative of one event that created this landscape in a geological eye blink, and it has pretty much endured without a whole lot of change since whenever this occurred?
Yeah.
And back to what you said, I think that we kind of look at the history of the Earth, and what we see is that, using Stephen Jay Gould's terminology, punctuated equilibrium. And we've had a window of opportunity here during most of the Holocene where there've been catastrophes, but certainly not on the scale of the Younger Dryas. We haven't seen an event that has wiped out half the megafauna of planet Earth in the Holocene.
Okay. All right. So let me ask you a question. I'm just going to cut to the chase.
Let's cut to the chase.
All right. So you're sitting here and you've taught your course, and at the very end, you have to make a call. Was it extraterrestrial impact? Was it a comet? Was it a meteorite that broke up? What caused the Younger Dryas? Do you have a short? So I mean, what is it? If you
I
had
think
to
the Younger
answer.
Dryas was a perfect storm, because where I'm looking at things now suggests to me that the whole solar system acts as an integrated unit. For example, impact events can trigger feedback episodes that involve major seismicity and major volcanicity.
Yep.
So
Yep.
there is, the argument back and forth. It started with the dinosaur extinction. Well, was it volcanic? Was it impact? Well, I would say, going back to your approach to it, it was both.
It was both.
It
Yeah.
was both. And we have evidence now, empirical evidence from the field, that transitioning out of the last ice age, which included major climatic changes, both at the beginning and the end of the Younger Dryas, there's also evidence of major seismic events and volcanicity. I've got
Right.
photographs myself where you see the back flood layers of these huge current flows, hundreds of millions of cubic feet per second, and sandwiched very prominently in there is volcanic ash. So
Ah,
it tells you, and I'll show you those. I mean, I'll be
there's an
showing,
association, right?
right. I mean, here you've got these these slack water sediments backflooding into these areas as the main trunk line is feeding 300 million cubic feet per second. That drains off, and then when it does so, it leaves a layer of sediment, a layer of essentially mud, right? Well, now you've got a couple of dozen of those layers, and sandwiched in between those layers are thick layers of volcanic ash. So it tells you right there, you've got volcanoes erupting while these floods are occurring.
Yeah.
See, now furthermore, studies of the LaCroix sun grazers suggest that infall of cometary masses into the sun can trigger outsized,
Solar
disproportionate
flares?
response in the chromosphere. Yes,
Okay.
yes. I almost feel like I should share a video at some point.
Hey, you know what? I'm gonna have to jump off pretty soon because my son is here, and we have a game of cornhole that we have to play. The last time he was here, he beat me, and that's unacceptable. So rematch is on. But I do have a question I want to ask you, Randall, about the college. So I'm assuming, because I really haven't been informed exactly what is going to happen, are you gonna record classes that when people sign up, they can go and download and watch and
Correct.
get up to speed? But are you
Yes.
also gonna do live classes?
Yes, both. Primarily what we've done now is working with Trent Wilson. We've now created the first level geometry course, sacred geometry course. And we've
So
got 12,
they're
12
in the
lessons. And so anybody who signs up is going to automatically get that. That's kind of our inaugural course, hopefully.
Okay.
And the plan is to bring in other teachers, add other courses, but this is sort of our kickoff course. And then Trent and I are already working on level 2, and it's going to be a hands-on. Yeah, here we go.
Okay, there you go. Let me look at that.
There was several other things that we can talk about later. I just wanted to say while you're still here, how much I enjoyed your visit here and the discussion of the scrolls and all of that.
Oh, that was awesome. Thank you. Thank you for having me. My God, brother, that was a great opportunity for me. And let's just say that the feedback that I have gotten has been overwhelming, and overwhelmingly positive, because as we talked about at the time, I was very concerned that certain some people would be offended and not respond very well, but in fact the opposite happened.
Good.
And I think people really appreciated that you and I took about as scientific an approach to this subject matter as we could. And I think we did a really good job of taking on what is obviously a hot topic, but treating it with respect and the diligence that it deserves. So, hats off to you for having the courage to even do it. But I think we did a really good job. So
Yeah.
thank you for that. And anytime I can help you out with anything, if you need a guest lecture or anything, I like IPAs. That's all I need, brother, and I'm there.
Listen, man, did we go to the Wheelhouse restaurant when you were here?
All I know is, yeah, we had
I
a few libations.
I hope
and
we did. I hope we did.
yeah, we did, and we had some great food. So
Okay, then we must. So the last thing I'm going to say before you jump is that out of your research, one of the things that I really valued a lot was because having studied the history of the craft and its connection, we know that the trail kind of tapers out when you get back to the stage of Elias Ashmole in the late 1600s. We know that the consolidation took place in Britain. What was it, 1717, something like that? I think it was. But okay, so when we look back,
lodges came together in England. Yeah.
yeah, when we look back at the history of it, though, I mean, I think it's clear that it was an outgrowth of the organizations that were involved with the planning and the building of the cathedrals during the High Middle Ages.
Absolutely.
So, but what was missing from some of the discussions of historical Freemasonry was the trail that seemed to taper out between the 1600s and the late 1200s, early 1300s. Your work has brought evidence in that I think adds some serious connecting dots in that interval,
Yes.
which which is something I've been looking for, because I know that it's there. I know that that trackway is there, but it's been mostly obscured because of the fact that, Freemasonry became a major heresy, so it had to go underground.
Well, that's
And
right. And don't forget that the church was going to do anything it could to put down anything that challenged their narrative. So a lot of these records just, first of all, did not survive. They were burned or destroyed. And the ones that did survive were hidden very deeply, in some cases, in the Adirondack Mountains inside of a green jar,
oh yeah,
So yeah, and I do think that we've made a lot of headway in that regard. And I have some more coming. So stay tuned, guys. We're really just beginning. That's that whole topic of how old, when did Freemasonry start? Is it connected to the Templars? And how
yes,
far back does it go? Well, the answer is we have those answers now, or at least we have information that helps us understand it better.
I have believed for years that the circumstantial case highly implies that there was cross pollination, overlap, connectivity between
Yep.
the early Masons and the Templars. But what you brought to the table now, again, adds confirmatory evidence that yes, they were in association with each other, they probably collaborated, and that then implies that a lot of the Templar traditions may have actually survived in the Masonic orders.
Absolutely, no question about it. And there's a lot more to learn. It's like one of these. It's almost like the whole Younger Dryas topic. It's a fresh new topic. There's
Yep.
so much stuff that we can learn. The same is true here from a Masonic standpoint and Templarism standpoint. And you and I are going to be on the leading edge, brother, like it or not.
Well, so far I'm liking it, but you never know. What, uh, you know, could be something. I don't like what that guy is saying.
Well, I'm used to that, and I know
Okay,
you've heard it a few times too. But we don't care. We just plow on, man.
plow on. Right. All right. Well, Scott, thank you a whole lot for jumping on here, man, and talking with me. I wish we had a couple more hours, but we'll do
Oh
that. I
yeah.
mean, anytime, open door, you want to come on and we can carry on a conversation on the Squaring the Circle podcast that I do, please,
If you
let's
are,
do
you know
another
what?
one.
If you get in a jam, Jimmy Church does this when somebody cancels. He's got me on speed dial, and I jump on. I'll do the same for you anytime. So.
Well, that's comforting to know.
Hey, listen, seriously, before I go, congratulations to you, Randall. Congratulations to you, Beckett, and your whole team for doing a great job here. How do I pronounce this? Cosmogonia?
Cosmogonia.
Oh, okay, I got it. All right. Anyway,
Cosmogonia. Greek. Cosmo
congratulations.
means world and universe. Gonia means to create, to build, to establish. So essentially, the
Perfect.
meaning is world creation.
I love it. I
Let's
love it.
create a new world.
Well, I'm going to have a cold one with my son, and we're going to tip you and the launch of your new university. So good for you, brother.
All right. Thanks, Scott.
All
So
Thanks,
long,
right.
Scott.
brother. See you
All right,
and talk to
Beckett,
you
we'll
soon.
talk to you later, man.
You got it.
See ya. Always
I don't know if
fascinating.
this was the origin of the military salute. I feel like, who am I to give the military salute since I was never in the military? Not by my choice, but by the fact that, some of my backstory, which includes some various controversial things like getting busted, going to jail, a few times for this or that. So,
The
part of my
beatings
learning
you were
experience,
as a
right?
young man.
But yeah, I got busted by a couple of corrupt cops back in 1969 and sucked into the legal system. And I was in that legal system when my number came up for the draft. And they looked at me, and I was at the time a pending felon. I'm fully out front with this. In the end, I was vindicated. I was charged $100 and told by the judge that if I was a good boy for 1 year, my infractions would be stricken from the record. But in that interim, I was called up, and they took one look, and This guy's a pending felon. Get out of here. Okay. So I took that as a signal that I was spared from Vietnam for a reason, because I had a low number. If I would have gotten drafted, I would have been sent over there unless I hightailed it up to Canada or wherever. But I came away from that with the belief that, okay, I got spared that for a reason. And this was right around the time I was really beginning to embark on my studies. So this confirmed that, okay, I'm supposed to do this, and I need to, I feel like, yeah, I was spared that for a reason, because some of my friends went there and didn't come back. Some of them went there, came back, totally messed up. PTSD, which nobody, the government didn't care about PTSD then, or how much the Vietnam veterans were suffering from what they experienced over there. And it wasn't pretty, it wasn't pleasant. But I feel ever grateful that I was spared that. And so I made that commitment at that time that, yeah, I was spared that for a reason. So I'm going to pretty much put my shoulder to the wheel. And what I seem to have been endowed with is I'm reasonably intelligent and I'm obsessively curious. So I'm going to put this together, and I'm going to try to really embark upon a quest to understand what is the most critically important stuff that we, the human species on Earth, at this juncture of history, need to know. I mean, I consciously thought of it in those terms right around my 18th birthday. And so I set out to become essentially an educated man, a man of knowledge. And I did not limit myself, but I found there were certain areas that called me stronger than others, like trying to understand the earth around me, trying to understand the sky above me. And to that I credit a rural existence where I was able to see the pristine, the land that pretty much, yes, it was covered by a veneer of organic recovery, right? But take away that veneer and you've got this entire landscape that had been sculpted by the presence of the glaciers, the melting of the glaciers. I grew up on a lake, right? That lake was one of those meltwater puddles left over from the melting of the great ice sheets. So being rural, there was the land around me that I found immensely fascinating. And then there was the sky above me where I could see at night, particularly clear, cold winter nights, to go out and just look at the sky, brilliant, stars, the Milky Way galaxy, learning, probably from the age of 7, 8 years old, knowing how to find the North Star by using the Big Dipper and learning Orion and learning the other constellations. And I feel so blessed to have had that life. And too many young kids and young people now don't know any of that. I mean, the number of young people that have never seen the Milky Way galaxy, couldn't find Polaris if their life depended on it. To them, a hill is just a hill. It's nothing more. There's no story there, right? I want to use this school to try to bring not just young people, but adults, people of any ages, but focusing on young people who have not had this awareness, to get them back out in nature, to get them to where they're familiar with the sky and the land and the landscapes and all of that, because we now know that science is proving through studies of neuron development in the brains and how our brains develop is that children brought up with exposure to nature, to the green, to the blue of the sky and the water, those children have literally demonstrable, measurable structural differences in their brains from the kids who were never exposed to that stuff. And the statistics, and I can pull that up. I mean, I have it right here, the studies right here on at my fingertips on my computer. Pull it up. I've done this in previous lectures and stuff, showing that when you look at the psychological well-being of like two different cultural groups, right? Those children and young people that came up without this exposure to the green of nature and the blue and all of that, the stars, they have much higher measurable differences and greater percentages of all things from depression to divorce to drug addiction to suicide, you name it. You name it. There are going to be higher in young people that have not had exposure to nature. And exposure to nature is what helps to develop the foundation, I think, for a healthy psychology. Without that, it's much more challenging. So that's why I'm hoping, not hoping, we're planning that we're going to create programs for young people. But also programs that are, like I was talking about earlier, integrated, where it can be people of all ages sharing an experience of going out. One of the tours we did out in the Scablands, we were at a really nice resort at the south end of Soap Lake in eastern Washington, and there was a boy, I think he was 12 or 13, on that particular trip, and he was autistic, but he brought his telescope. He was very much into astronomy, so we would go out and we would spend a day out roaming around looking at all kinds of these features, gigantic cataracts and slot canyons and all of this awesome stuff. We would come back, we'd have dinner, the sun would go down, and I forgot the young gentleman's name, but he brought a telescope, and he would set up his telescope, and then we would all line up after dinner, and he would have his telescope set up, maybe it was the moons of Jupiter or craters on the moon or whatever, and then he just loved being the center of attention and being able to talk about this. And it really added a great dimension to the experience. So, we've got people within our network who do some amazing teaching and research. And I think we're going to be just like getting Scott and Matt, and we're going to get Tim Hogan's going to help on here. We're going to find that we're going to have access to a lot of people doing really, really good stuff. And bringing this stuff together in a place and in a format that's not duplicated anywhere else, but with the idea that what we're doing here could serve as a prototype.
Yeah, and continue to be replicated. And you talk about these tours and the experiences people have too. I mean, that's who we have. We got Darren and Graham in the waiting room for us right now, and they've been the organizers behind many of the field trips, many of the tours, if not all of them that you've done or been involved in it over the past few years.
The only ones that they weren't principal organizers were the Cumberland tours that we did, and that was primarily Rowan, who because he knew that there was, we both knew that there was these incredible things right in our own backyard, and that they were worth seeing, and then integrating into the larger picture, even things that we were looking at as far northwest as in British Columbia. And that's, our journeys to Canada and looking at Western Canada up there where we first met and got to know Darren and Graham. And they kind of served as guides for us on some of those days. So you're telling me that they're waiting to come on and we're going to actually see them? They're going to be...
Are you ready?
Not quite.
Are you prepared?
No, I'm not quite prepared yet. Well, maybe you could... Well, here we go.
Oh, no. They're here.
Hello, Graham. There's an echo coming from somewhere. Somebody.
Darren, I think you're echoing.
That's usually me. Usually I can shut it off.
You might have to leave the studio and rejoin and hit echo cancellation in the waiting room.
Okay.
Hey guys, nice to see you. Congratulations.
Hello, Graham.
Hey,
boy,
Graham.
He's coming through very loud.
Can you turn the mic down a little bit?
Yeah, I'll try. Yeah.
That
Want me to
thing's
do
mic-
that in here or in mine? Do you think?
Oh, it's definitely coming from your side. Mic volume is off the charts.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. Is that anything to do with my cat being on my mixer? Maybe.
I can turn my volume down.
Is it better?
Yeah, that's it.
I just
Check,
had
check,
to-
check.
I didn't have headphones on.
A little bit more.
Check.
Graham.
How's that? Still too hot?
It's pretty hot
close.
still. It could go down a little more. Of course, I just turned my volume down, my speaker volume. that improved it from my end because I was pretty much getting blasted out of my seat here.
Sorry, Randall.
It was
That's
an
much
acoustic
better, Dan.
tsunami washing over me. Listen, can Beckett, or can you entertain these guys for a moment while I refresh my drink? Because,
I don't know. They're a pretty hard audience. They
well,
might
they
be hard to
are.
entertain for a moment.
Right,
Yeah,
but
go ahead. Go
you
ahead,
can do your
Randall.
best. Yeah, I'm doing a lot of talking here and a lot of listening.
Yeah.
But
But
I
you know
think
these guys are from Canada, right?
yeah,
We definitely don't want to keep them waiting. That's what I was worried about. They can be a
no, I
vicious
mean,
people.
yeah. Okay, and there's a
There's a
creature.
feline
Okay,
in the picture.
all right. I will be right back.
Hey,
We're
Beckett.
gonna hide Randall here, and I it's my job to entertain for a moment. So, how are we, gentlemen?
Great. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Exciting.
Thanks for
Yeah,
jumping on
I
here.
mean, Randall's been talking about this for the entirety of the 12 years that we've known him. So it's great to see it finally fire up, start up.
We're pumped. Darren, are you able to turn your mic up a little bit?
Oh, I can turn it up. Is that better?
A little bit more.
How's that?
That's good. That's good. Yeah, we're pumped up. I mean, how many? I think right now we have a little bit over 200 people signed up to launch. So it's a good start. We want to try. Our goal was to get that up to 1,080. Yep, there it is. 225 founding members right now. Unless some people really start donating, buying those 50 membership tuitions right now. I don't think we're going to hit that goal today, but we're going to do our best to push this as much as we can. So
Well,
it's
there's
cool to
still
see.
1,000 people in the watching live. So, I mean, that's not even all of them. Just like 3/4 of them just need to go sign up right now. And
Yeah,
then we'll get
exactly.
there.
You guys heard him. Go sign up. Sign up for whatever tier you want. Start monthly, go annually, however you want to do it. So, Darren, you mentioned that Randall's been talking about this for the 12 years that you've known him. You've done a lot together. The three of you have toured around the country, done some pretty incredible stuff. You have some tours coming up. We're calling them field trips in the community. And whoever the top sponsor is also able to win tickets to some field trips that are upcoming. So tell us about what are the tours that you got this year?
This year we got the Finger Lakes coming up. We did an episode with Randall, I think about 2 months ago now, about the Finger Lakes and the mega flood evidence there. So we got that coming up August 30th to September 5th, in and out of Buffalo, Niagara. So people can check that out. Check out Niagara Falls while we're there, and then over to the Finger Lakes for 3 nights. Right sort of in the heart of the Finger Lakes, and we'll have presentations with Randall and great field trip stuff. I mean, it really is great hanging out with Randall in the field. I mean, the time sort of flies by. It's crazy to think that we've done as many of these things as we have. I mean, I think we're going to the Scablands again and doing the Sacred Geometry workshop. So that's the one in October. We'll go to Seattle. We're going to see the Dry Falls overlook, the famous one as made famous on the Joe Rogan Experience, way back in the day before. I think we were the second podcast that Randall came on after the Joe Rogan Experience. But of course, the Joe Rogan Experience is the one that really blew him up, and he was sharing all that Dry Falls stuff. So we go there. You have the opportunity to get your picture taken on that overlook with Randall, which is very cool. I mean, we've been there before and had fighter jets go by. There always seems to be fighter jets in the area. We've definitely seen them on multiple tours ripping around. So we're checking out that. We're checking out the Okanagan Ripple Field and a few other sites in the area, as well as settling into a beautiful resort in Lake Chelan on the lake, right on the lakefront, and doing 2 days of sacred geometry. We're doing the level 1 sacred geometry workshop, I believe, which is
In person, right?
in-person workshop out there. I believe it looks like Dan Richards is going to be popping in to visit us for a little bit, and he's going to talk about some elongated skulls he wants to show Randall about. And yeah, it's going to be a good one. I mean, the Pacific Northwest that time of year, we're going in October, so hopefully by then it's not as hot as it has been in the past. But yeah, it'll be sort of a different twist on the Scablands tour because after doing it 7 or 8 times, we felt like we had to change it up a little bit. But you can't. There's certain spots that you just can't take out, and that Dry Falls is sort of one of them. So we'll definitely be returning back to there in October, and the Finger Lakes in September. So that's sort of what we got on the docket. Of course, we've got some other stuff. We've got Easter Island in 2028. I don't know if Randall's going to come to that one or not, but he's always more than welcome to come to anything we do. And then we got Malta, Sicily, and Sardinia in April and May of next year, a 14-day
Traveling
tour.
all over.
Yeah, all over the place. I mean, you get sick of planes, but I mean, it's a real blessing. And I mean, honestly, our show, we got the traction we got. A lot of it was thanks to having Randall on the show in 2014. You know, it was like for like 5 years straight, the main search term for people to find Grimerica was Randall Carlson. So, you know, we've got a lot of gratitude for Randall and in allowing us to live the lives and run the businesses that we're running. So it's great to see his dreams coming true over there as well.
So it was
Yeah.
2014, 12 years. Tell me
2014.
12 years ago.
Yeah, time flies.
Jeez. Okay, was this the time you and Graham sort of guided us? I mean, we weren't doing an organized tour. We were just with a gang of buddies doing recon. And
Yeah,
I know you put us up there that first time. I think that was. I thought, wow, this guy pretty generous of this guy. Get this gang of. I mean, how many of there was? 5 or 6 of us, maybe.
yeah, it was like you, Brad, Bill, Brian, Ed Nightingale was there,
Yeah.
and another fellow who I don't remember, I think. But I mean that was kind of a crazy trip because I mean I still see Bill all the time. I'm pretty sure Graham is still in touch with Brian. Obviously, we're still in touch with Brad all the time. So it was like a bunch of sort of foundational friendships started out of that have lasted
Yeah.
over a decade.
Yeah, and so we've done quite a few trips together now, quite a few tours, and really, would you agree that there's kind of almost been like a family forming around these tours? We get so many repeat participants and I hear the same thing over and over again that, part of what people really enjoy is seeing their old friends and sharing these explorations with these friends that they've made over the tours.
Yeah, that's sort of our main growth mechanism is word of mouth because people come on the trips, they have a great time, and they just like to keep coming back and keep coming back. I mean, when we did Easter Island a couple months ago for the first time, it was 90% of all ticket holders had been to a past event.
Wow. What does that tell you? If people are coming back again, tells me that our people are finding something of value, something worthwhile in their participation.
And you know what I noticed? meeting people that we met through you, like people that listen to you and follow your work, and we join everybody on these trips, and they're the most open-minded, like cool people. They're like they hadn't really heard of me and Darren, but they've been following your work, and it's just like so amazing. You can talk to them about anything. Very cool, open-minded people were following you.
Yeah,
That's
well, I
what
mean,
that's what
that's
kind of we
yeah,
noticed.
that's it. I mean, we on these tours and the retreats and all of that, the kind of people that I meet are the kind of people I want to know and have for friends.
Yep.
And I get, so much feedback, positive feedback and ideas and, people suggesting, people doing their own research and, saying, okay, I obviously don't have the final word on everything, but so I am very open to hearing other people's ideas. We go out and we've covered probably the Scablands with our tours as much as anybody. I don't know if there's any other group out there that has done the type of repetitive and covering every area of it. Um, which I think is of course how you have to take it in. I mean, because the scope of the phenomena is so vast that you can't take it in just a week or two. So I mean, we've done western Montana and northern Idaho. We've done all over the Scablands. We've done now down to Columbia Gorge, almost all the way to Portland, and we still haven't
Mesa
seen all of
Verde.
it. Mesa Verde, yes. Now that was my first time to Mesa Verde. That was, what year was that? That was when we had the chalet up in the San Juan Mountains,
2019.
2019. So we're going on 7 years ago. Wow. Anyways,
Yeah,
that
and,
was
and hundreds of people now, because I think we did 105 people over the 10 days just in Pagosa. So if you add up all the tours over the years, we're probably approaching, 400 or 500 people that have come out and done these excursions with us and had a great time. Of course, we went to the Azores for 16 days and 3 different islands looking for Atlantis last year, which was a bit of a harrowing experience. I mean, it was a bit much,
well,
but
but
it's been,
I think we all agreed that if we were going to do that trip again, we would do it in reverse.
yeah, so we can end at the nice place with the hot tubs and all that stuff.
All that, yeah, right. Other than out in barren, volcanic, desolated wasteland. But yeah, what was the name of the place we stayed at initially? I mean, I came away from that thinking, well, if I was going to imagine what the Garden of Eden might look like, it would be very similar to this.
Yeah, that was Octant Furnace.
Octant, right? Yeah, Octant. Yeah, that was quite a trip. I'd like to do it again, but yeah, and we had Chuck Kaczynski, Chuck
Kizina.
Yeah, well, I don't know why I have such a hard time with his last name, but yeah, that was great having him. He's a geologist, so he was able to confirm a lot of the questions I had, and he definitely came away and said, yeah, it does look like there was a continental component to the bedrock of these islands, which was very confirming to me that, yeah, all of the evidence continues to support to me the idea that this is the ideal location, at least in terms of what Plato is describing in his dialogues. So yeah, what was it? We flew into Ponta Delgado, Sao Miguel, the island, which I guess that would be the main island, right? Pretty
That's
much.
the
I mean,
biggest
that's
one.
where the airport is, and yeah, going to the volcanic craters, seeing all that, it was just, yeah, amazing. I haven't gotten over it yet. Although the flight back, I was a little bit challenging, but we won't get into that. But yeah, so the Finger Lakes, I think it's important for people to understand, particularly the people that have been on some of our Western tours, the Scablands and so on, that what I'm proposing is that the Finger Lakes were part in the formation of the Finger Lakes, the drumlin swarm there, the basin of Lake Ontario, the deep basin, the erosion of the grottos and the glens, that all of that was part of the same event that created the Scablands.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm looking forward to getting out there and just seeing the new landscape. I've never been over to that part of New York, or that part of the country at all. So I'm definitely looking forward to getting over there. The waterfalls look tremendous, and it's gonna be something else.
Go on to Google Maps and look at Cayuga Lake and Seneca Lake, and then go back and take a look at Grand Coulee. And if you took the water out of Seneca Lake or put more water in Grand Coulee, you can see how they're very, very similar. And one of the differences is, of course, the climate. The climate is semi-arid out in eastern Washington. You've got 12 or 15 inches of rainfall per year, whereas it's quite temperate up there in western New York, and you probably got, I don't know, somewhere around 50 inches of rainfall per year. Also, bedrock is mostly basalt, an igneous rock out in the Scablands, and it's shale here in the area of the Finger Lakes, which shows a different erosional signature. Yeah, and look, there's look at that. There you go. Excellent. Now you've got that basin in eastern Ontario, and essentially, like you'll notice, I think it was Scott Wolter held up his hand earlier, and he said, if you look at the Finger Lakes, not only are like your fingers, but they also emanate out from a point. And if you draw along the long axis of these Finger Lakes, where do they converge? They converge on this deep basin in eastern Ontario. I don't think that that's necessarily just a coincidence. Now, if you zoom in the area between what is it, 90 down there, east-west interstate, and the shoreline, the southern shoreline.
Yeah, that's
down a
90.
little
90
bit.
yeah.
No, go north of the
Oh,
lakes.
north, yeah,
Now
yeah.
stop right there. Zoom in on right where you're. Let's see. You've got it in. I don't
Want to
think
zoom
you.
in? Well, so here's the thing, Randall. This is Darren's disaster map. So you're seeing this with 400 feet less water. That's why this lake has a dry spot on it here. This Lake Ontario.
Yeah, but that blue is the wet spot, right?
Yes, it
Yeah,
is.
because that's
yeah,
the basin.
That's
the
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. I've never
Okay.
noticed it on there before.
Well, I'm not seeing the drumlin swarm, which is going to be one of the things we visit.
Yeah, I'll probably have to go to Google Maps for that, Darren? Or
Maybe I got it here. Let me try.
okay, yeah,
mine.
you do. You try it. Yeah.
Tell me, you've been working on your disaster map for a while now, right?
Yes, I think I'm done now. I haven't worked. I mailed it in. Here's the two of them side by side, though, Randall.
What do we got there? Lenore Lake. Yeah. Pan the scablands down to Upper Grand Coulee. Go the other way. Keep going. Up there. Now, see Banks Lake. There we go. Zoom out a little bit. Look at that. And now, yeah, there we go. Roughly the same width, the same length, and the Finger Lakes are deeper. But for one thing, the different rock erodes different, and there's a lot more sediment infilling Cayuga and Seneca and the other Finger Lakes. But you can see the general morphology of them is very similar. If you put them at the same scale, you're going to see how similarly they pair up. And I think they were formed by the same mechanism. You had channelized mega floods. The difference, of course, is that on the Grand Coulee, your gradient is to the south, tipping to the south, whereas on the Finger Lakes, the gradient is tipping to the north. So you're going to have huge discharges of meltwater, but they're basically moving uphill as they hit those Adirondack Mountains to the south ends of the lake, and which means that the water then had to reverse and flow back out into Lake Ontario and ultimately discharge into the North Atlantic via the St. Lawrence Seaway, which is, yeah, you're up there. You can see the inlet. Yeah, that's the pathway right there. In fact, you can see it. It's in the map. There's a very distinct difference in the coloration there, where the waters flowed, flowing from Lake Ontario up until it hit the St. Lawrence Seaway. And the St. Lawrence Seaway is an overdeepened channel that was caused by the discharge of these gigantic floods. Now, shift over, go back to your map view, down your little, if you use your little icon down in the lower left of this screen, click there. Now, first right is your terrain view. Back, right there, yeah, click that. All right, now you can see the terrain. So now zoom back in to the north end of the Finger Lakes. Come down south. Okay, now stop right there for a second. And what you're going to do is you're going to zoom in. And as you zoom in, the drumlin swarm is going to reveal itself. Go ahead and zoom in.
You can see it already, yeah.
Yeah, you can see it already. Zoom in a little more, Darren. There we go. This is an amazing terrain. And this is a terrain that is produced by enormous subglacial megafloods moving under the ice sheet. And
you
then
can see the difference in directions, right? These ones are
Correct.
kind of spitting off to the west, and these
Yes.
ones over here are spitting off to the east.
and they show the same radial orientation as the lakes themselves.
And they almost probably converge on that wet spot that Graham
Yep.
still had here in the middle of the thing
Yes.
which looks
Yes,
like was scoured out sort of from
it
north
was scoured out.
northeast to southwest.
And when you look at a topographic, a bathymetric map of Lake Ontario, you can see that the floor of Lake Ontario is scoured with scabland-like features, as is the floor of Lake Michigan and Lake Superior. But yeah, there's your drumlin swarm, and there is a really interesting story there about the genesis of these things, and that's one of the things we'll be exploring and getting into on this particular field trip. Is we're going to be lecturing and talking about these drumlins, and we will probably visit some. When Bradley Young and I were up there, one of the drumlins we visited and hiked up was Hill Cumorah, which is one of the places where Joseph Smith, founder of the Mormons, supposedly was his third angelic visit, where he was given the golden tablets.
Nice.
And I thought, I wonder if there's a connection there, a drumlin and
How
angel
does the
superior.
scale of these? How does the scale of these compare to like the Ripple Field at West Bar? Because if I look at the little thing on Google Maps there, the legend down there, it looks like these ones here are about 1 kilometer long, and some of them are 2 kilometers long, so
Yeah.
like a half mile to a mile.
Yeah. Now, here's the difference between the current ripples and the drumlins. The long axis of the drumlins is parallel to the water flow. The axis of the currents is transversal to the water flow. So in other words, the current ripple fields are at right angles to the direction of the water flow, whereas the axis of the drumlins is parallel to the water flow. Secondly, the current ripples are formed in a subaerial environment, meaning they're exposed to the atmosphere. So there's a free surface of that flow. Like when we've been through Camas Prairie and we stop at that overlook, we're looking down on a current ripple field that's about 6 miles from north to south and 4 to 5 miles wide. And it was produced by water flows that were at their maximum, right there, up to 1,400 feet deep. Water came from the north. Can you follow the highway north and you'll see that pass that we came through right there. Yeah, zero in on that pass. Come south.
South, right here.
Right there, yes. And it hooks around and you see where it says Glacial Lake Missoula National. Well, that's where we stopped right there to get the overlook. So we're looking to the south and we're seeing these giant ripples diminishing in size north to south, which suggests a diminishing of energy. And there were 3 passages. You see the lakes up there? Go back there. You see the lakes? So that was one of the discharge passages. So those lakes occupy troughs that were scoured out by the intense turbulent floodwaters that were cutting that passway right there. So those, and if you go to the other direction. Keep going. Now stop right there, and now go back to satellite view. There you can see the ripples. Those are gigantic ripples. You can see that they diminish in size as you travel north to south. The wavelength of those in the larger sections up on the top end are 200 to 300 feet, sometimes even more. And the amplitude of these things is between 30 and 50 feet. So you could have a 2 or 3 story house sitting in a trough between some of these ripples, and you wouldn't even see over the top of the ripple. Those are that huge. And you can look here and you can see that there's a multi-directional. You've got a current coming almost due north-south through the middle of your screen. Then you've got one coming that trends more to the north to the southwest, right there, yes. So each of those is coming through a distinct discharge point across that ridge. So this is the kind of thing that we learn about, we see it firsthand. We take people out in the field and we teach them to read this language that's the language of the landscape that essentially has been sitting there for 10, 11, 12,000 years waiting to be interpreted.
Where's the west bar now in here?
Oh, okay. Let's see. Zoom back. Okay, come on over to Grand Coulee. Keep going. Okay, right there. Now stop. Okay, you can see the Withrow mooring, which is that arcuate feature. Columbia River is to your west, so go to your west. There's the Columbia. There we go. Now come south. South, follow the river down. Follow the
Right
river.
there.
There it is, right there. Yep. And there we got same magnitude of current ripples. Yet there's several hundred miles separating these two features. And the mind-blowing thing is they're both products of the same event.
And now this one here, I think mainstream says 650 feet deep water and 65 miles an hour in order to create these ripples.
That's pretty close. I think the study I've looked at recently suggested it at its maximum depth, it might have been over 800 feet. But 65 miles an hour, that's pretty consistent with what I'm familiar with. But I think 800 feet is more of an accepted. And of course, the depth, it depends on where exactly in the river, because where the river widens out into a basin, the water's going to shallow. Where it constricts into a narrowed channel, the water has to be deeper. So it just depends on where you look at it. But yeah, there we are. We're at Camas Prairie. There's the giant ripple field. And that's one of my favorite places to bring people because it is so mind-blowing and is so, when you see it firsthand, and I mean, it's so convincing because there is no other explanation to make sense out of what you're looking at here except gigantic mega floods. And we're
Well, they
talking
look to be about the same size too, so that means
yeah.
you're talking about the same amount of water over here.
Yeah. However, I think that in the Columbia there, when we were looking at West Bar, that water flow is also augmented by additional discharges coming down primarily through the Okanagan Valley up there in British Columbia. Yeah, it's a complex suite of features that is kind of challenging to explain. And there's been different efforts from, the original, J. Harlan Bretz's original concept of one single big flood to then him accepting that it looked like there might have been 8 or 9 floods. And then the sort of the consensus now is that there was 40 to 90 floods. Now, I challenge that on several fronts, although I think it's partially true. It's oversimplified to say one flood, but because what we have to look at, what seems to me to be conspicuously absent from the studies and the discussion, is the assumption is that the source of all this water was the basin of Lake Missoula. And I don't think that. I think Missoula was simply a transfer node, a temporary holding pond, if you will, within a much larger hydraulic system that was being fed from melting glacier ice to the north. So I think that for us to understand the full scope and details of the Missoula floods, we have to be looking at the process of glacial melting, because it was the glacial melting that was feeding these gigantic currents. And if you don't connect those two, if you look at the melting and the disappearance of the ice as something independent from the flooding itself, I don't think you're going to get to the final explanation for those floods. I think we have to go and look at all of that ice, and we could be talking about more than 100,000 cubic miles of ice that are in the upper Columbian watershed. All of that ice melting would have fed, that discharge would have fed south across the Columbia Basalt Plateau.
Well, I think that the 90 floods also misses the mechanism of how you're getting rid of the ice.
That's my point. Exactly.
You just can't, there's no, that without, and I think that even the pole flip guys are missing that. I think that's sort of the main thing is without introducing, I mean, you can say the sun, I'll probably get yelled at for that, but it seems like without introducing some sort of extraterrestrial object, there's no other way to get rid of the ice as quickly as we did.
Unless it was solar or a combination of both. And
now the thing with solar, though, my argument with solar is that whatever heat it takes to melt all that ice is gonna basically torch the rest of the planet at the equator, and it's gonna get It's
That
going to get
is
awful hot every place else where a comet has the
yes,
ability to be more localized.
to be more localized. Well, that would be exactly my argument against a solar event. But it is probable, we know from beryllium deposits and carbon 14 deposits that there was some periods of hyperactive sun worked in there. But I think we're also learning from the studies, since we've had solar observing satellites deployed since the early 90s, we're discovering that sometimes the infall of cometary masses can trigger outsized disproportional responses in the chromosphere. And we've seen some amazing, couple of amazing events where relatively small comets are associated directly with gigantic plasma outbursts from the sun. Now, I think we might be looking there at the potential of a more holistic model. But yes, I agree with you. I think that what we're probably talking about here, in my opinion, there's a number of models we could invoke, but I think the one that makes the most sense to me is a multiple impact event, and
Do you
that could
think
be
those impacts could have enough energy to move the crust?
no, but I would think what could perhaps have enough energy to move the crust is the mass transfer of 6 million cubic miles of ice off of the northern latitudes of the Western Hemisphere and Europe, uh, uh, relocating into the primarily first the Atlantic Ocean basin. But I think what you're going to do is that's going to trigger isostatic, severe, extreme isostatic adjustments of the crust this way. And I think this adjustment could then imply, as a consequence, this adjustment. Because if you, let's say, a northern latitude, you're coming up 1,000, 2,000, 2,500 feet. Well, what's happening now is that its elevation above the Earth's center of mass is out of equilibrium with its latitude. So if you start thinking the consequences of that, perhaps it is that it requires what I would call a period, a phase of accelerated plate tectonics. And I even go so far as to hypothesize that a lot of the seismic activity and volcanic activity that we're experiencing today is residual from those younger Dryas changes. The Earth's still trying to reestablish an equilibrium and a readjustment, which I think not only is involving this, but also involving this.
How long
Yeah,
does
the
that
reason
take?
Oh, go ahead.
Well, how long does that take, do you think?
Does what?
They're readjusting the
Well, the
equilibrium.
isostatic is still going on, but if you look at like the shorelines, elevated shorelines up around the coastlines of Hudson Bay, what you do see is that they are diminishing. So in other words, the earlier shorelines have a greater vertical separation. Why? Because the crust is rising faster after the unloading. It's still rising, but now the increments of the differential increments between the shorelines is reduced because it's moving much slower. But the fact that you have discrete shorelines also tells me that the rising of the Canadian craton has been very episodic. In other words, it's not a nice, smooth, it's left very distinct shorelines. Well, that suggests to me there's an abrupt rise, stabilize for a moment, another abrupt rise, and then each of the times these abrupt rises occur, the increment of vertical movement has diminished because the crust is achieving balance and equilibrium, but it's still rising.
That's this here. Is this the shorelines?
Yeah, there you go. Yep, there they are. There's some of them, yes.
Well, the reason I bring it up because I find it to be too much of a coincidence that for the younger Dryas timing in North America to be dated to the same time as the Mauritania slide complex in West Africa.
Okay. Now is that a coastal
Yeah,
slide?
it's basically the evidence of all of North Africa washing into the Atlantic.
Yeah. Yeah, I have collected quite a bit of that. I'm trying to remember if there was one in there was specifically called the Mauritania, but yeah, there was major mass wasting events into the North Atlantic off the west coast of Africa. And you've seen some dating that puts that pretty much coincident with the Younger Dryas, right? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, well, all the dating does. All the dating
All
is
the
in
dating,
the
okay.
ballpark that I've seen.
Oh wow, okay.
And the interesting thing is it includes deposits from stuff that are on the east side of the watershed that you would assume would have went east instead of west, but it seems to have all went west.
Went west. Is that something?
So you mean the divide, kind of the continental
Yeah, it's
divide
sort
in
of the
Africa or whatever it
African
was.
continental divide. There's evidence that water that shouldn't, that sediments that shouldn't not came west. So, just seems to point to massive forces over there as well at the same time as the Younger Dryas is going down.
I was talking when I was talking to Scott Wolter earlier. I said that as far as biblical scale mega floods, I can think of three primary, what I would say is our mechanisms. One would be the direct melting of the ice sheets, which is what we have been exploring up in the Pacific Northwest, and what we will be looking at up in Western New York. Direct massive discharges of meltwater. The other would be rapid rising of sea level, which occurred, and the idea that, for one thing, think about this. The coastal shelves that were exposed during the lowered sea level are fairly gradualistic in terms, they're gradual in terms of the gradient. They slope right towards the drop off of the shelf edge. But like here east of me, where I'm here in Georgia, the present coastline of Georgia, literally the coastline during the late glacial maximum was like something like 40 to 50 miles further east. Well, now what you've got is you've got this nice gentle slope. Yeah, look at there. There you go. Now the sea level was above the drop off there, but it was still like 50 miles or so to the east. Okay, now, but what you've got there is you've got a nice gentle, more or less plain. Now imagine what would happen if you had a 200 or 300 foot tsunami coming in. Well, that's going to inundate the whole coastal shelf. So any culture, any community, establishment, village, anything, any habitations that were on that shelf are completely erased, right? So that's one mechanism, and the mechanism simply of a rapidly rising sea level. You can take out the tsunamis, the rapidly rising sea level. And what are you showing there? Are we looking at a higher sea level?
Well, that's a tsunami. If you put the La Palma tsunami here, that's what would happen.
Okay, and what was the landfall height? Do you know right off the top of your head?
100 meters.
It should
100
stay on the
meters.
right there
Yeah,
somewhere.
100
The
meters.
worst case,
Yeah.
So over 300 feet then.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. So that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
That's exactly
exactly.
what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
You've already
exactly.
modeled it here. That's
Yeah,
amazing.
yeah. Darren's already modeled it out.
I tell you that, Darren, he's always full of surprises.
Yeah. So that's what it looks like at 300, I guess max 100 meters. So 300 feet on your east coast of so Washington gets a bit of water right in there.
If you click a spot, it might give you the depth.
Yeah, let's see here. Yeah, so that would be estimated wave height there is 10 meters all the way in there.
Okay.
So Jacksonville would be 10 meters. Oak Island, 10 meters, it looks like. Myrtle Beach is gone. Charleston's gone.
Oh man, I haven't never been to Charleston.
Savannah, Georgia.
I need to get out there. I've been to Savannah a bunch of times.
Look at that. Just barely. Savannah's like half there.
So what you're telling me then, Graham, is I need to get back on out there and see this while there's still time.
Yeah.
Is that the implication here?
Yeah. Where's Atlanta? It's further over there. It is.
We're safe in Atlanta. We're 1,000 to 1,200 feet above sea level. Atlanta, you can see it right over in the north. There you go.
Right there. Yeah.
Not Timmy though. Timmy's in trouble there down in Savannah.
Who is?
Oh, Savannah's half there. Yeah.
Timmy.
Yeah.
He might be okay. Part of
if
it's
you go back to Atlanta, which curiously is suggestive of Atlantis, right?
Yeah, what a coincidence here.
Yeah, there you go, up there, yeah. And then you zoom in on the eastern part. See where it says Decatur? Zoom in right there in Decatur. Look close. Okay, look now. I'm putting my hand out the window. I'm waving.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you see it? Oh, there we are.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's not get too zoomed in.
Yeah, let's not get too zoomed
Yeah,
in.
let's not, please.
We have flock cameras for that stuff. So.
Exactly. Block cameras. I mean, I guess the other good reason people have to go and sign up is, I mean, we're working with the team right now, but members of the university will get like early access and discounted field trips.
Wow. Here's Beckett to
Yeah, there he is. Speaking of
clarify
that,
the matter.
I'm back. I've been sitting here listening in the background. Yeah. If you join the university, these are field trips. You know, every school's got to have field trips. And these are the gentlemen organizing them. So if you join the school, you'll get first dibs on the field trips that we have going on, which will have pricing that won't be sent out to the public. And if we fill it up with students, then we fill it up with students. Or there'll be people from the outside of the university.
The
that will
outsiders.
participate. The outsiders. But from inside the Citadel, we'll fill up these field trips. So,
Absolutely.
man, Darren,
And they're a good
where can people go to get the software that you were showing? Because I know you built that. That's a really cool.
Well, that
thing
one
that
is
you've done.
disastermap.ca is the one Graham was playing with, but there's a volcano one, and there's a whole suite of them. There's even a shipwreck one, which turned out to be more popular than I thought. I mean, there's a bunch of people into shipwrecks. Who knew?
Well, maybe
But,
we can we'll figure something out where people in the school can tap into that. We'll post that in the channel. People can try
Absolutely.
it out, and then if you like it, I think there's a even more in-depth version of it.
Yeah, people can go to simulationmaps.com, and that's got all of them there. You can compare volcanic eruptions, and I even forget what they all are now. There's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of them over there. And then, of course, contact@thecabin.com is the trips and the events where we go. We eat good. I mean, we always eat good. We have nice hotels. It's a good time. It's a nice high-end field trip.
Now,
And then when we go overseas, it's all like we get even fancier.
so we've got his Bradley, and I'm speaking of Bradley Young there. Is he
He's in
secured?
the Azores right now.
He's in the Azores?
Yeah.
Oh, didn't know
Intercept.
that.
Lucky guy.
Yeah.
How do you, who's he, is he traveling with somebody or?
I don't know. It's a mystery.
will
The
we ever see him?
Atlanteans, of course. They brought him
Maybe he's
back
doing
over
secret
there.
research.
Well, good for him, man. Good for him. So,
But he'll be back. He's back in time, of course, for our trips in the fall. He's our main he's, I guess, our what would we call him? He's like the field trip. He's our guide. He's our tell us where
yeah.
to go and when
So,
and where we're stopping and where lunch is and where the next stop is. And
yeah, all of those petty details that I can't be bothered with. But yeah, he got it that last, I think it was the last Scablands trip where we got into Burlingame Gulch, where we got into the Tammany Bar gravel pit. And yeah, he set those both up, you know, private land. He had to go through the sources and contact people and arrange for us to get in. We had that great tour of the gravel pit that I'd been looking at for years and years.
uh-oh.
Oh no.
I told you shouldn't have shown your
Gravel
house,
pit. And
Randall.
sure enough, I saw what I was predicting we were going to see. And do you remember what that was? Remember when we went down into the deep pit? We walked down the steep road and there was that outcrop.
the difference
remember what
between
we saw.
yeah, the
This is a
difference
test.
between the north and the
What
south
did we
flows.
see? I'm not hearing you, Graham.
The,
Two different directions of
You've
flow.
Yeah,
gone silent on
yeah.
us.
Randall, we lost you.
Randall's
We lost
You've gone
Randall.
silent.
Here, I'm gonna change this.
I see everybody laughing, but I don't hear anything.
Let's see.
and I got the question. I finally got a question right. Like he
Yeah.
finally
He's requesting
puts
to
a
change
question
the
on me and he can't hear the answer.
Can you hear?
Allow
Can you
speaker
hear us,
change?
Randall?
Okay. Is that me?
Yeah, it's you. Yeah, it's you.
Points at him like,
Yeah, everybody point at Randall.
Phones now. Say
Do
something.
you, let's see.
Hello,
See if that
Randall.
works.
Oh.
We lost his video at the same time. It can't be
Allow
Trent, can you call Trent Wilson, the man behind the scenes making this all happen? Can you call Randall?
I told
Man.
you he shouldn't have shown his house, man.
No, we didn't show his house. There was all
I am not hearing anything. I
hypothetical.
just suddenly lost audio.
I'm gonna do this. Trent,
And
give Randall
me,
a call.
my
I'm gonna
picture.
hide him for
What
now.
happened?
It's,
what?
At
No way,
Randall's
guy.
own live stream, we've hijacked
got
it,
it.
everybody.
yeah.
The what? No
Whoever
way
did
guy
that to Randall's power, shame
lives
on you.
close to me, and he's been having trouble with like because he lives in a small town, and it's like eventually you find because he's got millions and millions of people following him on all these different platforms, and it's not hard to figure out where his little town is. And now he's started to have problems with people just showing up at his property.
Oh. And our chat in this community would never be like that.
No.
Nobody in here is like that at all. So we're safe on this
We're safe.
side. All members of Cosmogonia, everybody on the live stream would happily forget any leaked information we saw. Okay, so while Randall is getting this stuff figured at the moment, anything else that you all wanted to share? Well, Darren, I know you just did a presentation. You guys were just out at the solstice event, correct? What were you doing out there?
Well, we went to the Serpent Mound for the solstice. I gotta say, it was a little underwhelming.
Well, the Serpent Mound itself. I mean, the
Serpent Mound.
trip was great. The people were great, but you know, the Serpent Mound itself.
It was
What was
smaller than I
underwhelming?
expected, but I did a presentation, and I mean that's kind of why I was picking Randall's brain about North Africa stuff because you know I've been working on my own models and stuff, and I think that the impact that caused the Younger Dryas flooding and stuff in North America also caused a shift in the crust that twisted Africa in about 30 degrees, as well as moved the geographic North Pole by about 2,000 miles from the west coast to Hudson's Bay, the center of the Laurentide ice sheet. And I think that's why the Mauritania slide complex dating lines up with the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. And I think that's where all the mega lakes that were in Africa when it was green. And I think the conventional theory is that the rains just moved south, and when they moved south, Africa went to shit. But there's clear drainage, there's clear inundation lines and everything else in North Africa. Same with when you go over into the Arabian Peninsula and stuff like that. There's just tons of, and I mean the crazy thing about the Eastern Arabia, is that what it is? Arabian Peninsula area, is there's that volcano. I can't remember the name of it offhand, but there is a volcano that erupted, and all of the conventional dating has that between 12,000 is the earliest dating of this eruption, and the closest to us is 12,000, and the oldest is 15,000. But the interesting thing about that, so this volcano erupted somewhere between 12 and 15,000 years ago. It's at an elevation of 2,300 feet above sea level, but there are inundation striations going through the eruption material. So that just proves to me, at least in my ignorant little brain, that the inundation went through that last eruption, which means the inundations in the Arabian Peninsula happened closer to us in history than 12 to 15,000 years, which just, I mean, when you look at the Mauritania slide complex and the Younger Dryas stuff, the dating just becomes too hard to call a coincidence with all these things happening at the same time.
Oh yeah.
Emikusi, Darren?
What about it?
Is that the volcano you're talking about?
Yeah, that's the volcano. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Very
It's right now. It's in. I think it's in Chad, isn't it? It's in. It's in Chad right now. It's in northern Chad.
I mean, Kusi, can you share? Do you have that modeled?
Yeah, I kind of have it on the disaster map right now, so it's not really like. But it's this one right here. It's an old volcano, so because this model has all the volcanoes on it, so it's just showing this Amikusi here, but that's it right here. And Darren's talking about the flow that comes down through this, like it shows flow coming through the volcano eruption, and the volcano eruption is pretty like tight. It's pretty tight. The dating of that, right, is pretty tight, right, Darren? So
Yeah.
I think that's what your point is. And then if we scroll out, you can see all the volcanoes in the world right now. Some of them going off in Italy, Stromboli, volcanoes all over the place.
Click on one of them.
I'll click on the Stromboli one. It looks super volcano erupting now. Elevation
Whoa.
924 meters. Subduction zone stratovolcano in Italy.
It's called Stromboli.
Yeah. Well, that's the way. I don't know what exactly.
Hey,
but
Randall.
that's
Hey.
Oh,
We were just looking at the
Oh, boy.
Stromboli volcano, Randall.
oh, I just
Oh.
simulated it, Darren, too.
Stromboli. Okay. Yeah, I think we've got some major electrical stuff going on here right now. That might be what happened. I don't know.
You got a storm brewing?
Yeah, well, it's thundering out there. The wind is blowing, so maybe. Hopefully, we won't get affected again.
Hopefully
That's okay. I
not.
think Graham got the question right, though. But here's the Amikusi and the inundation striations coming here. So the low level of the striations is 1,330 feet above sea level, and the high is 2,355 feet above sea level. Interesting little thing about that is I don't know if you've seen like the Noah's Ark guys that are look at this these guys that are looking for Noah's Ark in that place that starts with a D. It's
Yeah.
only like it would just be off the north of that image at almost the exact. I think it's at 2,340 feet. So it's almost exactly where these inundation striations line up.
Interesting. Once again, a coincidence we see, if that's what we can call it. Well, all right, gentlemen. Thank you very much for jumping on here. It's great that you guys were able to come on and talk about this, talk about the field trips. I know you have been pivotal members of Randall's team and the community making all of these field trips and tours happen, as well as just being supportive of Cosmogonia and Randall over the years. So super pumped to have you in here. Excited
Awesome.
to have you in the community as well.
Thanks. Good to see you guys.
I do have something I want to tell Graham that we'll talk about in detail later.
Okay.
You remember on that first tour we did up out of Pagosa, up in the San Juans, and we went out there. It was quite chilly out there, and we went out and we're looking for some UAPs.
Yeah,
You remember that?
I do. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I had never really seen anything, and I have to admit wasn't really saw anything that blew my mind or really impressed me. But you know, we did see some moving, like with maybe the magnitude of a star.
Yeah.
Doing some moving up there, right?
Yeah.
Well, I saw something last month that, yeah, I'll have to tell you guys about it later.
Nice. Okay.
But
yeah.
it was definitely my first real encounter with something unidentified going on up in the sky.
Did you have any missing time or any like
No, nothing
crazy
like
dreams
that.
or any?
No. Well,
Okay,
dreams.
good, good.
I didn't think of that. But no. I mean, it was 20 minutes of watching and also having access to some high-grade military binoculars, so I was able to zoom in and look much closer at what I was seeing. And to this day, I'm not sure what I was seeing, but it was quite unlike anything else I had ever seen. And I thought, I got to tell Graham about this.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Now, if
Good.
if we could figure out how to invoke what I'm just seeing now, boy, that would be pretty cool. But yeah, it was like, I called it the dancing orbs.
It was orbs, eh? It was
Orbs. Yes,
yeah.
orbs. Large
Excellent.
orbs. Yeah.
Well, congratulations again, Randall. We couldn't be happier for you for finally getting this thing together. We're going to see you in less than 2 months now. We get to hang out twice. So 2 weeks together coming up this fall and looking forward to it. People can find all our stuff at grimerica.ca, and do say hi to Julie and Jesse for me.
Oh, of course. Of course. Well, Julie was just in here letting me know that, that she's been watching and tuning in on her computer out in our new kitchen that we built.
nice.
So when you guys ever show up in Atlanta, I won't have to lock the kitchen door out of embarrassment. Yeah, we have this incredible new kitchen.
Awesome.
Yeah. And
Now
Julie
you
is
can
now
flex the
retired.
new kitchen.
Oh,
And
good.
what?
Good.
I said
What's
now
that,
Oh,
you
Beck?
she
can flex the
retired?
new
That's
kitchen.
great.
Yeah. So she's now helping me with stuff, and yeah, it is great. But what'd you say, Beckett?
Nothing, just a silly joke.
Oh,
I'm
just some
glad.
silly Beckett stuff.
Of course,
Yeah,
you
okay.
know me.
Yeah. Always silly. Always coming with silly stuff.
All right. Thanks, guys.
All
Take
right,
care.
Randall.
Hey,
Have a
Graham,
good
so
one.
long. Darren, so long.
See you
See you guys soon.
Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, we got the Grand Master, Timothy Hogan, waiting in backstage. We've had him waiting for about 30 minutes here.
Oh, hey, we can't keep Timothy waiting.
Are you ready?
No, but
ready for
give me a moment. Okay, I'm ready now.
Okay, boom. So he's the last guest that we have slotted today. So let's welcome him in. We're at 271 founding members. Maybe Tim will give us a final push here. Here he is.
Randall, Beckett,
Timothy.
hey,
Howdy,
great
sir.
to see you. Randall, I'm super excited for your new endeavor here that you're getting going.
Well, it is kind of a new endeavor, but it's been gestating for a long time.
Yeah,
And now it's like, okay, I'm sticking my neck out. Now I got to be up to the task of, at least until we get a slew of other teachers in here. But yeah, Trent and I started putting together the first level 12 lessons of introductory sacred geometry, and it was so much fun that, in spite of the fact that I was working with Trent, no, I'm just kidding. Trent was great.
well,
But
I have right here,
Shout out to Trent.
right here on my bookshelf, I have a set of Randall Carlson compasses
Look at that!
signed,
Look at
signed
that!
by you. I think when we were teaching sacred geometry up in Minnesota a couple years ago. Yeah.
Okay, I got to get you. We've got an improved version.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're constantly
Great.
improving things, So you use something for a long time, you go, how's it working for people? And you go, okay, you know what? I think I can make it a little bit better. So we make some adjustments. So, yeah, I got to get you the updated version. In fact, my brother's.
Great.
We're making a new set of compasses for the course right now. Well, probably not now as we speak, but over the last few days and over next week, we are going to be turning out hopefully enough. I mean, there's at least enough compasses for the students that are signing up for the
Sure.
geometry.
Oh, that's great. Well, I'm happy to have an original set. So.
Well, good. Okay. So
Yeah.
it's been fun. I'm kind of getting my feet wet because how do we, usually what I've done is I've done many weekend retreats, and they usually began with a Friday night lecture, and then Saturday morning we convene, and then everybody gets their supplies and their compasses, and then we go to work drawing. And
Right.
by Sunday evening when everyone departs, hopefully they know some of the basics. But we tried to go beyond that. I mean, this was 12 lessons, and they varied from an hour to 2 hours each. So there's quite a bit of material in there. And we're now working on the level 2, which is really fun to
Great.
me because in the retreats, we do the level 1 quite a bit more frequently than the level 2. And of course, as you go up the scale, I've done lots of introductory retreats. But there was time when I was doing a series. I did a series in North Carolina back in the late 90s and early 2000s. And what we did was we would do one retreat each month, and there would be a Friday night lecture open to the public. And then the same group would gather. We had various places we would gather, sometimes a historic church, other times the Owens Conference Center at the UNC campus. But we would do 3 months on, we'd take a break for a month, and we went through basically 2 years for me to develop the whole curriculum. Now, what I'm doing for this is I'm kind of updating it, and there's a lot of new stuff that's come out in the last 20 to 25 years, as you well know. A lot of new research. I've learned a lot. since then, so I've incorporated some of that into the curriculum. But the hope is that I will do the foundational course, but that there will be other courses taught in a variety of
Yeah.
subjects. I'm already talking with some dowsing experts who might come in and talk about dowsing and geomantic energies, all that kind of thing, which I think would be very interesting. Maybe we could
Yeah.
even convince you to come in now and then and do a lecture.
Yeah, I could do one on gematria
Oh, that would be.
the
Oh,
ancient
yeah.
languages and how they relate to sacred geometry.
Oh, that
You
would.
know,
Yes, that would be excellent.
um,
Yes, sir.
yeah, I do a lot of study of that, both the Greek and the Hebrew in particular. And
Yes, yes.
they have numeric relationships that correspond to geometric.
Yep. Yeah.
Uh,
And I was mentioning that
principles.
earlier in this marathon that we're doing here about that very thing. So
Yeah,
you're bringing it up, but yeah, it's a thing, and it's
yeah,
very
it's there in
profound.
the Bible.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
it's there.
And once you see those relationships, it's kind of undeniable, But
Right.
you realize that the Bible is really a document for initiates, for
Hmm.
people who have
Hmm.
been schooled in these mysteries, and
Yeah.
um, not to take away from their the general meaning or the general history that's there, but there's also much deeper ideas, that were attempted to be communicated, and
Yeah. I totally believe that.
yeah, yeah,
I.
it's very interesting, very interesting. Well, I was listening to you earlier about the water level rising, and I'm here in Colorado, so we'll be fine if the water rises. But I will tell you, there's an area here in Colorado that's near the famous Red Rocks Amphitheater,
Okay.
like only maybe 5 minutes from it, and it's an area. It's called the Hogback, and it's an area where the Rocky Mountains first started getting pushed up.
Aha.
So it's kind of a foothill area, and on the side of that hogback is you can see the ancient beach where the waves were, and you can
Interesting.
see hundreds of dinosaur footprints from
Wow.
long long ago. When dinosaurs were walking on the beach there. And
So
the
okay.
fact that it's preserved on the side of this hogback is really interesting to look at because the ocean used to be there.
Okay. So we're talking about
So
the ocean there, not uh, lakes.
yeah. Yeah, no, this was the ocean, and it would have been, of course, millions of years
Yeah.
ago. And it's built up, it's pushed up quite a bit since then. I mean, now we're at a mile above sea level,
Right.
but at one point in time, that was oceanfront property
Yeah. Below
right
sea
there.
level.
So
That's one of the
yeah,
geological unresolved enigmas of how that got pushed. The Colorado Plateau got pushed up and remained relatively level, whereas right next door, the
right.
Rocky Mountains got pushed up and they became, um,
All crazy,
overthrust
yeah.
and crunched. Yeah, all crazy, right?
And they're
Um,
one of the earlier mountain ranges too. It's not like they're that old of a mountain range. I mean,
the
they got
Rockies
pushed up
are,
really
yeah,
quickly.
yeah, the Rockies
Yeah,
are relatively young.
yeah,
And I think
that's
the
right.
Colorado Plateau is relatively young. And because I think we can go back even, I think some of those limestone rocks up near the rim of Grand Canyon are marine, and I think they're like no more than 10 or 20 million years old. Um,
Yeah.
so,
Now, what I have a question for you. I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on it. One of the things that in my youth, when I used to go out to these these archaeological sites that were out in the middle of nowhere a lot more.
yeah.
One of the places I used to go to was in Utah, and I go into the area near Moab,
Hmm.
Canyonlands area, uh, down by the Green River. There's an area called Horseshoe Canyon where there's
Mm-hmm.
a bunch of pictographs and that type of thing. But up on the mesas, you could go up on the tops of these giant mesas, and there would be uh, puddle like puddle areas, on top of the mesas where rainwater would fill in. And whenever the rainwater would fill in, brine shrimp would would also hatch
Hmm.
on the tops of these mesas. This thus implying at some point, somehow, the brine shrimp got on top of these mesas. And it almost implies that at one point in time, the Great Salt Lake was a lot bigger and a lot higher in elevation, and and then as it shrunk, it just left these vestiges of the brine shrimp behind, and they continue to generate up there. And I don't really have another explanation for it. Unless
Well,
somehow a tornado or something swept up, the Great Salt Lake and deposited them up there on top of these mesas.
well, that would be my first speculation. But again, I haven't looked into that, so it would be nothing more than speculation. But I think that would be a plausible mechanism. Now, the mesas that you're talking about, if they're up near, the Green River, that area up there near
Yep,
Canyonlands. Okay, so
yep, that's
that
exactly
is
that area.
that is on the plateau. So that would not, like the Great Salt Lake got to be 1,000 feet deep, but it did
Yeah.
not. It was pretty much confined to the basin that is
Mm.
to the yeah, and the only point at which it discharged out of that basin was to the north, which dis, discharged it to the Snake River Plain of southern
Mhm.
Idaho. So it wouldn't have been that. However, that's an interesting question that you raise, and maybe so you're saying that there can be completely dry, apparently,
Yep,
and then if there's enough rainfall to cause a pooling of water, the brine shrimp show up.
that's right. Yeah, that's exactly
Okay.
right. Yeah.
I don't know the answer to that, but now you've
Yeah, and I know
confounded.
they hibernate like the brine shrimp. They'll hibernate, and they won't. They can hibernate for hundreds of years, and then
Oh,
when they get water introduced to them, they come back to life. And that's how you can get sea monkeys. When the sea
aha.
monkeys are basically brine shrimp. They're dried out when you receive them in the package, and then when you subject them to water, they come to life again. And but that's what's found on top of these mesas uh, in that region, and it's almost like at some point in time there was a something that caused the brine shrimp to get up there. I mean, I don't think it was from people taking it up there. I think it was from. I mean, it's just part of the natural environment. So I don't know. I mean, of course, there's lots of brine shrimp in the Great Salt Lake, and that's what made
That would
me
make sense.
think that it came from there. But
Well, listen to this.
especially.
Here's a bit about so the most widespread of the brine shrimp is Artemia, or yeah, Artemia, I guess, a genus of aquatic crustaceans,
Mm-hmm.
also known as brine shrimp. But
Mm-hmm.
anyways, Artemia populations are found worldwide, typically, just like you said, in inland saltwater lakes,
Yeah.
but occasionally in oceans. Uh, it says that, yeah, Artemia are able to avoid cohabitating with most types of predators, such as fish, by their ability to live in waters of very high salinity. Now, the ability of the Artemia to produce dormant eggs, known as
Yeah.
cysts, has led to extensive use of Artemia in aquaculture. The cysts may be stored indefinitely. and hatch on demand to provide a convenient form of live feed for larval fish. So there we go. So dormant eggs that can be stored indefinitely suggests that these depressions that you're talking about probably have the eggs left over,
Right.
and they survive as they say as cysts, cysts, cysts. Then when
Right.
it rains again,
But how do they get up there? I mean, they had to have been up
originally,
there when the water level was up there, you know? I mean,
well, I don't know.
or
I'm
something.
going to lean towards the what you said, the tornado or a
Yeah,
cyclonic
it's
storm where you've got such low pressure that they're actually, and they are small. I mean, you've got intense
yeah,
evaporation. Maybe they could be lofted, and then they could
maybe.
precipitate out. I don't know.
Yeah, I always question if they might have been, a product of cataclysmic
Well,
movement, of water maybe during the Younger Dryas or
well, the,
another
the
time that then deposited it up there. I mean,
yeah, well, there certainly were at the end of the last ice age, uh, global scale, planetary scale movement of water.
right.
So, it could be, but again, I haven't looked into it. So, uh,
Yeah, I haven't looked into it too much, but it's one of those curiosities that I've seen in my travels that I reflect back on every once in a while.
uh-huh.
One of those mysteries. So
Well,
yeah,
why don't we talk a little bit about what you've been up to, your recent tours you've led, some of your research,
yeah.
your books and
I've been
things?
doing I've been doing a lot of a lot of particularly work in Egypt, but also in Mexico in the Yucatan, tracking down the myths
Uh-huh.
of the cultures, and I've come to a theory that the I'm working with the head of Egyptian antiquities right now, who's thinks there may be something to my theory, and this has to do, related to the Younger Dryas impact
Okay.
hypothesis. Um, there's, I think that I've come to the belief that the Valley of the Kings, most people think of it as tombs that are built in the sides of the hills,
Mm-hmm.
and they are tombs built in the sides of the hills. But what most people don't realize is they're also connected by these vast tunnel networks that go down, 200-300 feet into the earth, and it almost looks like an ant farm if you look at it
Mm.
from if you were to take a cross section of the plateau there, and I'm starting to believe that it may be that, I mean, it would have taken thousands of workers to carve out these tunnels,
Mm-hmm.
which doesn't make any sense if you're just trying to build a tomb in the side of the mountain. Doesn't make any sense if you're trying to hide this area from the population. I mean, to expect thousands of workers to keep a secret of its location is absurd. So I'm inclined to believe that that whole area was originally dug out as survival bunkers
Sure.
during the cataclysm, and that the pharaohs, the family lines of the pharaohs had a memory of where their ancestors had come out after the cataclysm, and they wanted to be buried back in that area. And part of the reason why I believe this is because in some of the tombs of some of the pharaohs that I've had access to, there are depictions of a time, a pre-time. I mean, they have the standard Book of the Dead, depictions in the tomb, but then they have a separate chamber where they're depicting the first time, the time of the Zeptepi,
Mm-hmm.
and it shows people that are clearly of different races from all over the world coming into Egypt, and like there's people with boomerangs, there's people with chopsticks, there's people with uh, these particular vases, and there's a group of people that are depicted in white robes, and they have red beards. They're white, and they have these giant clubs, but they also have they look like from the old Hanna-Barbera cartoons, the Captain Caveman that had the big club. Looked like they have a club like that, but then they also have woolly mammoths, baby woolly mammoths, and giant sloths on leashes. And the Egyptians shouldn't have known about giant woolly mammoths and giant sloths. And yet here they have it depicted as being brought into Egypt by these tall white guys with red beards. And they're also bringing other animals like leopards and giraffes and other things that we would recognize. And there's also a depiction of people coming over in boats and bringing these arks with them. And the indication is that these arks that were later stored in the Egyptian or Holy of Holies areas were, some sort of technology that was being brought over on these boats. And then all these people from around the world were being brought in to this area, including these animals and plants and all kinds of things from other areas. And it seems to suggest that there was an organized effort to potentially get people in there and use those tunnel networks as a survival shelter area, and that the lines of the pharaohs preserved the memory of it, and so that's why they put it on their tombs when they decided to put to go be buried back where their ancestors came out of. And so that's my word hypothesis at the moment, which quite frankly seems to make a whole lot more sense than just that these pharaohs came in and they brought in thousands of workers to dig a bunch of tunnel networks that go to nowhere.
Right. Well,
that connects to their tombs. I mean.
So we're talking about the Giza Plateau.
No, we're talking about the Valley of the Kings.
Valley of the Kings.
Valley of the Kings.
Okay. So, but that's mostly limestone terrain, I'm guessing.
Correct. Yeah. It
so,
is.
that being the case, there could have been a whole network of natural caverns and tunnels that were then utilized.
But you can see the tool marks.
Well, that's what I'm going to say. You go into a natural tunnel, and it gives you access, but then you prepare that for human habitation, and that's exactly what you would do.
Right.
You would enlarge the walls. You would probably do all kinds of things to a naturally occurring crevice or cavern to make it ready for human habitation.
Right.
But it's likely. I mean, anytime you have limestone terrain, it's likely you're going to have cave networks.
Caves. Right. Sure.
So
yeah, these are. I mean, these tunnels are very well prepared. Again, they go down 200, 300 feet. They're all connected. And it's one of those things that you don't think about when you're going to see the tomb itself, because you're just looking to see what the tomb was like for the pharaoh without realizing that there's these tunnel networks that are connected to the tomb. And all those tombs, and we're talking about hundreds of tombs, they're all connected by these tunnel networks that go down into the earth. And actually, when you first go to the Valley of the Kings, when you go to the check-in area where you get your ticket to go into the Valley of the Kings complex area. They actually have a diorama uh, right there at the entrance. It's like a clear, it's made of epoxy, giant epoxy diorama, where it shows all of the tunnel networks
Oh, really?
connecting these tombs. Yeah, and most people, they don't ever really look at it. They're not. That's not why they're there to see the
Uh-huh.
tombs. So they don't think about it. But we need to ask ourselves, like, well, why would the Egyptians carve these tunnel networks connecting all the tombs? And it would have taken thousands of people to carve all that out, which doesn't make any sense if you're trying to hide. This is supposed to be an area that's hidden where people don't know, where the tombs are except for the pharaohs. So, it just it reminds me of some of the tunnel networks that you see in Turkey
Uh-huh.
and other places, and I think, especially when in some of these tombs we find these, and I take people when I take people on tours, I take them to see this. They have these special chambers where they're clearly describing what they refer to as the Zeptepi, the first time
Mm-hmm.
before Egypt was settled, and it shows all of these people coming in on boats and settling there and bringing their animals and everything else,
Mm-hmm.
almost like a preparation for a cataclysm that's about to happen. Like
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
they dug it out ahead of time. They settled in there. They survived the cataclysm, and then they came out. And then the area was largely forgotten except for the pharaohs, the pharaonic family lines that preserve the memory of it. And then later, these pharaohs wanted to be buried where their ancestors had originally come out of.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well, that
that's one of the main things I've been researching lately. So
well, that's awesome
but
because what you're saying, I mean, I've had lines of thought very similar to that. That there have been places of refuge that were determined beforehand. And it would make sense that if there's an impending catastrophe and at least some of the people knew about this, the same way now, if we were to look and see an asteroid on a trip around the sun that's eventually going to collide with the Earth.
yep,
Okay, so
yep,
what are our options? Well, we try to deflect it, or we got to move people out of the way, or if it's like a multi-impact event, we might be able to say, well, it's likely to hit here or here, but we don't know
yep,
exactly. But what we want to do is we need to, it's just like during wartime, people take refuge in bomb shelters, don't they?
yeah,
An alarm goes off, people go into the bomb shelter. Well, if in the case of a global catastrophe, it would only make sense that people would want to preserve as much of the ecological diversity as possible. So, in the aftermath of
yeah,
a catastrophe, replenishing the earth or at least the region or whatever becomes much more viable. Because you're going to have in the aftermath of a catastrophe, you're going to basically have a wasteland, and then that
yeah,
wasteland has to recover. And we can learn from microscopic examples, like for example, when I went out and studied the after effects of Mount St. Helen when it erupted, and you
hmm,
had a couple of hundred square miles there that was turned into a lunar landscape, and now it's being
yeah,
recovered and regenerated. But in the case of a global catastrophe, yeah, that might be just like, well, you're probably familiar with the Hopi stories about the ant
yeah,
people and taking
yeah.
survival underground.
Taking them in the underground. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
yeah. I mean,
That's I immediately thought of that actually with the
well,
last shaking of the earth
yeah.
and
Then
the
you
ant.
consider,
Yeah.
like what happened with the Tunguska event of 1908. I mean, if you had
Hmm.
these low density multi swarm that came in, you'd have, who knows, you could have anywhere from dozens to hundreds, even thousands of aerial bursts, right?
Yeah.
And where the logical place to try to survive something like that would be underground. So there's
Yeah,
nothing
that's right.
too imaginative about that, when in fact our myths and our legendary stories seem to indicate exactly that. You have
Yeah.
places of refuge, including stories about arks, which, if you believe that there was going to be a large flood, which, if we knew there
Yeah.
was going to be a major bolide impact into an ocean, well, now, we
Mm-hmm.
were just looking at with Darren and Darren Grimes and Graham Dunlop. He was looking at what, like, a 200-foot tsunami would do. I think it was a 200
Mm-hmm.
foot. Well, if you had a bolide impact into an ocean, you could have one that's 4, 5, 600 feet high. By the time it makes landfall, it would make an extreme, not only to run up, but to run in and just pretty much completely inundate coastlines. And if you had multiple
Yeah,
impact
level.
event, yeah. So
Yeah.
how do you survive something like that? Well, possibly building arcs of a certain kind would be
Yeah.
one way. Particularly if you don't know exactly where the impacts are going to occur, but there's going to be some of them into oceans, and those oceans, those impacts
Yeah.
are going to create enormous tsunamis. And we see evidence. We see evidence, of tsunamis that have been over 600 feet high when they've made landfall. I mean, there are very solid, uncontrovertible evidence of tsunamis between 200 and 600 feet in run-up height. So, and
Yeah.
then you could also have, if you had an impact into an ocean, like into an ice sheet, you're also going to have built, if it's large enough, you have so much kinetic energy deposited that it's going to loft billions of tons of water vapor into the atmosphere. Well, that's going to rain out, right? And in the rain out,
Right.
that's going to create huge, huge floods. I mean, just look at what happened a year ago last October in western North Carolina, when you had
Yeah.
the Hurricane Ida, that I think it was Ida, that came over. Well, in an event like a bolide impact into an ocean, we might be talking about several orders of magnitude beyond what we saw occur in North Carolina. So
Yeah.
so I think there's multiple ways you could spawn myths and legends and stories about world devastating floods and
Yeah.
fire from the sky.
Right. Yeah. It's fascinating to me. So, like, from a Templar perspective, the Templar order, according to my tradition, the Templar tradition to order was secretly founded, not necessarily to give pilgrims
Right.
passage to the Holy Land, but really to do archaeological work, because it was
Yeah.
looking for the remnants of the pre-civilization,
Mm.
the civilization that existed during the time of Noah,
Mm.
and to find that technology and that knowledge, and to bring it back to Europe to try to, initially Europe, to try to bring about the Renaissance, which it did, with some of the texts and stuff that it found. But we have in Egypt. I've been tracking down all the places that the Templars were doing study at the different temples, and they left graffiti at these areas. But they also left graffiti at other areas that it's surprising, like Göbekli Tepe. Actually,
Mm.
there's
Mhm.
Templar graffiti there, and they would have had to have really gone out of their way to head over there. But at the quarries area of Göbekli Tepe, there's all kinds of Templar graffiti from the Middle Ages, suggesting that they're researching there, and all that knowledge, of course, went into the cathedral building, and eventually went into Freemasonry.
Mhm.
And you and I are both Freemasons, and one of the things that I also find interesting is in the earliest degrees of Freemasonry, they were based around Noah and his ark. They weren't based
Mm.
around Hiram and King Solomon and the building of King Solomon's temple.
Yep.
And this is why even in Anderson's Constitutions of Freemasonry, which was from 1717 when the Grand Lodge was established in England. It says that Freemasonry is the Noahite religion, or the
Yeah.
religion of Noah, and that it was the knowledge that had been preserved after the flood.
Yeah.
And this would have been the knowledge that the Templars tracked down after doing all this research in Jerusalem and in Lebanon and in places like Egypt and in the Middle East and Iran and Iraq and in all these areas. I mean, as they're tracking down the source texts of like Plato and and other apocryphal texts that had been removed from the Bible, where they met with the Coptic Christians and the Coptic Church, and with different Gnostic groups and strains that were preserving knowledge, and it's interesting because not only is it suggestive that Freemasonry was preserving the knowledge that survived the flood, but it is the knowledge for rebuilding civilization should a cataclysm happen again.
Yes.
And so we kind of become inheritors of that in that regard. And any Freemason who goes through the ritual and is and learns their degree work stuff, they kind of become a custodian. They have the seeds for rebuilding civilization.
Yes.
Should it collapse again.
It's interesting. I think you and I have followed these routes and come to almost identical conclusions.
Yeah. And it's something I think it's important people hear about, because there's all kinds of crazy conspiracy theorists out there saying all kinds of crazy things about Freemasonry, which really is just a system that provides charity and tries to build civilization, and holds the fundamental keys that are needed for civilization to thrive, which includes the ability from different backgrounds and different faiths to come together and celebrate God, whatever they want to call it, and work together to provide for a society, and for the widow and the orphan, and for and then to understand the sacred geometry and these keys that are used to build stable structures that are in harmony with the cosmos itself.
Exactly. Yes. And it is. It's a shame that that's gotten so prevalent over the internet. But I think that, with people learning more, I think enough people will come to the realization that that is a bunch of nonsense and is not supported by the real evidence. But I mean, what you said, I think is needs to be reemphasized, is that the Freemasons are the custodians of a knowledge, an ancient and sacred knowledge, and that geometry, sacred geometry, is very much a part of the Masonic legacy. I mean, who was more responsible for preserving sacred geometry and those traditions through the bubonic plague and through the Little Ice Age and through the suppressions and the heresy accusations and all that to our own time is the Freemasons. And now we have sacred geometry, and sacred geometry is pretty much the legacy of the craft.
That's right. 100%. Yeah. I mean that square and compasses, it's really allows you to create the squared circle, as you know.
Well, and I like to point out the number of, founders of America and how important the Masonic craft was to that. And if you're going to tell me that the Masonic craft was evil and conspiratorial and all of that, well, So what? Apparently, then you believe that Benjamin Franklin and George Washington and so many of the founders who extracted some of the ideas, the philosophical ideas about democracy and about the worth of the individual, that they must have been evil because they
And who put their
spawned.
lives on the line. Don't forget they put their lives on the line to ensure that you have freedoms that you have
Right,
today.
right,
know,
exactly.
that most countries don't have.
That's
So
right. That's exactly
yeah,
right. So, yeah, that's just one of the things. But I think the kind of work we're trying to do, I think, is going to counter that nonsense. And and people, do your own research, but don't look at it through this lens of the stuff you're seeing online because, you know, I mean, you can take any subject and you're going to find some conspiratorial nonsense built around it. I mentioned this earlier, I think, to when Scott Wolter was on. I think I mentioned this to him. I
yeah,
pointed out that you might have heard it. There were 14 presidents, to my count, that were Freemasons, right?
right.
Uh, and it was
And even one of them, I believe Thomas Jefferson was a Freemason too, even though we don't have records for
I
him.
tend
But
to
he,
believe he was probably initiated in Paris when he was ambassador to
yeah,
France,
yeah.
and
I mean,
after the
he went.
revolution and the
Yeah, he went
upheaval,
to the
the
Lodge
record.
of Nine Muses. They wouldn't have let him in if he wasn't a Mason.
Right.
And on his I think his memorial, which is written is words. I think it was from his letter he wrote to Chief Danforth, but it says, "I have sworn on the altar of God eternal hostility against every form of tyranny over the mind of man."
Yeah.
Well, which altar of God would he have sworn himself on?
Right.
I mean,
Exactly.
the only people that have an altar of God where you swear something on
Well, you know well
is
that
Freemasonry itself. So I
in the
mean,
various writings and lectures and the ritual, there are little unique phraseology that is,
yeah,
unique to Freemasonry. And having read a
right,
lot of Jefferson's work, Notes on Virginia and several other things, I noticed some things that, well, now that wording, it's almost like he's
right,
revealing, yes, I've been through the ritual. I
yep,
know the wording here and I'm including that. So I came to believe, yeah, yeah, he was likely initiated when he was ambassador to France. And then the records of
yep.
those lodges pretty much with the French Revolution, all of that pretty much got lost. So,
Yeah, sure, sure.
yeah,
Even here, during the War of 1812, there were
yeah,
a lot of records that got lost
that
as
got
well.
lost. Yeah,
So,
yeah.
but yeah. So one of the other things I've been looking at closely in Egypt, talking about Younger Dryas stuff, is two things. One is their talk of their homeland. The Egyptians talk about a homeland
Uh huh.
uh, that was originally an island called Utlant,
Hmm.
and Utlant, was probably Atlantis.
Mm-hmm.
Um, the but it was it says it's where the Neaters originally came from, the gods, and then that they ruled Egypt for a time before the pharaohs took over. But they came over in these boats from Utlant, and this is found at Edfu, at the building texts.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, that would have been during the age of Leo. And one of the other interesting things in terms of symbology that I've noticed is if you go to Karnak, there's the Avenue of the Sphinxes
Yeah.
that connects Karnak to Luxor.
Right.
And as you get into Karnak, the lion, or the traditional sphinxes that you see with the lion with the person's head on him, become uh, they become where they
Right.
still have a lion body, but they have a ram
Rams.
head.
Yeah.
And so, and the ram, of course, was Amun, the god Amun. And he was a ram because he said Ba, which was the Egyptian soul, so it calls out to the soul. But it was also, Amun was depicted as a ram during the age of Aries,
Yeah.
which is when that area was built. And so it's almost saying that it's almost like the Egyptians are trying to say, look, our foundations were during the age of Leo, which is why those sphinxes still have lion bodies. But we're now celebrating this or depicting or consecrating this site during the age of the
Aries.
ram,
Yeah.
right? Aries, which is why it's a ram head, but a lion body.
Uh-huh.
And it's again, it's pointing to this idea that the foundation of Egypt was during the age of Leo, which would, of course, would have been right, after the Younger Dryas,
Mm-hmm.
uh, and that would explain too, why the Sphinx was a lion during that time and
Yeah.
everything else. But that, and they're saying like those are our foundations, but here we are during the age of Aries consecrating this, which is why it has a ram head.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot of symbolism like that around Egypt that just hasn't been looked at in that way.
Yeah.
But if we understand, again, they suggest they came from this place called Utlant, which, if we trust Plato, that his great 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 grandfather Solon learned of Atlantis from the priests of Egypt.
Mm-hmm.
Utlant probably was Atlantis. I mean, as it got
Sure.
translated into the Greek, and then of course over in the Yucatan, uh, I've done a lot of study with the Maya over there, and participated in some of their ceremonies and such, and they talk about their homeland that had been destroyed in a cataclysm, that it was an island, and that they escaped in boats,
Yep.
and that the name of the island was Atzlan.
Atlan. Yeah.
So Atzlan, Utlant,
Yep.
Atlantis. We're all
Yes.
talking about the same thing, and I think as the Templars were trying to hunt this stuff down, that's part of the reason why, as they, when they were suppressed, one of the places that they sought refuge was Portugal, which had been founded as a Templar nation initially,
Uh-huh.
and they just changed their names to the Knights of Christ. But it's also part of the reason why Portugal acquired the Azores,
Uh-huh.
right?
Uh-huh.
Because that was part of the Templar quest to try to find the original Atlantis, and the Azores, made the most sense as you've done a lot of work showing. I think it's been very valuable, the work that you've been doing related to that.
Thank you. Well, I kind of concluded, and I'm not saying I don't want anybody to say Randall says that the Azores were Atlantis. No, what
Well, I
I'm
mean, there's other
saying is
traditions
that,
that say that too, but yeah,
yeah, no, what I'm saying is that assuming that Plato didn't just intend his story of Atlantis to be allegorical, that there was a real place historically that, if nothing else, just served as the inspiration for Plato to transpose his ideas of the ideal
right,
society. But whether he did or didn't, behind that tale is a memory of real historical events.
right,
And that, I
right,
think, is the idea. But where I'm going with this is that if we follow Plato's very specific, detailed accounts in terms of the geography, the geology, the astronomy, even, I think that there is one candidate location that is head and shoulders above all the rest, and that would be the area of the Azores. But when we look at the fact that the Azores Islands are the tops of mountains that are on the Azores microcontinent, and the Azores microcontinent has very convincing evidence that it did undergo a major subsidence event, and not long ago, geologically speaking, even
Yeah.
12,000 to 14,000 years ago in that framework, that there was a subsidence along that region of the mid-Atlantic ridge. And I make many arguments for why I think that that would be the most likely candidate. Now, of course, to prove it, we're going to probably need some submarine exploration. I'm not convinced that
Right.
the Navy hasn't already found stuff, but without looking
Right.
for something, don't maybe have not necessarily recognized it. But there's two parts of Plato's account. Timaeus is mostly focused on the geology and the geography. Then when you
Right.
get into Critias, he's talking about the multi-ringed city. Now,
Right.
you can accept the first part, Timaeus, as being, well, that's geologically accurate, geographically
Right.
accurate. It stands on its own. Now we go to Critias, and now he's describing this amazing mega scale infrastructure project with the multi rings and the canals and the canal connecting it to the ocean.
Yeah.
Now, you can accept the first part without necessarily accepting the second part. But
The
if
second
you're
one
going
could be metaphor or symbolic.
right, but we do know that ancient peoples were capable of these tremendous infrastructure projects. So
Yeah.
what he describes is a multi-generational project. That Atlantis was a very prosperous society. It had trade networks all over at least the Atlantic, with ships
Yeah.
coming and going day and night. I don't rule it out. I don't rule it out the
Yeah.
possibility that there could be a vast infrastructure project, but that is the thing one would look for if you're trying to prove this area. I think we've established, first of all, the first premise I think we've established. Yes, there's a sunken landmass along the mid-Atlantic ridge. Yes, it sank around the time Plato places the subsidence of Atlantis. That to
Yeah.
me is enough to say, okay, let's go to the next step and see if we can actually find something, a remnant of an infrastructure. Now, the scale that Plato is roughly 5 miles in diameter, the multi-ring structure.
Yeah.
Canals are like 100 feet deep and, hundreds of feet wide. So even if that was buried under sediment, it would show up, I would think, using, you know, sonar surveys, etc. We might be able to
Yeah.
detect it, but to my knowledge, nobody's really done that yet. And
No, I don't think so. There's also some Rosicrucian traditions that have suggested that Mount Pico in the Azores was uh, a supreme temple location for Atlantis, and I don't know where the research came from for them to make that assumption. But if there's a tradition that's been passed down, a mouth to ear tradition related to that, or even some early documents we're not familiar with, it might be worth looking in that area as
yeah,
well. Mount Pico. I mean, one other thing I found out relatively recently is the Egyptian name for Atlantis, if we accept it's Utlant, which is what we find at Edfu, at the Temple of Horus, in the building texts. This name Utlant.
uh-huh.
It just so happens that in the Nordic traditions of places like Norway and Finland and Sweden and some of the areas up there, the word Utlant actually means foreigner, which is kind of
Interesting. Okay,
interesting.
yeah.
Yeah. it implies people from elsewhere, you know, and so it's interesting. It's the same name as what you find in the Egyptian, in which this area that uh, the original people came from, you know, prior to the cataclysm, was an area
Hmm.
called Utlant, you know, and they would have been foreigners as well, coming to Egypt and you know, setting up shop in order to survive, if that's indeed the case of what was going on at the time. So
Well, you know, during the ice age, late glacial maximum, when global temperatures were extremely cold and sea levels were much lower, and you had all of this ice build up on the continental land masses, and you had an alteration in ocean currents, like the what is now the Gulf Stream wasn't the Gulf Stream because it bypassed the Gulf because the shallow
yeah.
water, but if you can trace the route of the warm water, the
Mm-hmm.
meridional overturning circulation, it made that 180 much further south than it does now.
Mm.
And basically, what you had was it looks like a major island mass that is right there in the location of the Azores, and that
Mm-hmm.
the meridional overturning came right around, wrapped right around before it headed south again, which has climatic implications, which meant that
Yeah.
during the ice age that might have been just almost like the optimum place for
Yeah.
a seafaring culture to evolve.
Yeah.
And
Could have been even almost tropical, or
yeah,
certainly warm enough to grow grapes. You know,
yeah,
I mean,
yeah, we have thriving
so
agriculture. And of course, you know, I'm
yeah.
very interested in the potential uh, Templar connection. I would
Yeah.
suspect, and I think you would concur with this, that it's likely that the Templars had sailed to the Azores. And somebody
Yeah.
built stone
100%.
pyramids. I don't know who. I visited some of those there. Somebody built stone pyramids,
Yeah.
um, truncated, flat stone pyramids, very much like you see in Malta, very much like you see in the Canaries. Uh,
Yeah.
I don't know. I wasn't able to find out what the ideas were about who built them, but
Mm-hmm.
I think you know, and you know, Plato comments that you know this uh, you know Atlantis came forth out of the Atlantic Ocean and uh,
Yeah.
west of the Pillars of Hercules, and there were islands that you passed, and then you came to the other islands that was Atlantis, and beyond that was the true continent beyond. But
Yeah.
I mean, he's
Right.
exactly describing the North Atlantic, the Straits of Gibraltar, several island complexes that are now sunk. The Spartel Bank, for example, is one of those. And then you have the you have the Azores, and then beyond that, you have North America.
That's
Now,
right.
I think that that implies that in fact, I'm referring to that. I wrote an essay called "Outliers" or variables, lurking variables in Plato. And that was one of the lurking variables. Lurking variable meaning that it's an outlier that's not included in your normal statistical analysis, but if it is
Mm-hmm.
included, it changes the outcome completely. And if
Mm-hmm.
we accept the fact that Plato is actually reporting on a tradition, the implication is that it was already known in Hellenic times that
Yeah.
this was the ocean. And he says this was the real ocean. This this area inside the Pillars of Hercules is just a harbor compared to that real ocean. And on the other side of that real ocean is the real continent. Now, of course, that's pre-Templars, but it's very
Right.
plausible in my mind that the Templars could have inherited that they knew about
Yeah.
North America, and probably beat Columbus to North America by a couple of centuries.
Yeah. 100%. I mean, there is, for example, at Elephantine Island in Egypt, there's a temple of Tutmosis III, and in that particular temple, there is a depiction of Egyptians meeting with Mayans,
Really?
uh, very clearly in trading beads, and a discussion in the hieroglyphs of the land, you know, on the other side of the big body of water. and it almost implies that the Egyptians themselves they wanted to go find their cousins, who had come from Utland, and that so they took trips. They probably took some trips over there to the Yucatan, and I don't know if they. It doesn't appear that they stayed very long, but there is some Olmec in particular Olmec statues in the Yucatan where it appears the Olmec figures are wearing pharaonic headdresses, and of course the Olmecs were trading extensively with the Mayans, and they had the same tradition, the same history of coming from this sunken this island that had endured this cataclysm, where they came over in boats. So I think that the Templars, they came across this and other things, and they it was enough evidence to them that there was land on the other side. And oh, by the way, the other thing that grows on Elephantine Island is a number of North American plants.
Interesting.
And the other thing that they found on Elephantine Island is Australian boomerangs, and it's almost like Elephantine Island was like a museum where they were housing the knowledge that they had from around the world. And then something happened on that island, and it got completely leveled. It looks like a bomb went off on it, and all the temples and everything were literally blown to pieces. And so now they're digging up the pieces, remnants, and they're putting it all back together, and it's telling this very interesting story about not only Egyptian history, but I think the Egyptians were trying to track down their origins of where their ancestors had originally come from, and this was a record of it on this island, and so that's one of the other. And the Templars were certainly aware of it. They built a preceptory on that island, and there's still Templar markers there on the island to this day. So they would have been aware of all of this that they were finding there on the island and at the other temples, and I'm sure it was part of what allowed them to travel to the New World, because there is evidence as well in the Yucatan of Templars having met with the Mayans. To this day, excuse me, they have an initiation ceremony that's nearly identical to what we find in the third degree of Freemasonry, which is also found in the Templar tradition, of a symbolic death and raising ceremony, and was probably not unlike what the Pharaoh had to go through when he represented the god Osiris, becoming Pharaoh. He would represent Osiris, and he had to go through a symbolic death and raising ceremony in ancient Egypt as well. And when I've met with the Mayans and they've allowed me to see this ceremony, there's four things that have really stood out. One is that they create an altar that's based around the squared circle, and that's pretty interesting. They take a circle of vegetation and they put it on the square altar, and then they fold up the sides of the circle to form almost arches over the square. But if you were to lay out if you were to pull back down those arches, they form this perfect squared circle, and that's pretty interesting. And they too, as they say, that is a symbol of their chief god Iotl, and IAOTL. And what's interesting about that is that on the old Templar seals within the Gnostic traditions, the chief god was also IAO.
Yeah.
And so the fact that you find that in both areas is interesting. The third thing is that the Mayans, they built their temples based on a cosmological diagram that was based on the Cibola tree. And it was a tree with 22 branches that represented their 22 deities that then connected to 10 main attributes of those deities, which is the same layout as the Hebrew Kabbalistic tree of life.
Yeah.
And they built their temples according to this, and they put 2 pillars on the outside of all their pillars, outside of all their temples, not unlike King Solomon's temple. And when the Templars, and then the last thing that they do is they put on their altars an equal armed cross.
Mm-hmm.
And just like the Templars used to wear on their mantles. And when I went to meet with the Maya, I went to give them a certain hand grip that's found in the 3rd degree of Freemasonry and is also found within the Templar tradition. And that was their secret grip as well, that they receive after they go through their raising ceremony, which, where they symbolically die and then are raised again in their initiation ceremony. So I thought that maybe Templars had gone there and taught them this, and that's why they inherited it. But in fact, a few years ago, I was meeting with the tribe, and they had just disassembled a pyramid in order to use the stones to build fencing, which was kind of a sad commentary. But as they disassembled the pyramid, they pulled out a number of artifacts, and they put them in a mobile home unit, which was kind of like a museum, a self-made museum they created. And the artifacts included a mortar and pestle, a jade mask, and a number of figurines, terracotta figurines depicting their initiation ceremony. And I asked them if the figurines had been carbon dated, and they'd been carbon dated to about 900 of our current era, which would have put them before the Templars ever went there. And it almost suggests that it was part of their tradition that they had been passing on from Aztlan previously, and that's what they said. They this was something they learned in Aztlan, and they had continued to pass it on. Well, it just so happens this initiation ceremony that they're doing is the same initiation ceremony that the Egyptians were doing, which is the same initiation ceremony that the later Templars were doing, that they inherited through their Gnostic traditions, which is the same initiation ceremony found in the 3rd degree of Freemasonry. So
Yeah.
it suggests that there was a tradition that we all inherited that has been passed down, that goes back to a root civilization that was inherited on both sides of the Atlantic,
Yes.
and and so I'm sure, if the Egyptians did meet with the Mayans, they probably exchanged these same grips and did these same initiation ceremonies that the later Templars did, and that's why they were recognized,
Yeah.
and that's why they were able to trade, with no problems.
There are stories,
So
and I'm sure you're aware of some of these stories, if not most of them, of early explorers encountering Native American tribes participating in rituals that were very similar, of almost
yeah,
identical to the rituals of European Freemasonry.
that's right.
Even
Yeah, in
like
fact,
you said,
Lewis and Clark traded aprons with a number of tribes, and gave them these Masonic grips, handshakes, and where they were recognized, and then they were taken care of, as they traveled through the Louisiana Purchase, and the Hopi themselves, they talk about this grip. They say that there was a handshake, a special handshake that was given before the last shaking of the earth, before the ant people brought them down
hmm,
into the cavern network that was, and before they came out in the Grand Canyon was there. They say that they were given this hand grip, and that when the conquistadors came across the plains, they went out to give them the secret hand grip, and the conquistadors just dropped trinkets in their hands, and they got really upset because they realized one of the races of men had forgotten the secret handshake.
oh wow,
But this handshake is the exact same. It's the exact same handshake that I've exchanged with the Mayans, and it's the same one we use in the third degree of Freemasonry. It's the same one we use in the Templar tradition, and it suggests a tradition, a lineage that's been
hmm,
passed down from that had existed from before the flood, that we've all kind of inherited, just like Freemasonry says. It's a Noahite tradition, the
hmm,
tradition that existed back to Noah, and it's the way for us all to identify with each other and reconnect, re
hmm.
understand our roots and the mysteries of our roots and our tradition, and 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 to preserve this for the future. So to
Yes,
build a new civilization, a new Atlantis.
literally to build a new civilization, and
Yeah,
yeah, we were talking earlier about the idea of the blueprint, and we find
yeah,
remnants and replicas of pieces of that blueprint spread amongst cultures from all over the world. It's almost like we have had to evolve society to the point where now we are, rather than like in the aftermath of the great catastrophes, survivors are isolated from one another. They have to rebuild civilization to a certain level. And like we're at a position now, which for the first time in what, 10,000 years or more, we're able to start connecting pieces from around the world
yeah.
completely on a level heretofore impossible. And
Right.
now I think, like you said, I mean, we use the word custodian. I think that the Freemasons have been the custodian of the sacred geometry. I know when I was putting my courses together 25, 30 years ago, some of the primary documents that I was referencing were Masonic documents.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know The Secrets of Ancient Geometry and Its Use by Tons Bruns. He was a
Sure.
Freemason. Lesser, who did the Sacred Geometry of the Cathedrals 2-volume set, he was.
Yep.
Uh, you know, you go on and look at
John
a lot of
Michel.
this. And who?
John Michel.
John Michelle,
He,
yes.
he
And I
wrote
have,
Dimensions of Paradise or New View over Atlantis.
oh yeah, yeah. And let's see what I have.
Yeah.
We'll
right
have to
here.
link all
Look
of
at
those
this.
books in the community that we have here.
Yeah.
Well, while Randall's getting up, Tim, I just want to say this has been very, very special to hear that, and I need to go communicate with more of my Mayan neighbors down here.
Yeah, you're in the right area for it. So.
Oh yeah.
Have you seen
Oh
the,
yeah, Bromwell's.
yeah, Bromwell's work? Right.
Yeah, exactly. He was he was an honorary Grand Master of Colorado, actually, my
Oh, was
territory.
he? Yeah.
So
Okay.
yeah. In fact, I think it was the Grand Lodge of Colorado who first published that book.
Yeah. So this was,
So
one of my source documents when I'm putting all this together years and years ago. So,
yeah,
I mean, without the Masonic order, we would not have sacred geometry as we know it today.
yeah,
We just wouldn't.
yeah. That G, that G between the square and compasses. It's God and geometry.
Yeah,
I
and
mean,
God
it's
geometrizes. Right.
right
So
there.
that's no secret
That's
anymore.
right.
Yeah, what that stands for. And we learn
Right.
that in the ritual and
Yeah.
we're encouraged to study if you want to translate and understand these mysteries here, you learn
Right.
geometry, learn astronomy, learn grammar, rhetoric, music, etc.
Yeah.
Because each of these things provides keys into the entrance of if you want to call it, the ancient temple of mystery, the gnosis,
Yeah.
the temple of knowledge. And that's why I kind of
Yeah. One
start
of the
with geometry.
yeah.
Well,
Yeah, one of
gentlemen,
the
I'll let you keep going here just to jump in for a second, but just call out on time. If you guys are good on time, you're welcome to keep going. We've been on here for about 6.5 hours, 6 hours and 45 minutes.
Wow. Well, I know Randall is probably worn out. I don't want to
No,
keep
Randall
him
told me
too
that he
long.
would be sleeping. The sign would be he would be asleep when he's worn out. And
The
he hasn't
sign,
slept yet.
that it's time to wrap it up will be when I'm. But yeah, actually, yes, I'm probably getting close to the end of my tether here for this. I need some food, and I didn't have a good night's sleep last night. I was so excited about this event I couldn't sleep. But I would say a few things quickly before we adjourn. Is that I think even if somebody is not motivated right now to subscribe to what we're doing, I mean, the door is open. We've opened the door, down the road a little ways. Come on in and join this growing community. And I think it's only going to expand and improve as we go along, because this is a fledgling project at this point. And hopefully we're going to keep it together and keep growing it and bringing more talented, knowledgeable people together. My vision and dream is that we can literally create a global network of seekers and researchers, and we can share this knowledge on a grander scale, because we have the tools now to do this.
Yeah.
I mean, look what we're doing right here, right now. A couple of decades ago, we wouldn't be doing anything like this. Certainly when Timothy and I were coming up as young fellas,
Yeah.
we didn't have any capacity to do what we're doing now. But so we have a window of opportunity here, and we need to take advantage of it, because, we have, like I've said repeatedly, we're at a crossroads right now, and which direction we go with it is going to determine really just what we do in the next few years.
Oh yeah.
And I am personally, myself, I favor the idea of let's regenerate the whole system. Let's regenerate human civilization. Let's restore the golden age. That sounds to me like a lot better route to follow than, okay, we're going to just engage in this Malthusian competition for these ever diminishing resources, and last man standing gets all the stuff. We don't have to go that route. Why? Because there's a whole vast domain that beckons to us now. And I think so many of the ancient traditions, and including Freemasonry, is very much about us transcending and realizing that hey, we are cosmic beings. From the cosmos we came, and to the cosmos we're destined to ultimately return. And when we do that, that will be the essentially the finding of the Grail, and understanding that there is a technology that was once the technology of the Earth, and bringing the Earth into harmony with the cosmos. And when you did that, naturally the Earth returned, restored to its condition of the primordial terrestrial paradise. And I think that's a big part
Yeah.
of what Freemasonry has bequeathed to us is the blueprints that are going to help us achieve that. And it isn't pie in the sky, science fiction, woo woo, not at all. In fact, it's a very practical work. We go back to the Middle Ages and we can see there was a whole society of people in Europe that came together around this incredible project of these Gothic cathedrals. And when you look at the
Yes.
great ones, the 80 or so monuments, whether it's Chartres or Sens or Amiens or Reims or Bourget or Leon, the list goes on, you realize, okay, this was the primary activity for about 150 years of Western civilization, to create these monuments that are not only objects of incredible beauty, but are also repositories of deep, complex knowledge from the past
Yes.
that somebody back 700 and 800 years ago was able to recover and said, let us preserve this knowledge in these beautiful monuments, and we'll put it into the geometry, into the proportions, into the astronomy, into the engineering. And even though it may not be understood by the majority of people now, 700, 800 years from now, humanity and society is going to have the tools to unlock the hidden mysteries that are contained therein. And then they will discover that it is the expression during that period of the Middle Ages when the ancient knowledge and the ancient wisdom was brought forward and placed out for humanity as a whole. And now we're in a position, I think, where we can go, all right, guess what? We have the tools to decipher this.
Yeah.
Let's get to work and do this thing. Because what else
Yeah.
could possibly be more interesting and satisfying than literally, shall we say, building the holy city, which
Yeah.
to me is a cosmic model for what we can do in the next 2, 3, 4 generations if we're of like mind, if we're of a focused will, just as those people were 700 and 800 years ago and said, let's create this legacy. They came together, they quarried the stones, they transported the stones, they carved the sculptures, they built the stained glass windows, they knew the carpentry and all the geometry necessary for the formwork, they knew the astronomy because they're all astronomical oriented, they knew the geodesy, the measure of the size and shape of the earth, etc.
Yeah. Right.
Somebody was clearly custodians of a knowledge that was idiosyncratic for its time. But they preserved it in such a way that we can now see that it is part of the ancient legacy, part of that tradition that goes back to Egypt, that goes back to
Yes.
Atlantis, that has spread around the world, but it's been lost. Just like Masons say, we're searching for the lost word and to rebuild civilization that has fallen many times before, but this is part of the great work.
Well,
I
and
think
I think too, in the years ahead, we're gonna see a lot more with AI and robotics and stuff taking over, uh, basic tasks for people, which is going to give them a lot more time on their hands, uh,
Mm,
theoretically. And
right.
if this is the case, I mean, let's use that time for
Yes.
building something greater, about humanity that really celebrates our divinity and our consciousness connection with each other and with the universe,
Yes.
and and is within our the models of our building and everything else for our future that we're going into, and we will have the time to do it.
we will.
And let's make sure our technology doesn't outpace our spirituality and
Correct.
doesn't
Yes.
outpace our consciousness striving, because we are conscious beings designed to attain greater levels of consciousness and to celebrate that expression in our civilization that we create. So
Yes, and I think
I
if
think this is
we,
a great
as
foundation for that effort, you know.
yeah,
It
and I
is.
think if we as a species rise, we lift all of life with us.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes. And in the spirit of this being knowledge that was preserved all around the globe, all around the world, just wanted to show this. These are the people who have signed up today, all around the world. This is
Wow.
the members of Cosmogonia. Lots of people in the United States, across the country. We have people down in Brazil, Guatemala. We have folks over in Portugal and the UK and Denmark and Sweden and Finland.
But
Looks
you,
like we have somebody in Slovenia and Italy, Bulgaria,
wow.
somebody in every single continent. In Oman and South Africa, every continent on the planet, we have members already in this school. So it
Wow.
will be preserved and it
So,
will spread around the world.
but
So
you're
this
not going to let
knowledge
in the
continues.
Norwegians, are you? I mean, I love Norwegians.
Oh,
We were
there's a
neighbors,
Norwegian,
you know. I'm
Randall.
what? Oh, we got a Norwegian.
We
Well,
got a Norwegian,
welcome,
but you
welcome. I'm
outrank them
joking,
in
of
Spain.
course. I'm joking,
mean,
of
Sweden.
course. My grandfather and all my dad's parents were Swedish, and I used to hear about the rivalry between the Swedes and the Norwegians. In fact, true story. When my younger brother was going to get married, and this was decades ago, he met in college. He met a Norwegian girl, and of course he's Swedish, and she was from Western Minnesota, and they were going out there for the wedding, apparently, if I remember right. But anyways, what I heard, and of course they're probably no longer with us, but her grandparents were going to boycott the wedding because she was marrying a Swede. But
Well,
maybe
I'd-
at the
I'd
end,
boycott
come from
the wedding,
Swedish
too.
background. I'm in support of the Swedes. So
are you a Swedish? You got some Swede in
I
you?
am. Yeah,
Oh
my
yeah.
great grandfather, Theophil Plank. He was a Swedish Rite Mason actually.
No.
He came over here from Sweden, and he arrived in Chicago right during the time of the Great Chicago Fire. So he
1871.
ended up settling up in Nebraska, and
Okay.
selling farm equipment up there, But
Well, my
yeah, I have
grandfather.
that Swedish connection.
Yeah, he arrived. He was 15 or 16. Rode over on a cattle boat. Sitting riding in the back, I guess, with all the cows and stuff, in 1910. And then he met
wow.
he was a Carlson, and then he met son of Carl, and then he met a lady who was also a Carlson, who was from her parents. Her dad was a farmer, and they were they were immigrants from Sweden, and they settled up near Fargo, North Dakota. And then I guess probably
Yep.
around the early 1920s, they met, got married. My dad was born in 1927, and then I was born in 1951,
Yeah.
which was a very different world, I think, when you and I were young, Timothy.
Yeah, that's right.
Um,
Yeah, things have
Slightly.
changed quite a bit, and they keep changing.
and it keeps changing. I have collected together, I have a collection of historical maps and aerial photography, because I use that as a tool, in doing geological research and geomorphic research, because I'm very interested in how the landscape changes. Like I was looking, last week at aerial photography of Minnesota, and which is where I grew up. So I was looking at the aerial photography that went back to like 1922 was the earliest. Like I could see right there where I grew up, which was totally rural, totally farmland. No houses there except for widely dispersed farms. But then I've got a collection going all the way up to the 80s of these aerial maps. But I noticed that in the 1930s and in 1937, the aerial photographs showed that the lake that I was living on almost completely dried up. And I thought that was
wow.
very interesting because, the 1930s was during the Great Drought that pretty much
Yeah.
wiped out, the farmers, the
Dust Bowl.
Oklahoma and the Texas Panhandle. But it obviously
Sure.
reached Minnesota because in none of the other photographs, or since I started living there on the shores of that lake in 1954, 55, it had never desiccated like that. But here's this photograph from 1937, and you could see the what had been the lake was now just a group of isolated ponds. And I thought, wow, that's right. Because I knew that, during the Dust Bowl period that we went through this extreme period of extreme drought in the Midwest. But there it
Yeah.
was, right there, preserved in these aerial photographs. But when I look at, I can see like looking at 1945, then I look at the next one I think is 1954, and there's our house. One house on the shores of the lake. And I go, that's where we lived. And then now, of course, you go to Google Earth, and it's suburbia. And the
Yeah.
house that my dad built that we moved into is lost amongst. And the one thing that I don't like is that I look at these old maps from the 1800s, and I can see who settled the area, who owned the
Yeah.
land, right? And I can see I live with Schmidt Lake on Schmidt's Crossroad, and we bought our land from Carl Schmidt, and he was one of the Schmidt brothers, who was the son,
Yeah.
the two brothers of Henry Schmidt, who owned most of the lake back in the turn of the century. But they've
Yeah.
come in and they change. Schmidt's Crossroad is now Larch Lane. So what's happened? The history gets lost. That's
Yeah.
right there is an example of how you lose history, right?
Yeah, that's right.
My best friend growing up were the Reimers. They were a German farm family, and everybody knew Reimer Lake because they had a lake on their private property. We used to skate on it in the winter and camp on the shores of it in the summer and play hockey on it. But it's no longer Reimer Lake. It's now Swan Lake, which of course sounds much more elegant to, I guess, when you're trying to sell a piece of suburban property to somebody. But again, the story of this farm family that had lived there for over 120 years, raised 10 kids there and had, this whole incredible life, that's lost. And so I
Yeah.
look at that and I go, sometimes it doesn't necessarily happen in one fell swoop. Like there's a big catastrophe if everything gets lost, but things can get lost incrementally. And
Yeah.
we're seeing a lot of that. And
Yeah.
there was
Yeah, I
nothing in
remember
there about when I would ride my bike up Schmidt's Crossroad to Schmidt's Tavern with a nickel and buy a Slim Jim. There was nothing about that anywhere in the historical archives.
Right.
Slim Jims are
Yeah.
like $2 now.
Are they $2? Yeah, I'm like,
Inflation.
hey, I
Somewhere.
got a nickel. I'd say to my friend,
You
hey,
know,
I've got a nickel. You got a
inflation.
nickel? Pedal our bikes up the gravel road. We go to Schmidt's Tavern and go in and buy our Slim Jims. Oh, that was a big deal. So yeah,
Simpler
yeah, the
times.
things we thought were a big deal back then would probably be like
Yeah.
kids now like what?
Yeah, kids now the big deal is getting a new iPhone, or that's probably even out of date nowadays. That's how it was when I
Well,
was
see,
young.
back then, it's like, hey, it's summer mornings. Hey, I'm heading out. Well, like we'd come and say, I'm 12, 13, 14 years old. I'm with my little brothers, and I'd say, hey, I'd have my backpack. We'd have a tent. I'd have my sleeping bag, my mess kit, all that. And we'd say, hey, we're going to go back and camp out in Reimer's Field back by their lake. Okay, well, we'll see you tomorrow,
That's right.
Off we'd go.
Yeah.
No contact. We learned early on how to take care of ourselves. But,
Yeah.
that was what fostered self-reliance, which is something
Right.
that we need to restore. And I think that's a part of
Yeah.
what we want this school to lead into is opportunities to learn self-reliance and resilience and learn about camping, learn about fishing. I need to learn a lot more myself because I've been, I left that rural life behind and became a carpenter builder and have more or less lived in the urban areas because that's where the work has been.
Yeah.
But every opportunity, I'm out of the urban area, hiking and going on these tours with Darren and Graham, and so that gets us out into some far-flung, really incredible remote areas
Oh
to
yeah.
reconnect.
Well, it's not completely lost today. I had a very interesting experience. I guess it was not this weekend, but the previous weekend, we went out to visit a cenote that Dara came across on Instagram, and we went out there to see the guy, and he had just started advertising this or putting posts out on social media, and he's probably, I don't know, 40, 45 at the
Okay.
latest, and he told us that 18 years ago, he had moved out to this property, and for 17 of those 18 years, he's had no power on the property. He's had no electricity. He's had no power, no Wi-Fi, nothing. Just living off the grid. Just a normal, youngish man living in this way. And he had developed the housing out there. He's developed. He built a pump system too to be able to siphon some of this. I guess it was sodium, some type of sand salt out of the cenote as well. And it's
Okay.
just amazing to see, like, right up the street, 45 minutes away from where I am, somebody's living in the jungle, some of the harshest conditions, for
Uh-huh.
17 years with no power. So it's not completely
Yeah.
lost. We want to continue to
Can I
bring
do a
that
quick
wisdom
share
down.
screen?
Yeah,
I haven't done a single share screen yet. When I was
that's
down there in
rare.
Yucatan, this is the one I went diving in.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, just
and
and I was thinking, God, what if I was out here hiking at night and I'm just walking along nonchalantly and all of a sudden
fall
I'm
in.
plunging into the underworld.
Yeah.
But yeah, when we were there, there were really serious divers that were coming up, and we talked to them for a while. And they said they'd been diving there for years and they'd never found the bottom of it. It went in, and this is a legacy of the great Chicxulub impact. And if you look at
Really?
oh yeah, I'll explain that. We'll do a lecture on that at some point. Maybe we'll include that as bonus for the for the school.
Cool.
Yeah, totally. It is completely the result of basically limestone erosion. You've got this is called karstification, and you've got if you look at the topographic map or a geologic map of the northern peninsula of Yucatan, you can see that all the cenotes make an almost perfect arc because they're half of the great hidden astrobleme that's a half a mile below the limestone, and that's why because it's limestone, that's why it's and if you look at the ceremonies of the Mayan, like for example at Chichen Itza, what you see there is at the well of sacrifice. If you've been there, you know the well of sacrifice. Back early 20th century, archaeologists were digging a whole bunch of artifacts out of there and recreating the rituals that were being performed, and they were basically rituals representing the end of the world, the Mayan apocalypse. And what they would do, one of the things that they would do is that they had these long pipes that were hollow, that were carved into the shape of a serpent or a dragon, and they would insert copal resin into the mouth of the dragon, and it was hollow. They would light the copal resin on fire, and then when you hurled these artifacts down into the cenotes, the smoke would come out the tail of the thing, and they were literally representing comets. I can actually, let's see, I bet you I can go right here. Let's see, there's a cenote. That's the inside of one cenote. Here we go. Here's an example of the kinds of things that were, this is a scepter with diving figure from the early phase, probably around 1224, 1480, somewhere like that. If it was 1224, then of course this is happening concurrently with the cathedral building era in Europe. But let's see here, various iterations of these artifacts that were found.
Is that a dragon head at the bottom, or is that?
Yeah, let's see if I can find a. Let's see if I can find a.
And Tim, we're diving back into something, but if you have to jump, feel free to jump off here. We're gonna wrap up shortly.
Well, I am wrapping it up too. I just thought I'd do this little quick deviation at the end.
Yeah, please.
Cenote of Sacrifice, Maya treasures from the sacred well at Chichen Itza. Descent from the heavens is one of the dominant symbolic themes at Chichen Itza throughout the post-classic period, etc. So, yeah, this is the kind of thing that as we get into tangential explorations, this is absolutely the kind of things we'll be exploring in
Well,
the
and
curriculums of the school.
yeah, and related to that, there is the Mayans have a figure that's known as the fallen god figure that they put often on their temples. You'll find them at Tulum. You'll
Yes.
find them at Nakomul on
Yep.
top of the pyramid. But it's a god that looks like it's falling from the sky. But the way his feet and his apron line up, it's in the shape of a trident, which is also
Aha.
interesting because of course, the trident was a symbol of Poseidon, which was said to be the god of Atlantis. And we find that trident motif all over the ancient world, in some of the Vedic traditions as well, with Shiva and having his Trisula. So the fact that that you find it in this Mayan tradition too, and it's associated with the fallen god, is pretty interesting. The idea that there was
Yeah.
some sort of a collapse or an end to this rule of this god, and and it just so happens to be in the shape of a trident,
Aha.
so
I
pretty interesting.
Interesting.
Very.
Yes, this is a stucco panel I found when I was exploring the Yucatan. This is in Akansa. I don't know exactly how to pronounce it,
Mm.
but it's a falling god in the form of a monkey. And several things of
Yep.
interest here is that the next panel over, this represents the Great Flood, and down here the rattlesnake represents the Pleiades. I'm not quite sure
Yeah.
what this represents, but these three alone are in themselves very representative and symbolic, I think, because universally, in the Western Hemisphere, the rattlesnake was so frequently associated with the Pleiades.
Yeah,
But
that's
yeah, there
right.
you have an example of a fallen
Wow.
god.
Yep.
Yep. So, yeah, this is the
Yeah,
kind of stuff we'll
interesting.
be exploring in greater depth as we go through a lot of the material. But we start out with geometry because geometry is kind of, to me, is kind of like the foundation
Foundation.
stone, and
Yeah.
there's so many things we can branches off of
Hmm.
that core curriculum.
Yeah,
So I'd
that's
like to
right.
encourage people to sign up, whether it's now or later. And we've got some events. We talked about the tours with Darren and Graham. I want to mention Robert Dakota's event, Quest for Ancient Civilizations, that's coming up this fall. I'm also going to be on a couple of podcasts in the next month or so. I'm going out to be, what's the name of the one I'm going to be on?
Are we gonna leak this now? Randall's gonna be on a big podcast in the space
Well,
that
okay,
Tim is
let's
on.
not leak it now. Let's just, what,
For posterity's sake, you have a couple big podcasts lined up.
yeah, and yeah, the idea is to get the word out and see this movement. Somebody earlier said this is more like a movement. Yeah, let's get this movement going, and
Yeah,
we have it within our power now to build a better world.
that's
It's
right.
up to us. It is. It's up to us. Timothy and I, we're kind of the elders of this kind of stuff, but I think both of us, Timothy, have thought for a long time. At some point, we want to share what we've learned
That's
to
right.
inspire. And I often think, and you may have thought this myself, you know what? When I was like 20, 21, I wish I knew somebody like me. And in a sense that, and I did meet somebody when I first joined the craft. I met a Masonic scholar who'd been studying ancient traditions and the symbolism and the history of the mystery schools and all that for over 50 years. His name was Wilfred Gregson, and he was an
Hmm.
architect. And I studied with him for about a year, my first year, so that would have been from 1978 to 1979. And then, he retired. He was very old then, probably even 80 years old at the time, which doesn't look as old to me anymore. But I've often thought, yes, I want to be where, I'm not. It's not about my ego, like, hey, I know everything, but I love the fact that my grandparents would tell me stories about their day and their era, and I wish had been more of that. I wish I had been able to, once I got to the age, grown up past my childhood, that I'd gotten to the age where I could really appreciate some of the nuances and the details of the things that they went through. And some of the things that, my grandmother, particularly my dad's mom, she told me a lot of stories about, growing up in the early 20th century. She knew, the Depression. She knew the Roaring Twenties. She knew World War One. She knew World War Two.
Spanish flu.
All of that. Yeah, exactly. Spanish flu. And, but she also had stories she told me about, historical stories, like the mega fires that destroyed the little town of Hinckley, which Hinckley, Minnesota is. And when you mentioned earlier the Great Chicago Fire of 1871, the Hinckley event was similar to some of these great catastrophic fires that afflicted North America during the end of the 19th century. And the Hinckley Fire was one of those. And so extraordinary were the details that, it almost does seem supernatural. And that is something else, stories that I would like to tell through some venue that, just like my grandmother imparted those stories to me, which then later bore fruit as I'm an adult. Hey, I want to learn. I remember those stories. I want to find out what the details of it was. And then when I immerse myself into it, I find, oh my gosh, this is like a forgotten tale that's just incredible. But anyways, Timothy, I think you and I are in that position now where we've had a lifetime of learning, and maybe not every single detail that we've got is 100% precise and correct, but I think we've tested the material we're researching enough to know that, the bulk of it is pretty accurate, I think, and pretty representative of an alternate way of considering our own history on this planet. So I hope that we get a lot of people signed up, only for the reason, not for selfish reasons, but for the reason that I want to see an alternative narrative spread, and possibly that then can inspire people to say, you know what, there is another road we can follow, and it looks like it's going to be really cool, really fun, really satisfying, and it might help to preserve a sustainable future, or an authentically sustainable future. For gosh darn it, let's get to work.
Yes.
Yes. It's fantastic. I'm so excited for you, Randall. I'm so excited for this project, and I just know it'll be tremendously successful, and I'm happy to help you out in any way I can with it, because it's the right thing to do. So.
Okay. Well, when we need to mix like concrete, we don't have any power to run the mixer, I'll call you. No, I think you and we've served our time in the trenches. I can't do that. I did plenty of it, and my back now I'm of no use to this. I'm of no use if I'm flat on my back. Can you imagine we're having this and I'm laying here flat on my back?
We have a camera above you, Randall.
Yeah.
Better to be an architect devising the plans for the temple.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I've served my time in the temple, in the trenches. I know what it's like to be out there slaving away. But I think it's good for a person to have that experience in your life. You really do. It's because I know people who've never done an honest day of work in their life. So I won't mention any names, but nobody present here. All right. Does this mean we're coming to? Thank you, Timothy, and I look forward to hanging out with you, man. Maybe doing some traveling together.
Yes, we got exciting times ahead, and exciting times for everybody who's going to be, participating in school. I think it's just going to be a mind expanding, consciousness expanding, fulfilling experience. So,
thank you, Tim. Thank
that's
you very
the plan.
much,
All right, Tim. See you soon. See you soon, brother.
Bye.
Okay, Randall, you are a true champion, man. 7 hours and 15 minutes you've been on here talking.
On 2 hours of sleep.
on 2 hours of sleep. I mean, you are a legend, seriously, and you have uh, just kept the pace. Unbelievable amount of wisdom was shared in a live stream about the deeper levels of wisdom they can go into. I'm in awe, man. I
Well,
was not even keeping up
I
with
have to
you.
confess, when we wrap this thing up and I click leave, it won't be long before I will truly be sound asleep, and I am going to do some of this wonderful stuff that we're going to be talking about and informing people about.
Ooh,
Amanita mushrooms which I've just
from
been learning about.
Amanterra.
Yeah, Amanterra, which we're going to hopefully be working with. I think we will. We're going to get one of the founders of Amanterra. He's going to come on Squaring the Circle or one of whatever we do, whatever format, and he's going to be educating us about the use of these mushrooms that I have known. I've heard them years and years ago,
Yeah,
but didn't know about the value and the use of them. But
amazing product. I mean,
amazing product. Yes.
it really is. You hear a lot of those things online, like you never know how reputable the brands are. You've heard about Blue Lotus or Amanita in the past, and I don't know. There's a vibe around it where you're just not sure. But I mean, I cannot remember his name. Maybe Trent, you can drop that in the chat. But Amanterra is the brand, and the founder and the team is.
Well,
It's great.
Christian is one of the founders.
That's it.
I don't.
Yep,
Yeah,
Christian.
Christian.
Shout out to Christian. Well, Randall, we're going to do a final count here. We're going to take care over 10 minutes longer, maybe not even that. The
Okay.
housekeeping items from today.
Okay.
We've been on here for 7 hours and 15 minutes. We've had a total of, let's see, 31, I believe about 34 memberships donated. So we've had some very kind people donate memberships. The top of the list being, got the name here. Woodrow Curtis. Woodrow Curtis donated 25 memberships.
Wow. We've got to do something special for Woodrow.
Well, he's the top sponsor now, so he'll be on the
Oh.
tours with you. He'll be giving you a virtual call or flying down to the greater Atlanta area to meet with you. So right now, Woodrow Curtis holds our top sponsor position at 25 memberships. And
So
if anybody wants that position, you can donate now. You got about 10 minutes left in this live stream to do so.
so that means like Woodrow. I mean, he'll because I'm going to need somebody to carry my backpack for me.
Of course, of course.
No, Woodrow will. In fact, we'll prepare a what do you call it? A dais.
Yeah. I think one of us will be carrying Woodrow's backpack,
Well,
actually.
we will select four to six people. We'll be able to, yes, carry Woodrow. Where is Woodrow located?
I'm not sure. I don't think he's on here. He was on here a couple hours ago, but
Okay.
I'm sure you'll get to meet him. Shout out to Woodrow Curtis. And then we had 3 other donors. We had my father was a donor, actually. He bought 3 memberships. David Fusick. Shout out to
wow.
Dave. He's in Raleigh. He also joined the course too. Said he's excited about that. And we have 2 others, which I've had to close out of the school because it was given all these bings. But Trent, if you could pop the names up of the sponsors on screen. There they are. Lee Rollins, shout out to Lee, was our first donor. He donated 3 sponsorships. And then we also had David Nabert donated 3 as well. So thank you. That is going to bring 34 unique people. That gives us 34 memberships to give away. They can also choose to give away some more if they want. Or we will pass them out. We've had a lot of people ask about this so far. So it's amazing to have that.
Well, I said at the outset, we don't, we are obviously trying to raise the resources to take this thing to the next level. And clearly, anybody who joins is going to be taken along for the ride. As we move forward, if we can locate the ideal piece of property, et cetera, then you'll be right there, up to date on everything that's happening. And then I would like to think that we actually take the school out of the digital realm and we literally go through the procedure. We find the sacred center, we lay out the orientation to the cosmos, we duplicate the ancient process. And I think I've accomplished enough with some of my colleagues that we know how to do that now, to a large extent. To map out the subtle energies of a site, I would be looking at things like the type of bedrock, if there were any unique ores, the type of vegetation, the direction of the wind, the angle of the sun, the movement of subterranean waters, the movement of surface waters. All of these things are incorporated into this holistic model of how you take the pattern of energy, which also involves mapping the geomagnetic field, but how you take that pattern of energy and discern the invisible structures that are already there in the patterns of unique energy that's unique to where this site is on the surface of the earth, along with all these other factors that I just cited. And it's an incredibly interesting process. And I think it would be very profound if we could actually go step by step through the ancient system. And that's where I would see this going. Yeah, all right. Here we're going to take this geometry we've learned from hand drawing and working on the digital realm. Let's take it out into the field and transpose that geometry into the field and then see what can organically emerge from the landscape. Because the building, the temple, see, here's one of the things you have to realize is that the sacred structures, whether it's a temple or a shrine, a cathedral, a chapel, whatever it is, if it's following the ancient principles, it's merely revealing the structure that's already there but invisible.
Well, we'll do it. And Woody Curtis just messaged here. He said he's still online. He's located in Louisiana.
Oh, what part of Louisiana, Woody?
Where
That's
are you in
Woodrow.
Yeah,
That
Woodrow.
yeah.
He said Woody Curtis here, so Woodrow's his first name.
Got
Goes by
it.
Woody, I think.
Well, you know, I lived in Louisiana for 3.5 years.
I do know that.
So
yeah.
I have roots in Louisiana. I have family that's still there. What part of, if you can hear this, Woody, what part of Louisiana are you in?
I'll keep my eye on the chat and see what
Okay.
he says there. And while we're waiting for Woody to respond, let's do a final member count. I think we're coming up at just about 300 students joining today.
That's a good start.
That's a good start. So our goal is 1,080. So we'll probably put our brains together tonight or tomorrow and think about how we would want to continue this. If we do something to continue this, there it is, 298. Founding members is 298 as of right now. So we're gonna think about what we want to do to continue this this launch period if we're going to. But for tonight, that's really, really special. I mean, 298 members from all around the world joined the first version of Cosmogonia. A lot of people joined for a year too, so it's not just month to month. A lot of people have joined for a year, and it's going to be really exciting to see how it develops.
Yeah, I've just finished my new kitchen in time, so I don't know if we'll be able to fit 298 people in there. But yeah, so if any of you are coming to Atlanta area or Georgia, very much I'd like it if you would contact me. And you know, I have a restaurant that my brother and I built a few years ago that's now one of the most popular restaurants in the town of Decatur, and we could go there and eat. And I know Ian, the owner, would love that because he's very much in spirit part of what we're doing here, and he is helping to set up a community in Costa Rica.
And that restaurant is called The Wheelhouse for anybody who is in Atlanta or in the Decatur area. The Wheelhouse.
The Wheelhouse, that's right. And the Wheelhouse, of course, is taken from the pilot's domain on the ship, where the ship is, you navigate the ship from the wheelhouse. So anybody who comes in is going to see architectural features suggestive of a nautical design, portals in the doors that we hand built in our shop, etc. But again, the idea of the journey. So that's part of the symbolism that we wove into the design of this particular restaurant.
It's an amazing restaurant. The food's it's great design. The tables are great too, and the food's delicious. And here's Woody. He said northeast to West Monroe. He's in West Monroe, Louisiana, if you know where that
Okay.
is.
I lived in Pineville, Louisiana, just across the Red River from Alexandria, and I lived in Baton Rouge. But I had a great aunt, and her people lived up in Monroe. So I've only been through there, but I didn't stay there long. I just passed through on an occasion or two. But Woody, there are some very ancient, interesting monumental earthworks. I don't know if you knew this or not, but if you contact me or whatever sometime as we get further along, Poverty Point, Watson Break, several other ancient sites. Poverty Point is particularly impressive and mysterious, and it's in northeastern Louisiana. So, yeah, I have roots in Louisiana. My mother is from Louisiana. Her parents settled there early in the days. My grandfather was in the lumber industry. He made a small fortune selling southern yellow pine. Had a really nice house built just outside of Pineville, using probably some sacred geometry without knowing it, because
Probably.
it was a combination of Frank Lloyd Wright Prairie style and Japanese. So that hanging out in that house, I'm sure, had its effect on me, because it was such a beautiful house. And at some point, we're going to share my portfolio. My brother and I have built many, many houses, remodeled houses, regenerative architecture is a big part of what we did for years and years. And I have some exemplary examples of high-end, what I think of superlative craftsmanship. Of course, we're mostly retired now from our peak 10 to 30 years ago. But we have quite a portfolio, and I've got some examples we can look at in there where I snuck in sacred geometry whenever possible. But I want people to see that I've got this background of being able to successfully organize and complete multi-million-dollar projects. So this is
And
not
they're
some.
amazing. I've seen it too. I mean, it's really incredible, some of the stuff that you've done.
Mhm.
Well,
Okay.
Randall, we have had almost 1,000 people the entire time we've been on here. I think the lowest number we had of concurrent viewers on YouTube was 800. Most of the time it's been above 1,000. I think still right now we have 869 people watching. Any closing words for us?
Oh, in closing words, well, probably, but other than the fact that, yeah, I mean, to reiterate the fundamental ideas here is that this is, I think, a project whose time has come. We need to reconnect with our past authentically, because without authentic knowledge of the past, there's no way we're going to be able to navigate the future. And I think that's an important part of this. And I would like to again put a shout out for Robert Dakota's event, Quest for Ancient Civilizations, that's coming up in October in Austin, Texas.
Yeah, October 16th through 18th in Austin.
Yeah, and that was, I made a reference earlier to Darren and Graham that I had, when I was on the last Quest for Ancient Civilizations Robert put on out in Sedona. I saw my first encounter with things in the sky that I absolutely could not explain what I was seeing. This is not something that is known technology. This is something totally different. And so if I hadn't been out there at Sedona for that event, I wouldn't have seen this phenomena. And that's all I can call it. But it suggests where I think some of the new technology, and I'll mention, look at there. We just hit 302.
302.
We passed 300. Yes. Okay, so one of the things we will be getting into is what I think is going to be sort of the